You ready?
Hey, listen, before you start.
Yeah. The committee will now come to order. Today we'll proceed with the consideration of the fiscal year 2025 concurrent budget resolution. I want to thank the ranking member, my friend Mr. Boyle, for working with me to develop a structure for this markup that closely follows what we've done in the past. Our goal is to have a markup in which both sides will have the equal opportunity for debate, to debate the framework, this 2025 budget resolution. And I want to thank everybody in advance for their cooperation. Consistent with the agreement that I have with Ranking Member Boyle, who is riding high after the success of his Fighting Irish and the Philadelphia Eagles, we have a list of things that he has not objected to, and these are, again, guidelines that we've used in the past for such hearings. The ranking member and I each have 5 minutes for an opening statement. Members will then each be recognized for 5 minutes to make opening statements. After opening statements, we'll have up to an hour for a technical and factual question and answer session with the majority staff on the budget resolution. The document will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The amendments considered by the committee will be those submitted pursuant to the agreement I made with Mr. Boyle. The amendments will be organized into 2 tiers, Tier 1 and 2. Debate time for Tier 1. The Tier 1 amendments will be limited to 15 minutes. Debate time for Tier 2 amendments will be limited to 12 minutes. Debate time will be evenly divided between the sponsor. Only a government, somebody in the federal government could have come up with these rules, Ralph, but I'm going to keep reading them. The proponent of the amendment will have 1 minute reserved to close. To accommodate floor votes later in the day, the chair may be authorized to declare recess at any time. The committee roll any request for a roll call vote. Okay. I'd like to thank everybody again for joining us here today as we undergo the most important duty of the committee, and in accordance with the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, the consideration of the annual concurrent budget resolution. Now I'd like to yield myself 5 minutes for an opening statement. Today we will deliver on the people's mandate by advancing the FY25 budget resolution to restore the fiscal health of our great nation by reining in reckless spending and reigniting economic growth. In addition, we will provide critical resources to our Commander-in-Chief to secure our border, strengthen our military, and provide for the common defense. This budget resolution provides the fiscal framework for what will be one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in modern history, and the principal legislative vehicle for delivering on President Trump's America First agenda. The era of wasteful, woke, and weaponized government is over. This balanced budget resolution will achieve the following objectives. To make America prosperous again, we will provide tax relief for working families and small businesses who've suffered through one of the worst cost of living crises in our nation's history. We will reverse the Biden-Harris administration's whole of government assault on domestic energy, which will bring down prices for consumers, breathe life back into our economy, and reestablish American energy dominance. We will put an end to the administrative state and the barrage of burdensome regulations that are crushing our small businesses and compromising our freedoms. We will rein in the reckless spending that lit the fuse on inflation and record interest rates, weakening our economy and pushing our nation to the brink of a debt crisis. We will right-size this bloated bureaucracy. We will root out the massive waste and fraud in the federal government. And to make America safe again, we will provide critical resources to our Border Patrol agents and to our troops to strengthen our military, secure our border, and bolster our commander-in-chief in his first and most important job to provide for the common defense. This reconciliation process is not just an exercise in matching revenues with outlays. More importantly, it's reconciling the difference between the American people's interest, expectations, and values and a federal government that has lost its way, forgotten who it serves, and too often has failed to faithfully, fairly, and efficiently execute the laws of the land. And what we learned from November's election, and I think what is abundantly clear to all, the American people want their country back. They want normal. They want a return to common sense. The American people want their streets safe, their borders secure, their laws enforced. They want their country to be secure, their commander-in-chief to be strong, and they want to be respected on the world stage again. They want their troops trained, not indoctrinated, and they want a military ready to fight and win wars, not focused on the latest progressive cause celeb. They want an opportunity for a better job, a bigger paycheck, and a better quality of life for their families. They want to keep more of their hard-earned money to pay their bills and provide for their families, and maybe every now and then take their spouse out for dinner. They want their government to steward their tax dollars responsibly. They want an efficient, effective, and accountable government. They want to help people. They want to help their fellow Americans in their time of need, but they expect their fellow Americans, when they're able, to help themselves. We have an unprecedented opportunity, and I believe a sacred obligation to meet this moment with the urgency it demands. Now more than ever is the time for Republicans in Congress, both House and Senate, to demonstrate the courage of their convictions, take bold action to meet this historic moment. This budget resolution is more than numbers on a ledger. It's a blueprint for restoring America's security, prosperity, and leadership in the world. It's a promissory note for our children to preserve the land of liberty and opportunity by safeguarding it from an unwieldy government and the unbridled spending, taxing, and regulating that threatens to destroy it. Together, under the leadership of President Trump, we will usher in the golden age of America. And with that, I yield 5 minutes to my friend and ranking member, Mr. Brendan Bullitt.
Thank you, Chairman Arrington. There have been areas where we have worked hard and achieved common ground. This budget is not one of them. Let's be clear. This plan is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. It does not support hardworking Americans. It undermines them. Instead of investing in working families, House Republicans have crafted a plan that takes from working Americans to give to their billionaire donors. The facts speak for themselves. This budget rips health care away from millions while handing out $4.5 trillion in tax breaks, the overwhelming majority of which go to billionaires and wealthy corporations. It slashes at least $230 billion from food assistance programs at a time when grocery prices remain at record highs. And it proposes, and I hope every American listens to this, it proposes at least $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act? About 20 million Americans rely on the ACA or Obamacare, and more than 72 million people rely on Medicaid. That includes children, seniors, and individuals with disabilities. Also, billionaires can get even a bigger tax cut that they don't need, and the hardworking people of this country can't afford to give them. Let's not forget, during a very long presidential campaign, Donald Trump promised to lower costs, and I quote, on day one. I was just at the grocery store. Have you noticed prices going down? Have you seen eggs recently? That's a broken promise. But he is keeping his promise. I have to admit, Donald Trump and Republicans are keeping their word when it comes to billionaires. As he said to billionaire donors of his gathered at Mar-a-Lago, "You're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts." This Republican plan makes good on that Trump promise at Mar-a-Lago. And let's talk about the hypocrisy here. I can't tell you how many times over my adult life I have heard any time there's a Democrat in the White House, my friends on the other side of the aisle bemoaning the size of the national debt. Well, here we have a Republican trifecta. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Where's their debt reduction plan? It's not here. In fact, they increased the national debt by $4 trillion. We shouldn't be surprised, after all. When it comes to adding to our national debt, no president in American history added more than Donald Trump. And it looks like he and his Republican compatriots are about to double down on the size of that addition to our debt. We will not stand by on this side of the aisle and further undermine working Americans. Let me be clear. Democrats will fight back. Yes, we're in the minority, but we're not going to give up. We are going to do everything we can to educate the American people on what is in this budget and why it is so bad for them and their families. We will not stand by while Republicans undermine working families to put billionaires first. So we're going to have a lot of time together today. We're beginning early in the morning, and we'll be here late at night and all throughout the day to have this vigorous debate on the Republican ripoff, the Republican betrayal of the middle class of this country. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and now we're going to move to members' opening statements, and I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from the Palmetto State, Mr. Ralph Norman.
You know, it's pretty apparent. We live in two different universes, two different views of where this country is heading. You know, when you talk about righting government, and when you talk about giving money back to the taxpayers, Jody, what your team has done under your leadership has reduced the deficit by a minimum of $1.2 trillion, which is to be the first time in my lifetime that we have done that. Never before have we had an opportunity, because 77 million people voted for Donald Trump. They voted for his vision. They voted for what he's doing for America. And as he did the previous 4 years, his promises made, promises kept. And what a unbelievable job we have to get this budget out today, which we will do. What an unbelievable opportunity we have for we the people to uncover what's been hidden for such a long time through what, under Donald Trump's courage and Elon Musk's brainpower, to uncover the dollars, waste, fraud, and abuse that Americans have been yearning for. They didn't expect it would become this quick, but folks, it's here now. And Representative Boyle, what we're giving back to the American people and to children and taxpayers all alike, the $16 million that was uncovered that went to Vietnam for unknown reasons, the condoms that were delivered to foreign countries with millions, the $20 million on Sesame Street that went to Iraq. I could go on list after list after list. It's up to $54.3 billion where we sit right now. This is just the first agency. And we've got many more to come, like Social Security. We have many more to come, like the Department of Education. They're going to see, the American people are going to see where their tax dollars have been spent. And I invite all my colleagues on my left who want to protest the dollars that have been known to go out, to not back in their pocket, to foreign country, to foreign leaders, and who knows where. It is such a pleasure to finally see the $4.5 million to combat disinformation in Pakistan, $1.5 million for art for inclusion of people, $2 million for sex change operations and LGBT activism in Guatemala, $5 million to Eco Health Alliance, which is one of the key NGOs funding bat viruses at the Wuhan lab. Get this, $20 million for a group related to a key player in the Russiagate impeachment hoax. Get this, $1.1 million to an Armenian LGBT group. $1.3 million to Arab and Jewish photographers. How does that work? Folks, this is undisputable, and just think, we're just getting started. There is a reason Donald Trump has a 69% approval rating. And the golden age is here. We're going to give one of the greatest things about what we're doing today is giving Americans tax cuts. It's their money. And the amazing thing about this, the left still doesn't realize it's not their money. It's the taxpayers' money. And it's going to be exposed for this type of abuse, this type of fraud, and this kind of waste. So it's a new day in America. And Jody, under your leadership, thank you for bringing this up. We're going to fight, and I tell you, I hope we sit here all day today, and if it takes all weekend, let's sit here, let's do it. So, thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina. Now yield 5 minutes to my friend from the great state of Texas, Lloyd Doggett.
Mr. Chairman, I respect you for undertaking the Herculean task of putting together a budget resolution that yields to Trump's demands for trillions in new tax breaks for his billionaire buddies, attempts to avoid an unacceptable acceleration of the national debt, all without betraying the middle class by denying health care to the sick and opportunity to the young. But Mr. Chairman, it's an impossible task. The numbers simply don't add up, and you cannot just adopt the Trump approach of making things up and announcing alternative facts, though there are some parts of your proposal that appear to do just that. Indeed, the independent, bipartisan Citizens for Responsible Federal Budget concluded last night that your proposal actually adds an astounding $5.5 to $6 trillion to our national debt. The true name for this bill is reconciliation, W-R-E-C-K, because you make a wreck of our national debt and ever bringing it under control, and you take a wrecking ball to vital initiatives that our middle class needs. Donald Trump promised so much, but his focus was on prices. He said, starting on day one, we'll end inflation, make America affordable, bring down the prices of all goods. He said he'd do it on day one when he takes the oath of office, and as recently as this past month, he said, we're going to have prices down. I think you're going to see some pretty drastic price reductions. Well, he's fulfilled a lot of prices and done a lot of cutting. But now he's shifted to a new statement that Americans will feel a little pain from his 25% Trump tariff grocery tax. Today's bill offers so many cuts, but it's not to grocery prices or drug prices, all to pay for his billionaire tax bonus. In my hometown of Austin, about half of all children receiving care at Dell Children's Hospital have Medicaid. About half of all the births in Austin are covered by Medicaid, as are nearly 300,000 pregnant Texans. This draconian bill will undermine health care access for these folks. For the millions who face the diagnosis of cancer, Alzheimer, or other dread diseases, Republicans are cutting innovative medical research and denying consumers the hope of a cure. Trump is asking to fire 40% of the staff of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, at the time we may face another pandemic. Among the first to feel the pain will be nursing home residents with the planned repeal of new safe staffing standards. It's a double bonus for the wealthy owners, the private equity people who own these nursing homes, because they can provide less care, not provide adequate support for the most vulnerable while they get new tax breaks and dodge any accountability. And as for education, the proposal to dismantle the Department of Education threatens education for those with disability and education for our most economically disadvantaged citizens, as well as students hoping to have the chance to get a higher education. Given new troubling developments yesterday, one obvious place for revision of your budget that I would recommend is defense. Because since President Trump has declared his intent to pal with Putin and attack our allies, he seems set to engage in the greatest act of appeasement on Ukraine since Neville Chamberlain abandoned Czechoslovakia in 1938. Unless there is an unexpected pushback that I haven't heard yet from our Republican colleagues, the Republican Party will forever be stained as the party that lost Ukraine and perhaps much more. Yes, Trump has promised a new golden age for America. And with this budget imposing new burdens on the sick and the hungry, we see who gets the gold. The billionaires on the front row of his inauguration, not America's middle class, which has been betrayed. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas and now recognize Mr. Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I realize there's going to be a lot of debate today, though we don't have them all filled in yet, among some reductions in spending over where we were historically. One thing I want to point out, in the year we're currently in, according to CBO, if we don't do anything else, you can expect that we're going to have to borrow about 27% of what we spend. Last year, it was about 26%. Next year, it'll be about 24%. And I personally believe that's going to go up because right now, the amount of interest we're having to spend on our debt is going to go up, not only because we're issuing new debt, but right now we've got to refinance our debt. The debt that's coming due right now is at 0%. We're going to be issuing new debt at over 3%. So we don't do anything in that room. That's a significant increase in spending. Final thing I'll point out, this is the first stop on a long process towards reconciliation and towards the budget that we're eventually going to pass for the current fiscal year. We had a hearing yesterday in which it was pointed out that right now we have a marriage penalty of about $28,000 per couple that an unmarried couple would have to pay if they become married and have a child. We can no longer continue down the path in which we bribe people $28,000 a couple, in at least one hypothetical, to not get married. So hopefully, eventually that'll be taken up, but in any event, remember, right now, we're borrowing 27% of what we spend. It's time for evasive action. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin. The votes have been called this morning, so when you have time, go ahead and go vote and come back. We're going to continue the hearing, and so you're going to have to get the timing right. But if you leave and you're in order, you come back. I'll go back to you. But Mr. Bobby Scott, I yield 5 minutes to you. And again, if you have time, go vote and come back. We're going to keep this rolling. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this budget resolution exemplifies my colleagues' willingness to betray the American people in the name of so-called fiscal responsibility. But Democrats routinely prioritize reducing deficits without sacrificing safety net programs that working families rely on. And while some people make speeches about deficit and national debt, Democrats have been finding solutions and been cleaning up the Republican mess the last 6 decades. As this chart shows, if you look closely, you'll notice that every Democratic president since Kennedy has left for their Republican successors a better deficit situation than they inherited. And every Republican administration since Nixon has left for Democratic successors a worse deficit situation than they inherited. During his first term, Donald Trump was well on his way to continue that trend even before the pandemic. In fact, if you look at the cumulative improvement The improvement in the deficit over the Democratic years is about 16% of GDP, and Republicans added to the deficit a cumulative 22%. In today's $2 trillion deficit created by the Republicans, if you look over those years, they contributed $6.5 trillion in the deficit, and Democrats contributed $4.7 trillion in reducing the deficit. And that's how we get the $2 trillion deficit. So, Mr. Chairman, when you say both sides did it, you ought to give due credit where credit is due. Give the Republicans credit for a $6.5 trillion mess, and Democrats $4.5 trillion in cleanup. And while the Democratic budgets are fiscally responsible, Americans have been enjoying great job growth. You'll notice that Joe Biden created more jobs than any president in the history of the United States in 4 years. In fact, more than any Republican president, whether they served 4 or 8 years, all the time with responsible budgets. Now, this Republican budget makes cruel cuts in countless programs that working families depend on. As a ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I am particularly offended by the cuts being demanded in educational programs for students and nutrition programs for children. This budget will mean kids and seniors will go hungry, and employers will not be able to find the skilled workers they need. And it will make it more expensive for students to go to college. And in addition to these cuts, the budget will also cut health care coverage for millions of Americans, all to extend tax cuts for the top 1% in corporations. It does all this while making wildly absurd economic assumptions to continue the farce that cutting taxes for corporations and the richest Americans will not increase our deficit. And the budget does nothing to improve the lives of middle-class families. It does nothing to bring down the cost of eggs, which that cost has gone up since the president was inaugurated, and nothing to reduce the cost of gas or rent or child care, and the budget will not help future generations realize the American dream. Mr. Chairman, I hope we defeat this budget and replace it with something responsible. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman. I'm going to be brief. The American people expect us to do our job, to balance the budget, and to stop spending money we don't have. Our country is suffering from rampant inflation. Our younger Americans are unable to buy homes. The interest on the debt is over $1 trillion. As we refinance our debt, we're going to be looking at hundreds of billions of dollars of additional interest every year. And this budget put forward by the chairman is a giant step forward to reduce spending, the primary driver of the inflation, and the expansion of the government largesse that is strangling the future of our children and grandchildren. I'm proud of what the chairman has put forward. I believe that it is responsible, and I believe it is a balance of what we're supposed to do. We have a moral responsibility to leave more dollars in the hands of the American people who produce wealth and produce prosperity. We have a moral responsibility to take dollars out of the largesse of government, which is wasting that money, but more importantly, spending that money in ways that is making the lives of our children and grandchildren unaffordable. This is step one of many steps, and it is just the beginning. But our government spends too much, and we have to stop that. And the American people deserve to have more money in their pockets. This budget accomplishes both of those two objectives. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having us at this Budget Committee to discuss what is revealed as just another set of scams to cover what I, as a native New Yorker, would identify Donald Trump as one of the greatest hustlers that has ever been in the United States. Now, We're going to hear a lot about
The
budget.
gentle lady is reminded of the House rules that forbid such references to the President of the United States.
That's on the House
She
floor,
may
sir.
proceed,
That's on the House
proceed
floor.
in order. If she does it again, further sanctions will be required.
That's what? Something we hear a lot of is a refrain, a budget is a statement of values. And the values that we are showing here are the values that are not shared by most Americans. There are a lot of cuts that are written into this budget. The bulk of those savings will come from making changes to Medicaid, which currently insures more than 70 million Americans. Another 10 million American children get their health care through the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP. The Republican budget calls for $880 billion in cuts for Energy and Commerce Committee, with health care coverage for 80 million Americans on the table. In the Virgin Islands, over 20,000 people on Medicaid are at risk of losing their health care under Republican budget plans. First out of the gate, the biggest Republican cuts kill health care coverage for children and the poorest Americans. Now, as they said, they will be talking about values in the budget, going against wokeness. I want to talk about what is written in our Bible, which I thought my Republican colleagues were so interested in. In Proverbs, it tells us, whoever gives to the poor will lack nothing, but one who ignores the poor will receive many curses. In Leviticus, it tells us, if any of your fellow people become poor and are unable to support themselves among you, help them so they can continue to live among you. I know that's not something that, unfortunately, my Republican colleagues are interested in anymore. I know that because I was a Republican until I saw the party move away from me. And I realized that it's become even more so when I saw recently a post by President Elon Musk calling the poor the parasite class, calling the poor among us parasites. That's what you've come to. That's what you're believing in now. That is just so abhorrent. So if we're not interested in the poor, if that's not the group that we want to be concerned with, let's talk about the middle class. Let's see how long you guys are going to be supporting the middle class. I don't think that's going to last very long, because when I look at the cuts that are coming, you all talk about money coming back into the pockets of Americans. We know that that's not the truth. This budget is not for the middle class. This budget is for the wealthy. They're proposing $330 billion in cuts in education, much of which are for Pell Grants. Much of this are for working class Americans who are trying to put their children through school. It's for school lunches. It's for pensions, while at the same time extending a tax break for business purchasing equipment. They're cutting nutrition assistance for low-income families. Not poor families, not non-working families, but those who are living on the margins, who need help affording groceries, like eggs, remember that? By at least $220 billion, while providing a tax cut for the 1 in 1,000 estates worth over $14 million per couple. These are the things that this budget is going to be doing. In my home in the U.S. Virgin Islands, early Head Start programs in the territory operate under the jurisdiction of Lutheran Social Services. Taking a hacksaw to funding is tantamount to tearing up the pages that should be giving us this wisdom. While pushing their agenda to give trillions in deficit-busting handouts for the richest few, Republicans continue to be eerily quiet on the things that really matter to Americans. The Republican budget plan will do nothing to lower costs. They will actually do the opposite. The budget rips off hardworking American families and drives up costs of everything that the Americans actually need to live. I leave you for a moment with one last quote from Proverbs. He who has a generous eye will be blessed, for he gives his bread to the poor. This budget not only takes from the poor, it takes from those hardworking Americans who are trying to get by, who believed the lies of our president in that campaign. Reality bites.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Carey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listen, this has been a long time coming, but today marks the first step toward fulfilling our promise to the American people. It is the beginning of our efforts to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, secure funding for border protection, and move toward an American energy independence. After enduring significant inflation, American families, small businesses urgently need tax relief to make ends meet. We must pass our budget resolution today to start the budget reconciliation process that advance the policies that our American families expect and desperately need. This budget resolution includes much-needed deficit reduction, a lot of debate on what that number should be, for which our children and grandchildren will be grateful. It also contains instructions for the Ways and Means Committee, which I am a member, allowing us to extend the successful tax cuts from 2017. Additionally, it increases funding for our border and defense and ensuring that we can combat fentanyl trafficking and maintain our position as the strongest nation in the world. I support this budget resolution today as a significant step towards American success and security and urge my colleagues to do the same. While there may not be everything in this bill for everybody, it is the right first step. Let's get it over to Ways and Means. Let's get this done for the American public. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Panetta.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this opportunity. And I recognize that obviously writing this type of budget resolution is no easy task, as we're going to find out over these next 10 to 12 hours. It requires tough choices, serious trade-offs, and a clear-eyed assessment of how current policies impact growth and revenues. Done right, a budget resolution shows what we value and how we intend to steer the country forward. That is why it is so important to get this right. And frankly, it is why the details of this budget resolution, or at least the details that we did get, are all the more disappointing. My district on the Central Coast of California, the 19th Congressional District, is reeling already from these chaotic funding freezes caused by the administration. While schools are trying to assess if the federal government will continue to support their students, while families are being squeezed by high prices at the grocery store, this budget threatens to rip away critical lifelines that help working families: Medicare, food assistance, student loans, other assistance programs that help the working families. This budget resolution does this while the administration is digging through taxpayers' sensitive information and causing chaos with economically disastrous policies like tariffs on our closest and most extensive trading partners. This administration does this basically as it begins its mass deportation policies that is either removing or scaring those people who are working from going to work. I'm not talking about the criminals. I'm talking about the hardworking families who come here and contribute to our way of life, and again, do jobs that no other American will do. You take them away, you scare them away, you will hurt our nation's economic growth. And despite the high prices, the policies that hamper growth, and the inclusion of reconciliation instructions that tee up deep cuts to critical safety nets, this resolution wishfully projects a $2.6 trillion growth. The resolution does this while instructing the Ways and Means Committee, my committee, to increase the deficit by up to $4.5 trillion and allowing up to $3.3 trillion in deficit increases. There used to be a time where Republicans used to value the issues when it comes to our debt and deficit. And I can tell you that trying to make these numbers up from economic growth are going to be very, very difficult. Getting $3 trillion in additional revenue from economic growth over a decade would require a sustained real growth of around 3.2%. The difference between 1.8 and 3.2% is huge. As Douglas Holtz-Eakin recently said, if you can move the U.S. economy by 0.4% in 10 years, that's an enormous success. However, you have to have really good deregulation. You have to have really good tax policy, and you have to have a really good deficit reduction. We do not have that in this budget resolution, and that's why it's going to hurt our economy, especially given the tax cuts proposed that will not and cannot place our nation on a safer fiscal footing. My constituents cannot afford these policies, our country cannot afford them, and most importantly, our children in the future cannot afford this budget resolution. And for that reason, I will strongly oppose this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to recognize the hard work that the chairman has put into coming to achieving this and coming to this day. There was input from every side, every individual in our conference, and there is a lot that our conference will be proud of in this bill. It has extremely strong support, and I think at the end of the day, we'll have unanimous support for this bill on the floor. I think my friend from California just mentioned, and I agree with him on a lot. Sorry, I lost my chair here. My friend from California talked about the details being important in this bill. And I think he's exactly right. And that's why I'm so proud of this resolution that we're advancing out of this committee today. This resolution will be the vehicle to implement Trump's agenda, to pass the mandate that he received from the American people. What am I talking about? Number one, after 4 years of inflation driven by reckless government spending, the American people will continue to see more dollars in their pocket through low tax rates. This bill will protect American families from the crime and drugs flooding across the southern border. It includes $175 billion to finish the wall, support law enforcement, upgrade our capacity to stop illegal immigrants from entering our country in the first place. As I said, provide tax relief to working families. And let's talk just a little bit about the successes of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We heard that this is just for the billionaires. Couldn't be further from the truth. Our income tax system became more progressive after the implementation of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And I'll ask you to ask any of your constituents whether they did better under the policies implemented through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, under the policies of the Trump administration, or did they do better under the 4 years of the Biden administration? I can tell you what every one of my constituents will answer. I'll put our policies up any day against the policies that are being espoused on the other side of this today. It's going to jumpstart American energy production, using our own resources to enrich our own citizens instead of sending cash to pad the coffers of foreign nations. And we're going to save money by identifying waste and fraud in our system. We're asking committees of this Congress to look at all of the expenses and to find areas where we can trim our government spending. This is something, to my friend from California's point. We know we have $36 trillion in debt. We have to change the fiscal trajectory, and we can do it in a way that still protects the vulnerable who rely on government funding to ensure that they can eat and achieve their daily needs. So the point I'm making is we can do this in a fiscally responsible way, and that is exactly what this bill does. We have a president in the White House who's going to work with us to grow the economy. Very, very important that we grow this economy. We're going to unleash American energy dominance. We're going to rein in burdensome regulation, and we're going to identify cost savings in government through the implementation of this bill. So I'm very excited about what we can do together. Again, I thank the chair for all his work bringing us to this point, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Watson Coleman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I rise in strong opposition to this cobbled mess of a budget resolution. This resolution is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. As one of the newest members of this committee, I find it important to raise how evil I find this proposed budget resolution to be. My Republican colleagues want to double down on damaging tax cuts and Jobs Act, which overwhelmingly benefited the ultra-rich and the corporations at the expense of everyday Americans. This resolution instructs the Ways and Means Committee to find $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. At the same time, this resolution will instruct several other committees to cut spending by at least $2 trillion to offset the costs of the tax cuts, which will benefit the uber-rich. This amounts to a plundering of our government and the services that it provides each and every American. So what are they cutting? Well, let's look at the Energy and Commerce Committee, which is instructed to cut $880 billion in spending. Now, the budget resolution doesn't tell the committees what programs they need to cut to reach this goal, but the chairman was very generous to share a list of what he and other Republicans think that they can cut. Medicaid is a prime target for cuts under the Republican ripoff plan. This would include pulling federal dollars out of state Medicaid programs and forcing each state to take on more of the cost, which we know will cause state governments to cut back on the type of necessary health services that are available to Medicaid beneficiaries and to impose onerous work requirements on folks, the vast majority of whom are already working. Nearly 80 million Americans rely on Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program for their care. And in my district alone, at least 103,000 residents have access to affordable health care because of the federal investments in these programs. Imagine telling these families that they could lose health coverage because Republicans want to use that money to cut the tax bills for corporations whose profits have never been higher. That is heartless. This budget resolution will also lead to a tax on the Affordable Care Act, a favorite target of the Republicans for the last 15 years. On the same list of proposed cuts as Medicaid, Republicans suggest over $100 billion in cuts to the ACA. This includes repealing the Prevention Public Health Fund and limiting health program eligibility based on citizenship status. Energy and commerce might be the Republicans' biggest target, but it isn't the only place they are cutting funds from to pay for their tax breaks. The Republicans will instruct the Agriculture Committee to cut $230 billion in spending. This will translate to cuts in SNAP, which feeds 40 million Americans, including children, seniors, veterans, and working parents. How can my colleagues across the aisle take money that is meant to put food on people's tables and instead use that money so a CEO can deduct the cost of a private jet? The Education and Workforce Committee is instructed to cut $330 billion, which will lead to massive defunding of education programs and then much of the federal support for student loan programs. And while thousands of students struggle to pay off their never-ending debt to further their education, Republicans look for ways to help the ultra-rich avoid paying their estate taxes. It is truly hard to imagine how a party that prides itself on being believers in Christian values look at this resolution and think this would benefit the common man. Unlike the president, I have read the Bible, and I know the teachings of Jesus. I do not recall cutting aid from the poor, the weak, or the huddled masses in favor of those who hoard their wealth as one of his sermons. It is hypocritical of my Republican colleagues to say they care for the American people, because if they cared, they would never have brought this resolution to the committee. The only reason we are meeting right here, right now, is because House Republicans don't want to be upstaged by their colleagues in the Senate. The Senate Budget Committee was ahead in putting together their resolution. And not to be outdone, House Republicans who still can't agree among themselves how much they want to hurt the American people decided to bring this farce of a budget resolution to markup today. This resolution, again, is a betrayal to every hardworking American. I strongly express my opposition to this wholly insufficient budget resolution for the sake of American people. We must not let this resolution leave this committee. I ask my Republican colleagues, where is your humanity? I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm actually looking forward to today. It's going to be a long day. Most of us are going to miss our flights. But I appreciate everybody showing up. In fact, I joked with the press that are outside the door here. I said, what is this, the Oversight Committee or something? You guys looking for a soundbite or whatever? They got a chuckle. But the point is, we've been battling this out I've been on this committee for 3.5 years about. We've been battling this out here, and we've been going back and forth. And as you've heard from the gentleman from California, like, I sat there and watched him take a vote that was very difficult, that would have been one of the best things to actually, go after our deficits last Congress when we did the Fiscal Commission Act. I hope we can re-up that. I hope that's part of what we're gonna do, and I hope it can actually be a lot more supported by my Democrat colleagues if we can get that going. We have been in these worthy fights for a long time now. We don't get a lot of attention on the Budget Committee except for this one moment. I hope we can actually sustain this attention on this most important issue outside of just one day. And I look forward to continually working in a collaborative way to get this done. Today, though, this is a moment that we're going to, as Republican House Conference, we have been breaking our backs trying to get to where we are today. This has been an enormous amount of work, and I'm thrilled at what we've come up with. This is a framework, today's budget framework, that will, for the first time in my time in Congress, which hasn't been, it's going on my 5th year, this is the first time I've seen us be serious about coming up with real spending reform, spending cuts, savings to our overall expenditure. If we don't do that, this one stat will continue to get worse. Our revenues for decades have been at 17% of GDP. For a while, our spending was at about 17, 16, 18% of GDP. And over the last 15 years, it's skyrocketed to 26% of GDP. That is what we mean when we say we do not have a revenue problem. That's been consistent. Whether we've had tax cuts, whether those have expired over the last 20 years and you've gone through a different reform process, we have kept revenues at 17%, but our spending has grown to 26%. And if that continues to happen, that's where we enter into a sovereign debt crisis. We do not have a revenue problem in our country. We have a spending problem. This budget today, admittedly, will not solve our deficit. It will not solve all of the issues that we have on this front. I wish it were. This is the very best approach to be able to get at that problem. And we're going to hear a lot of things today from my colleagues from the minority. And the one thing that there's two things that will really frustrate me, and we're going to work it out, and I hope that we'll be able to hear from both sides on this. The first thing is they're going to make a bunch of claims about what's in this bill, about what's being cut, what's being, what from this Medicaid program or this welfare program or this. This is a framework of dollars about what we're going. It's just a balance sheet. It does not have specifics about programmatic changes. We're going to hear all the claims, and they're already going out to districts saying this or that, and that is not what we're talking about today. This is not about specific items within the budget. This is about the framework, about what we're going to do to create pro-growth tax policy and also find spending cuts with an assumed growth rate that is very conservative, very reasonable, and something that we actually hope we exceed. And if we exceed that, that's when we will be able to actually, dig in and truly go after more deficit. So we can get into all those specifics. The other lie you're going to hear is that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017 was all about the wealthy. It was all about the billionaires. So doubling the child tax credit was all about the billionaires? So doubling the standard deduction was all about the billionaires, right? So the fact that we created a pro-growth tax policy that grew wage growth was all about the billionaires without inflation. You did not see a rampant rise in inflation after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. When did we see a rampant rise in inflation? after the American Rescue Plan in 2021, when Democrats had the White House, House, and Senate, you saw the worst inflation that we've ever seen. Don't take my word for it. Larry Summers said it's because the relief spending. Democrats, when they get this opportunity, they spend. When Republicans get this opportunity, we are trying to cut as much as we possibly can. With that, I hope we have a lot more discussions about this today, and I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Billy Graham said, "Give me 5 minutes with a person's checkbook, and I will tell you where their heart is." Well, if we look at the Republicans' proposed budget resolution, unfortunately, we can see where their heart is, and it's not with the middle class, because budgets are about choices. This budget chooses to drastically cut revenues and increase the national debt at a time when the nation is already borrowing money just to pay our expenses, just to keep the lights on. The U.S. borrows nearly $2 trillion a year just to pay our operating expenses. This budget cuts revenues at a time when interest from past investments is poised to become the biggest item in our current budgets. We spend more on interest on our $36 trillion national debt than we devote to Medicaid, schools, or childcare, or the national defense. This budget cuts revenues at a time when the economy has low unemployment and high interest rates and does not need more stimulus from more deficit spending. What it means is higher interest rates and more inflation. Home ownership will get more expensive, and the cost of gas and groceries will continue to rise. Just yesterday, the Department of Labor announced that inflation went up another 0.5%. Mr. Moore, I consider one of my really good friends in this Congress, but I would just remind us all that the growth projections for the TCJA were wildly optimistic. I think Senator McConnell said something like 4%, and they actually ended up being under half of that. These tax cuts don't pay for themselves, and they don't induce growth in an economy that's already as hot as this one, with low unemployment and high interest rates. This budget would cut revenue by extending tax cuts not primarily for the middle class, although there are some parts of it, certainly, that benefit the middle class. The bulk of this goes to people at the highest top tax rates. And those are the very people who are best positioned to help us close this gap. Let's talk about 17% and 26%. What we learned in the testimony in this very hearing is that the problem is that things have gotten more expensive as our demographics have changed over time. So it's not fair to say 17% was what we spent before, because things are more expensive now. Healthcare is more expensive because our population is older. We're going to have more money to pay those expenses, even if we kept general spending the same. My colleague, Mr. Norman, ticked off a bunch of outrages, and you can't really argue that some of those spending items that he identified were ridiculous. But all of them started with an M. They were all millions of dollars, like single-digit millions of dollars. We're talking about billions of dollars and trillions of dollars here. I'm happy to work with my colleagues. They know I am, to come up with spending cuts. We proposed doing this in a bipartisan way through a commission that would force us to face facts. I'm afraid we're not facing facts today. I would just say to everyone, I know that President Trump got elected. I'm an election denier. He got a majority of the votes, and that's great, and he got over 50% of the votes. But every one of us was elected on the exact same day to do a job here. And I know personally how hard it is to buck your party in this context, because in the trifecta that the Democrats had, I voted no on the budget. And let me tell you, it rained down on me. It was very unpopular. People screamed at me, but I thought there was a part of our proposal that would have done great damage to the private investment in drug discovery, which is a huge part of my economy. They called me all sorts of names from the left. But I held my ground, and people at home knew I was standing up for them, and they sent me back. And I would just ask you, some of you, I think, see parts of this and you disagree with it. Please just don't go along. Please do your job, let's all do our jobs, the jobs we were elected to do on the exact same day as President Trump was elected. I'm really concerned that from the Speaker of the House on down, that people are not standing up for this institution as a co-equal branch of government, as the government with the power of the purse. And we are not here to work for a president, we work with a president. We're not here to work for interest groups, we work with them, but we don't report to them. We report to our own people independently as independently elected people. And I hope you all consider that. It's not wrong to do your job. It's our duty to do our job. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Estes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Chairman Arrington for all of his hard work and dedication in shepherding this budget through a very difficult process. I just want to add a few words here about how important and needed this budget resolution is. While I think the framework could go further to give the committees of jurisdiction the flexibility to lower the tax burden on everyday Americans, I'm glad we've agreed to cut mandatory spending by a minimum of $1.5 trillion over 10 years. That is a floor, not a ceiling, for us to find waste, fraud, and abuse. For years, politicians, even some of my Democrat colleagues, have talked about the need to address runaway spending, and frankly, little has changed in Washington. And for the last 4 years, the Biden administration pushed our fiscal state of the nation spiraling down a troubling path. In the final 4 months of the Biden administration, deficit spending ballooned to $838 billion, a staggering $306 billion more in deficit spending than over the same 4-month period 1 year earlier. If we want to make sure we can afford the programs and services that are important to our country and our constituents and enact real policy change, we must rein in spending and root out waste, fraud, and abuse throughout the federal government. This is a mandate on which the Americans elected President Donald Trump and elected a Republican-led House and a Republican-led Senate. We must rein in spending, protect our borders, bolster our national defense, ensure Americans, especially middle-class Americans, do not see a record tax increase, and to promote pro-growth policies. And it's what we aim to deliver starting with today's current budget framework. As you all know, our nation is $3.4 trillion in debt, and we're borrowing more than $70,000 per second. That's nearly $6 billion borrowed each and every day. This budget resolution we passed today will also allow me and my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee to responsibly extend and enhance the pro-growth tax reforms from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanently. While many of my colleagues may disagree with the facts, the reality is pretty simple. Without extending the Trump tax cuts, taxes on nearly every American will go up. The average taxpayer in Kansas will see a tax increase of over $2,200 if the Trump tax cuts are allowed to expire. But by extending the 2017 tax cuts, we'll avoid this tax hike and allow working-class families and small businesses to keep more of their hard-earned money. And to make this happen, we need a common-sense budget framework like the one we're marking up today. And making the Trump tax cuts permanent will do more than provide sorely needed relief to individuals and families. These tax cuts also help the businesses and innovators who create and sustain countless jobs in communities across our country, leading to job creation and economic growth and higher wages. That includes common sense, bipartisan tax policies like R&D or expensing that has received broad support from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Promoting growth and productivity in our economy is absolutely critical to strengthening the American economy that has been weakened by failed policies from the Biden administration. Today, Republicans on this committee are defending lower taxes and working to root out waste, fraud, and abuse through this common sense, America First budget, something 77 million Americans just voted for us to address. Unfortunately, what we're hearing from the left is a defense of the unrestrained bureaucratic government and higher taxes on families and small businesses. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017 jump-started the economy. We're now seeing a slowdown in that economy just because of inflation and some of these failed policies over the last 4 years. But if you look back, their actual tax revenue to the U.S. Treasury over the last 7 years has been higher than what CBO estimated, even taking inflation into account for so many of the businesses that are paying more in taxes now than what they did before. We need to not raise taxes and to go backward in the economy because that's what would be the result. There's been enough political rhetoric. It's time to actually take action. I'm looking forward to voting for this resolution and to begin enacting the policy agenda that the American people sent us here to achieve. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak directly to the American people because it's so important that they understand what is going on here today and why the action that this committee takes will impact every single American in a very negatively consequential way. But first, let's look at what was promised by Donald Trump and other Republicans. Donald Trump said on day one, he would lower the cost of living for Americans, he would defeat inflation, and we would be entering into a golden era in the United States. Well, Donald Trump has been in office for nearly a month. Congress has been in office for about 6 weeks. We were sworn in January 3rd. And in case you didn't see the news, inflation is up, and Americans are demanding that we address the high cost of living that they are enduring. The price of eggs, through the roof. Housing is unaffordable. And we have yet to hear Republicans do anything to address the high costs that this last election hinged on. And instead, what do we get? We're getting this budget markup, which will make the rich richer, and because of the cuts, it will make millions of Americans sicker, poorer, and hungrier. And let me tell you, Democrats, we all want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. Don't let them fool you into thinking that we don't want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. The problem is what you're hearing from Elon Musk and Donald Trump and other Republicans who are repeating misinformation. You're hearing a focus, for example, on foreign aid. You're hearing some outright lies, and they refuse to correct the record, unfortunately. All of that is a distraction from the cuts they are actually going to make, which will be on the back of the American people. And let me tell you, just as a quick example, if Elon Musk or Republicans are interested in some cuts, I don't know if you all saw the headline in the New York Times about the federal government buying $400 million in armored Tesla Cybertrucks. How about we look at that? How about we look at Elon Musk's $19 billion worth of federal contracts? Let's take a look at that. Or how about we take a look at the nearly $800 billion in fossil fuel subsidies that primarily favor the richest people in the world? How about we start with that? But no, in fact, not only are we giving almost $5 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthy, and not only are we not balancing the budget. When they talk about balancing the budget, this will add to our national debt. This will not balance the budget. But in my district alone, this will cost El Pasoans their health care and programs that help address food insecurity. So in El Paso, the district I represent, 130,000 El Pasoans who use Medicaid are at risk of losing their access to health care. In El Paso, over 51,000 members of my community are at risk of going hungry because they will lose their SNAP benefits. And because my Republican colleagues love to go after the Affordable Care Act, the 95,000 El Pasoans enrolled in the ACA would see a 100% increase in their premiums. I just had a town hall meeting, a town hall, teletown hall this week. Record number of constituents participating, everyone scared. I have 20,000 federal employees in my district who are afraid they will be unemployed soon. This is not a golden age. This is a betrayal of campaign promises they made, a betrayal of the American people who are demanding help, and for what? So that billionaires like Elon Musk can have another yacht? Another luxury home, another jet. They have the majority, but we are going to do everything we can to shine a light on what they are doing to the American people. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Passing this budget resolution is absolutely a critical step toward reducing federal spending, toward securing our border, and providing tax relief for hardworking Americans.
Federal spending is absolutely out of control. Our national debt right now exceeds $36.4 trillion. We're paying $952 billion in interest each year. That's more than the $820 billion that we spend on national defense. And this ballooning national debt is absolutely unsustainable. Congress cannot keep spending and leave the next generation of the bill. We're talking about the actual security of our nation at this point. The federal government must stop wasting and abusing American taxpayers' dollars. It's simply not sustainable. And this budget resolution sets the foundation for a fiscally responsible package that will finally rein in federal spending. The package also will address the crisis on our southern border. We saw in the last administration what the open border policies have done. They've essentially poured gasoline on the fire. Every state, including my home state of North Carolina, now is essentially a border state. While communities in western North Carolina that I, along with Representative Edwards, who's on the committee, were trying to rebuild after Hurricane Helene, we found that the Biden administration used FEMA resources to house illegal aliens in luxury hotels. Mind you, at the same time, they were talking about cutting off housing for Americans who live in my district who had nowhere else to go. Since late 2022, FEMA has spent over $1.4 billion of our hard-earned tax money on migrant housing, transportation, and services. And while the Biden administration turned a blind eye to the border, the flow of illicit drugs has reached an all-time high. In 2023, more than 100,000 people died of drug overdoses. This is the real cost of open borders. This budget resolution lays the groundwork to secure the border, invest in national defense, and ensure public safety. The budget also ensures that the 2017 Trump tax cuts remain. If we extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, middle-class families and small businesses, not billionaires like some on the Democratic side like to talk about, will experience the largest tax increase in American history. This tax cut will help the middle-class working families who are doing the best they can to get by during these record high periods of inflation. So what did these things do to help? These tax cuts that went in place helped offset a lot of what would have been worse during COVID, during the excess federal inflationary period of the last 4 years, and helped keep the country from being in as worse shape than it would have been. Look, I've seen a lot of data. I've seen a lot of things talked about back and forth. Before I came here, I was our Speaker of the State House and was involved in writing budgets for about 14 years. And I know what it takes to write a budget. You have to live within your means. And for decades, Washington has not lived within its means. And I applaud Speaker Johnson. I applaud Chairman Arrington. I applaud my fellow members of this committee for finally taking a serious look at trying to rein in spending. Now, for those who are watching and listening to my Democratic friends, do not be scared. They talk about cuts to Medicaid in here, talk about cuts to Medicare. I've looked at this bill. I've read all the pages. It isn't in there. It's just made up. Go online, read it for yourself. That's not in there. This budget is going to be something that is responsible, that takes care of folks. As someone who represents a very rural district, in fact, I know, the struggle that we have in terms of health care access, and particularly affected by rural communities. So the American people can rest assured that this Congress is aware of that and that this Congress is going to budget fiscally, but is also going to demand that we get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. I do applaud the efforts of Elon Musk in going and coming in and working on this. I mean, think about this. This is one of the smartest minds of our time who has done so much advancing space exploration. But for him, I don't know where we would be on EV technology. And he is volunteering his time to come and offer ways to provide increased efficiencies and turning things around. And many members have already talked about some of the examples of absolute waste, fraud, and abuse. The American people want to see us get our house in order. They sent a clear mandate in this last election, and we need to get it done. With that, I yield my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman who's back, Ms. Balint.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Boyle. Here's the deal. So we're 4 weeks in to the Trump administration, and Republicans in Congress are betraying not just the middle class, but working people across this country. Republicans have the House, they have the Senate, they have the White House, and they could be passing legislation to make your life more affordable. They could be working to bring down the costs on groceries, prescription drugs, housing, but instead, Trump is shutting down vital programs that protect and support Americans across this country. And Republicans are letting him do it. Just this week, the Trump administration shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that's responsible for protecting us from waste, fraud, and abuse. The CFPB is one of the few places in government actually charged with standing up to the big banks and the corporations who've ripped off consumers. It has sent $21 billion back to those victims of corporate crimes. Every single state has benefited from the work of the CFPB. Shutting it down, I believe, reveals a deep, deep contempt and cynicism. This president should be laser focused on bringing down costs for Americans and making sure everyone can live a life of security and dignity. But instead, what we are seeing is this administration is taking a wrecking ball to the programs that provide Americans with relief and just some economic security. And again, Republicans are letting him do it. The Republican budget resolution is a deep betrayal of working people in all of our districts. My colleagues have proposed a budget roadmap that gives massive tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans and corporations. And how will they pay for the rich getting richer? By making deep cuts to Medicaid and food assistance programs. They are kicking the poor and the middle class to give the ultra-wealthy another unneeded break. So who are those people that are going to be affected? Here are the people I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about a woman in South Royalton, Vermont, who called my office. And she told me that she prepaid for all of her home heating oil, but now she's being charged an additional 10% on top of that because the company fears the trade war that's going to be coming with Canada. I'm thinking about the families on Head Start that are calling my office saying they don't know if they're going to have an education program for their kids because Trump froze the federal funding. It creates hardship and anxiety for people who are just trying to make ends meet. What has happened these 4 weeks is a clear indication of who Trump cares about and who he is not thinking about. But I'm thinking about all the small businesses that have called my office to say that they would be absolutely crushed by a trade war with Canada. They need predictability. They need stability. Everyone who runs a small business knows that because it's such a tight margin. Trump's recklessness and the Republicans' silence about it is a kick in the teeth to working people and small business owners in all of our districts. And look, it's clear from the chaos and the confusion that Republicans are really trying to bury the details. We know what they're trying to do here. They have to cut trillions of dollars of programs in their scheme that people rely on to get the rich their tax cuts that they're demanding. The wealthy in this country are doing just fine. They don't need any more advantages. They don't need a hand up. And certainly not if it means cutting aid to farmers, cutting food programs, cutting Medicaid so that your mother or grandmother can't afford a nursing home. Because that's the stark reality of it. You go after Medicaid, you're hurting your mom or your grandma who can't age with dignity because billionaires need another tax cut. 71% of Americans believe the system is rigged, and they are not wrong. The extremely wealthy in this country have been coddled, and the working class and the middle class have been cheated. The social contract that binds us together has been broken. In 1973, the top 1% took home 9% of the income. But today, it's 27%. Over a quarter of the income in this country going to the richest. It's obviously unfair and has created such deep frustration and anger in this country. By supporting another massive tax break to the wealthiest, my Republican colleagues will be voting for more hardships for working class Americans. Don't let the betrayal continue. I urge my colleagues to reject this. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Carter.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you for holding this markup today, Mr. Chairman. Today we're taking a critically important step toward unlocking President Trump's mandate that over 77 million Americans voted for. That includes extending President Trump's cuts for American families, securing our borders, unleashing American energy dominance, and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse from our federal balance sheet. The Biden-Harris administration left our country in peril. Our federal debt is more than $36 trillion, and what do we have to show for it? A bloated bureaucracy that is weaponized against the American people and sends hardworking American taxpayers' dollars to fund woke, radical DEI nonsense, not only in America, but around the globe. This is wholly unacceptable, and it stops now. House Republicans are working in lockstep with President Trump to identify and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse at all levels of government and enact America First policies. To get America back on track, we're delivering a budget resolution that will allow us to extend President Trump's tax cuts, rein in out-of-control spending, and keep Americans safe. In 2017, President Trump and Republicans delivered tax cuts that created more jobs and higher wages for hardworking Americans. The impact President Trump's tax cuts had on our economy have been undeniably beneficial for all Americans. From 2018 to 2019, real wages rose 4.9%, the fastest growth in 20 years. During that time, we've had the lowest poverty rates in history. Unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic workers, and those without a college degree fell to historic lows. On top of that, Trump's economy produced 5 million jobs, affording more people the opportunity to earn a living here in America. It benefited low-income Americans, too. The bottom 10% of earners saw a 50% higher wage growth than those in the top 10% as a result of these policies. Extending President Trump's tax cuts will allow us to continue to make America great again, and that starts with us passing this budget blueprint. This budget blueprint also delivers on the promise to secure our borders. For the past 4 years, the American people suffered from the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies that led to an unprecedented national security and humanitarian crisis. Last fiscal year, Customs and Border Protection confiscated over 21,000 pounds of fentanyl at our borders. That's enough fentanyl to kill every American several times over. And that's just the drugs we know about. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw rates of overdose and poisoning deaths skyrocket, peaking at nearly 108,000 in 2023, driven by the surge of fentanyl coming across our borders. Illicit fentanyl overdoses are now the number one cause of death among adults 18 to 45, the number one cause of death. Every year, more Americans are dying from illicit fentanyl than the number of American lives lost during the Vietnam War. Thankfully, the budget resolution we are considering today supports border security so that we can secure our borders and stop the flow of drugs pouring into our communities. Now, let me be clear about this. As chair of the Health Subcommittee of Energy and Commerce, we will not be kicking people off of Medicaid. That is not what is going to happen. What we are going to try to do, and what we will succeed in doing, is making sure that we stabilize, making sure that we secure, making sure that we strengthen Medicaid by eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse that is going to a lot of providers, and instead sending this to Medicaid recipients. That's where the money should be going. That's what we're going to identify, and that's where we're going to get savings. This is a budget resolution that works for America. It'll put us back on path towards fiscal responsibility, keep money in the pockets of Americans, unleash American energy dominance, and keep Americans safe. That's why I urge my colleagues to support this blueprint so that we can advance America First policies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Kaptur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for your efforts to bring us all together today, and to our ranking member, Mr. Boyle, as well. Many years ago, President John Kennedy said, "If a free society cannot help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich." America cannot endure if its leaders shape a government that is largely of the rich, by the rich, and for the rich. This particular Republican proposal does exactly that. This budget is a betrayal of the people living in the middle and working classes of this country. Frankly, it is shameless. Our nation will not prevail if our people get richer, if our people get sicker, if our people are less educated, if our seniors are more hungry and cannot afford their heating bills, our citizens are more poorly housed. What I see when I look at Mar-a-Lago, I see the rich getting richer. I see them cleaning up from those who have less. I see them fattening up as hedge funds move from Wall Street down to West Palm Beach. And to get in, to even see someone, you have to pay $350,000. That's not a society I want to live in, and I don't wish it for my people. They want to work hard, have a small home, help their children get educated, and hopefully meet health care needs that their families are faced with. I'd like to get some of these benefits that the other side of the aisle is trying to give to the top 1% for some of the auto dealers in my district who are having trouble holding on to their franchises. We have so many drugstores that have closed. I have towns like Gibsonburg now where people can't get their medicine. There are real challenges that people are facing across our nation. I hear the other side of the aisle talking about spending. There are two parts to a budget. There's the revenue, and then there's the spending. So let's talk about the revenue side. Where does the deficit and the accumulated debt of this country come from? It comes from Republican presidents, going back to President Ronald Reagan, a Republican, all right? I actually kind of liked him, but I didn't like the debt he left us with. 3/4 of the debt, the accumulated debt of this country, is due to Republican presidents who didn't pay for their spending. This chart accurately summarizes that. From the Reagan presidency, of the accumulated $36 trillion, $2 trillion from the Reagan administration, unpaid for. The Bush 2 tax cuts, all right, $8 trillion. The Trump tax cuts, and those are accumulating, they're going to accumulate faster, another $2 trillion. And then the wars started by Republican presidents, but unpaid for, $8 trillion. All right, folks? So if you start looking at all of this, and then unfortunately we faced the pandemic and the Great Recession back in 2008 to 2009. We still haven't recovered from that, okay? That we owe ourselves in a way, but we couldn't predict what the housing market did. That was a financial market meltdown caused by the richest people in this country. And there are still empty homes around my part of the world that haven't been able to be rehoused because of what happened there. So you're talking there about $7 million from the Great Recession as well as the pandemic, which wasn't paid for, $4 trillion, because people weren't working. So let's look at what happened to the spending side, but also who didn't pay their fair share. And I don't know how many yachts some of these people have, but why don't we, if you have 8 yachts, can you trade in 1 yacht and help to pay the bill? All right? We ought to think about that a little bit. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to extend more Trump tax cuts. I think he ought to pay for the first batch and figure out a way to begin to help us meet this terrible, terrible challenge of balancing our nation's accounts. So we can't just talk about spending and cutting Medicaid. Do you know if we did that, I probably wouldn't have many doctors that could be still educated in the district that I represent. Because we have one public hospital that the state owns that is completely full of Medicaid patients. I'll go there myself someday when I get sick. And I don't have to go there. I could go to the best hospitals in the country, but I'll be with my people every step of the way. So I find this a comic discussion.
The gentlelady's time has expired, but you want to make, just
I just would like to say, I've served in Congress long enough to know that it's possible to produce a balanced budget. And we ought to start there, Mr. Chairman. I saw Bill Clinton do that. with Republicans and Democrats working together, I would hope we could get to that point.
I thank the gentlelady from Ohio. Now you have 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Tom McClintock.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I've suggested from time to time that the only chairman's portraits that we should have in this budget committee room are those chairmen who actually balance the budget, a group that I hope someday you will join. And I've also suggested that a placard should be displayed over the dais with these 4 words: "It's the spending stupid." The budget isn't about the deficit. The budget is about spending. The deficit is driven by spending. Once we've spent $1, the only question is whether it's paid from current taxes, from borrowing, that's the deficit, or from inflation. So the overarching question is, how does this budget treat total spending? And the answer is that the spending cuts are substantial, and on that basis alone, I believe this budget resolution deserves our support. I do share the Democrats' newfound concern for the debt, but what they've never seemed to grasp is that debt and taxes and inflation are all driven by spending that they can never seem to get enough of, unless we're talking about spending to protect our communities from violent criminals or protect our country from international threats. Mr. Chairman, as I've expressed to you throughout our discussions, I'm deeply disappointed that this resolution doesn't go much farther to reduce mandatory spending. Let me give you just one example. This resolution sets the stage to extend all of the TCJA, including those aspects of it that have nothing to do with growth and nothing to do with taxes. I'm speaking of $350 billion in refundable tax credits paid to people who pay no taxes. That's not tax policy, it's welfare policy. And if we're going to do it, we should do so honestly through welfare programs where we can at least insist on a strong work requirement. But much of my disappointment in this resolution is compensated by the extraordinary work being done by Elon Musk and his team at Doge. I am confident they are setting the stage for hundreds of billions of dollars of cost savings that are not reflected in this budget resolution, but that are real and imminent. I also share the Democrats' concern that the growth rate that this resolution relies upon is far above the economic consensus. That has the potential of costing us credibility in bond markets, and that's a valid concern. But what the consensus fails to recognize is what's going on all around us with administration initiatives to roll back the crushing regulatory burdens imposed by the previous failed administration. It's not unreasonable to assume that these policies will have the same positive economic influence that they had during the first Trump administration, in which case the resolution's growth projection is, if anything, slightly conservative. The only other time in our history that we've carried so much debt to GDP was at the end of World War II, when we had exhausted all of our resources. In fiscal year 1946, Harry Truman abolished the excess profits tax. He slashed federal income tax rates. He cut federal spending from $85 billion a year to $30 billion a year. He fired 10 million federal employees. It was called war demobilization. The Keynesians at the time predicted 25% unemployment and a second Great Depression. Instead, we got the post-war economic boom. I think this budget, plus the many other actions by this administration outside of this budget, will produce the new golden American age that President Trump has initiated. Benjamin Franklin told the delegates of the Constitutional Convention that when you bring together a group of people to benefit from their collective wisdom, you are also inevitably going to get their collective folly. And from that, you can't expect a perfect plan. But despite all of his misgivings about certain parts of that document, he marveled at how good in total it was. He said that he'd doubt a little of his own infallibility and put his reservations at bay, and I feel the same way as I endorse this budget resolution this morning. The American people didn't save our country on election night last November. They gave us the tools to save our country. It's still up to us to use them. This is a powerful tool that we unlock today, and I'm confident it will begin to arrest the spending that is hollowing out the earnings of our people and destroying the prosperity and productivity of our nation. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Mrs. Chu.
Mr. Chair, I strongly oppose the Republican ripoff. Let's just say it. Prices aren't any lower than they were on Inauguration Day. The picture of Donald Trump taking the oath of office in the Capitol Rotunda with billionaires in the front row tells us everything we need to know about where his priority is. It's certainly not with working people. In fact, just yesterday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported inflation rose much more than expected in January, meaning that everywhere you go, you see higher prices of fuel, groceries, and eggs. What's the response of House Republicans? It's not an agenda or legislation to lower food, fuel, or housing prices. It's not an agenda to make life more affordable for Americans. Instead, they plan to give in entirely to Trump and billionaires' agendas and to give the richest man in the world and Trump's biggest donor, Elon Musk, unfettered access to Americans' private data. Republicans are clear-eyed in this budget proposal. Sell out average American workers and the middle class to make the rich even richer. To justify their trillions in tax cuts for our country's wealthiest in their Republican ripoff, they must find a trade-off. Now remember that their focus is on helping the wealthiest in the country, amounting to a true $2 trillion giveaway to them. In my district, it means the top wealthiest 0.1% get $314,000 in tax cuts that they don't even need. And who loses out? Working people, kids, and our future generations. These spending cuts steal from future generations and deprive our kids from investments that could rebuild bridges and roads, improve their classrooms, and support the first responders in their towns. In fact, Republicans' concerns about saddling future generations with our national debt have vanished into thin air. Just last month, President Trump promised he wouldn't cut Medicaid, our country's largest health care provider that serves 80 million Americans of all ages. But Republicans have already gone back on this by ordering the House Energy and Commerce Committee to reduce spending by $880 billion. There is no way to make cuts this deep without slashing Medicaid, using our constituents' health care to pay for billionaires' tax cuts. With fewer Medicaid dollars, states will be forced to make drastic, life-altering cuts. In my district alone, nearly 135,000 of my constituents, which includes mostly children and seniors, could be at risk of losing their Medicaid coverage, and that is way more than the population of a city. And this proposal comes at a time when my district is just beginning to recover from the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, the fifth deadliest wildfire in California's history that left 17 dead, more than 20,000 homeless, and 9,500 structures and neighborhoods razed to the ground. As Republicans consider these cuts, I ask you to think of a constituent of mine. She's an 88-year-old civil rights activist and retired teacher. Last month, she lost her home of 30 years to the fire. Well, thanks to the Republican ripoff, not only will she have to begin rebuilding her life at almost 90, but she'll also have to worry about losing out on home and community-based health care services paid for by Medicaid. Kids who lost their bedroom and all their belongings in the wildfires could also lose the ability to see a pediatrician. Children and adults with disabilities at the lowest points of their lives and living in unfamiliar places could lose the ability to have their behavioral and chronic health needs met. And for what? So Elon can buy a new yacht? So Zuckerberg can buy another home? So Bezos can buy another private plane? So billionaires can hoard even more of this country's wealth? My constituents deserve better. The American people deserve better. I once again voice my opposition to this Republican ripoff. Justifying tax cuts for the rich on the backs of the working class is a betrayal at its worst. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Brecheen from Oklahoma. Sorry, I didn't see you down there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm really excited about the prospect of delivering on a reconciliation package that is truly focused on doing something about changing the trajectory where this nation is headed. I compliment a post reminding us that Musk put out several days ago about Milton Friedman, lost wisdom, who said, keep your eye on one thing and one thing only, how much the government is spending, because that's the true tax. Every budget is balanced. There is no such thing as an unbalanced federal budget. You're paying for it. If you're not paying for it in the form of explicit taxes, you're paying for it indirectly in the form of inflation or in the form of borrowing. So let's talk about the inflation taxes. I'll lend credit to Chip Roy as he's deeming it. I love that, the inflation tax. We don't want to talk about it. The 20% increase since January 2020 that every person, all families have seen, the devaluation of their currency, the loss of their purchasing power, their lack of ability in the purchase of a basket of goods, 20%, because every day you are either being taxed directly or indirectly through inflation by the way that we've set this thing up and the ability for us as a nation to just print money. You know, on the state level, governing is pretty easy. However much money you want to spend is relative to how much money you have in revenue. But whammo, when it comes to the federal ideology, we create it out of thin air and we begin to play monopoly. Look, I want to really address this concept that you hear colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about, this is to benefit the rich at the expense of the middle class. And that couldn't be further from the truth, because what we're trying to do here is go after that inflationary tax. We are trying to not only allow the average American family, which TCJA, which impacts, but we're allowing them not only to keep more of their hard-earned money, but to make sure the money that we've allowed them to keep is not devalued daily, as is the case and has been on steroids the last 4 years. And so as our colleagues talk about the rich, let's talk about the billionaire connected those to that ideology that say, let's subsidize wind and solar, that the Inflation Reduction Act, that we hopefully will garnish the ability to claw back. When they did reconciliation a few years ago, that is $750 billion to $825 billion cost to the American taxpayer. You look off the island of Spain and the Canary Islands, who said 10 years ago, that little island said, who are in the trade winds, will be totally independent, green compliant. And yet you look at numbers recently, last several years, 50% they're having to be backed up by fossil fuels. And they're in the trade wind zone. It is unreliable, it's unaffordable, and you look at the countries in Europe who decide they want to go down that pathway, and when they fix a true value of what they have to ask their citizens to pay to be compliant, they say, no, we're not interested in doing that. There is a real cost to every decision. There used to be a statement that this country used to believe in. It came from the gentleman by the name of John Henry William Bocher, and it said, you cannot help the poor man by destroying the rich man. You can't strengthen the weak by weakening the strong. You can't lift the wage earner up by pulling the wage payer down. You can't build character and courage by taking people's initiative and independence away, and you cannot help people permanently by doing for them what they could and should be doing for themselves. That was a maxim commonly cited in the 1920s. And yet, as we have conversations about Medicaid, what did the Democrats institute when we got into the World War II, sacrifice for the next generation? Everything was work dependent. And now we have to struggle in this culture to say, we're the safety net, we want to apply work requirements, and that is seen as obscure. The greatest generation, when they had a debt level to GDP like we have now, not only did they have the debt load, but by 1973, because they sacrificed to pay off that debt, they had a 25% debt to GDP ratio. Not only did they fight the war, but then they sacrificed to pay off the war debt. And we're in peacetime, and we're not willing to make the hard choices to pay off our debts. So for everyone who supported the IRA that led to a 20% increase on the average American family that is displacing jobs in the energy sector for oil and gas that is affordable, we're talking about right-sizing that and right-sizing government. And let me just end with this when we talk about Medicaid. Our population since 2012 in this country has grown 6%. You know what the Medicaid population has grown? 60% in the same time frame. You know who's the largest subgroup on according to FGA of Medicaid? able-bodied, not the blind, not the disabled, not pregnant, nursing mothers, elderly, able-bodied individuals that are above the federal poverty level at a rate of 138% or above. This is about bringing justice back in the tax code. With that, I yield.
I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma, and now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Tonko from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's just take a minute to review what's going on here. Republicans want to rip Medicaid away from millions of Americans. Republicans want to raise the cost of health care and prescription drugs like insulin. Republicans want to jack up grocery costs for working families. Republicans want to throw away rules that protect clean air and water for the sole benefit of big oil companies. And Republicans, for some mind-boggling reason, want to blow an additional $3 trillion hole in our national debt. I have heard from thousands of constituents who care deeply about the cost of living crisis and are angry and are fearful about these proposals. People wonder whether they will ever be able to afford to own a home or retire with dignity. And for young parents, the cost of childcare might as well be a second mortgage payment. Make no mistake, this bill will do absolutely nothing to alleviate those very real and legitimate concerns. The working families of New York's 20th District were promised by this administration that their lives would be made great again on day one. Instead, we are here to decimate and destroy the programs that millions of Americans rely upon for the basic necessities of life. And for what? To extend tax cuts that will overwhelmingly benefit billionaires and allow corporate polluters to pad their bottom lines at the expense of our health and our environment. This is nothing short of betrayal. Slashing Medicaid funding by hundreds of billions of dollars will do nothing but jeopardize care for millions of children, individuals with disabilities, and the elderly. I, for one, will fight against this with every fiber of my being because I did not get elected to take health care away from the 80 million Americans who rely upon Medicaid. Thanks to programs like Medicaid, we are living better, we're living longer and healthier lives. But if Republicans follow through with plans to cut Medicaid, it will make Americans sicker and create chaos in our health care system. In New York State alone, Medicaid provides coverage to nearly 7 million people, including 44% of all children and 49% of new moms and their newborns. And 64% of people living in nursing homes in the state rely on this program. Medicaid is also the single largest payer for behavioral health services, so that any cuts would mean gutting access to health care for mental health and substance use disorders. Our constituents' lives are on the line, and they deserve better than being used as a pay-for President Trump and his richest supporters. But that's not all. Those tax cuts for billionaires will also be paid for by taking food off the tables of struggling families. In my district, over 35,000 households rely upon SNAP to survive. Close to 40% of these homes include seniors, children, or people with disabilities. These aren't just statistics, these are our friends and our neighbors. And the Republican approach will also harm people struggling to pay their energy bills. Millions of Americans have reported foregoing food and medicine or keeping their home at unsafe temperatures because of energy cost concerns. When Democrats were in charge, we enacted an historic expansion of grants, rebates, and tax credits for clean energy and energy efficiency. And we are just starting to see the effects of those incentives. Since August of 22, there has been more than $420 billion in private sector investments, creating more than 400,000 jobs to support the deployment and manufacture of clean energy technologies. The Department of Energy estimated that this suite of policies is expected to save families up to $38 billion on electricity bills through 2030. And this analysis was reconfirmed last month by an independent research done by Aurora Energy Research, which examined the potential repeal of the technology-neutral energy tax credits. They found that removing these incentives would result in monthly household energy bills increasing by an average of 10%, as much as $468 per year for New Yorkers. By flirting with repeals and other policy changes, Republicans are already causing uncertainty for the entities responsible for investing in and maintaining a reliable, affordable, and increasingly low-pollution energy system. And perhaps worse is the plan that Republicans will attempt to use this reconciliation process to fulfill their long-term policy goals of repealing legally required rules that protect Americans from harmful air pollution. All this points to an agenda that puts the interests of fossil fuel companies over everyday Americans, taking from Americans who are struggling to pay their energy bills, put food on their tables, and see a doctor, all to bankroll tax benefits for the rich, is a heartless betrayal, and we should not accept it. I heard it mentioned this morning that this this budget bill, will rein in reckless spending. I say it will authorize reckless cuts. With that, I look forward to opposing this resolution, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman from New York, and now yield 5 minutes to my friend and gentleman from California, Mr. J. Obernolte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think I probably speak for just about everyone in this room when I say I think that our national debt and our budget deficit is the #1 existential crisis facing our country. Certainly, the facts back that up. This year, we will spend 17% of all federal revenue just paying interest on the national debt. The CBO put out a budget outlook a few months ago that says that this year, for the first time in the history of our country, we'll spend more on paying interest on the national debt than we do on our defense, and that by the end of their 20-year forecast window, interest on the national debt will have passed every other federal program in terms of spending. And in fact, by that point, 3/4 of all borrowing will go just to pay interest on the money that we have already borrowed. This is a problem that we have to solve, and the only way that we can solve it, it's said when you're digging a hole, the only way to stop digging the hole deeper is to stop digging, and that's what we need to do. We need to stop spending. So that's why I was looking forward to this hearing, but I have to be honest with you, Mr. Chairman, the partisan rhetoric that I've heard so far this morning, and I'm sure we'll continue to hear throughout the day, really illustrates why the American public have lost confidence in the United States Congress to solve this problem. I wish that this is a problem that we could solve together. I wish we could all agree that we need to stop spending. This budget resolution that we're considering today takes a modest approach to solving that problem. We're talking about in this resolution reducing federal spending by a total of $1.5 trillion over 10 years. To put that in context, that's $150 billion a year. When we spend $7 trillion a year in overall federal spending, it's extremely modest. And yet, to hear the partisan outrage over this modest level of cuts is just nonsensical. I also have to admit, Mr. Chairman, that I was looking forward to seeing some of the amendments that were offered by folks in this hearing, because I thought this is supposed to be a deliberative body. We're supposed to talk about the merits of what we're doing here. And yet, every single one of the amendments that I've seen, as I've leafed through the amendments that have been offered, are talking about doing things to not cut spending. And just to be clear, we're not talking about specific programs here. We're the Budget Committee. All we do is we issue reconciliation instructions to the various policy committees. And every single one of the amendments that I've seen offered today just reduces the number of one committee or another to zero. And folks, that is not solving the problem. And let's talk about some of the other solutions that have been proposed. What I've heard said over and over and over again in the opening statements here is that we cannot cut revenues, right? Well, folks, this year we will collect over 17% of GDP in federal revenue, and that is above average for our country. We do not have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. And let me also dispel with some of the partisan rhetoric over extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. If we allow the TCJA to expire, it will increase taxes on over 65% of American households. So for all of these posters that I've seen on the other side of the aisle here that say Republicans want to cut taxes for billionaires, you ought to have a poster next to it that says Democrats want to increase taxes on over 65% of American families, because that is equally true. So I believe in nonpartisan government. I believe that together we ought to be able to sit down and figure out solutions to this problem. This kind of rhetoric is not helpful. So I urge my colleagues to take a more considered and deliberate and thoughtful tone as we have these discussions, and to let's work together to come up with a solution to this problem, because this is an existential threat, and if we don't solve it, our children and their children will be paying the price. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Amo from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm grateful to engage in my first Budget Committee markup. But I was always told that budgets are a reflection of values. And when I look at this Republican budget blueprint, all I see is betrayal. This roadmap will lead to jacking up costs, raising the price of healthcare, and pushing college even further out of reach for working families. I ask, why are Republicans doing this? Why not actually do the work to help middle-class Americans instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires? Mr. Chairman, I did my homework to prepare for this hearing, and I came across a quote by the incumbent at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, President Trump, when he assured us that he would love and cherish Medicaid. When he promised, quote, "We're not going to do anything with that," unquote. So I ask, to my friends on the other side of the aisle, do you agree with the president? If so, let's take Medicaid cuts off the table. Let's hold off on hurting Americans struggling to pay their bills, since I know you are loyal to the always thoughtful words of your leader. Ordinary Americans know costs are high. It's the one thing that Republicans said they would address on day one of this Trump administration. But from groceries to gas prices, the cost of everyday goods are on the rise. Don't believe me? Egg prices just experienced their largest monthly price increase in a decade. They are 53% higher today than they were last year. Consumer inflation is increasing at the fastest pace in over a year, and consumer confidence is its lowest in 6 months. Elon Musk and the other billionaire buddies may not notice this, but back home, Rhode Islanders do. Instead of easing this burden on families, Republicans are ransacking the programs that so many people in our districts, especially mine, rely on. Programs like Medicaid and SNAP that help people go to the doctor and put food on the table. The Republican plan could take a machete to slash $230 billion from SNAP and $880 billion from Medicaid. Two proposals which, oh so conveniently, allow them to turn around and shovel $1.1 trillion in tax giveaways to the richest 1%. A glaring omission in this Republican proposal is addressing cliffs on the horizon. If Republicans fail to act, 4 million Americans will lose their health coverage by the end of this year. In Rhode Island, a 60-year-old couple earning $82,000 a year would see their annual premium increase by over $14,000. That's not a typo. $14,000. Chair Arrington, in Texas, that same couple would see their annual premium increase by nearly $18,000. So I say to my Republican colleagues, why are you putting your foot on the gas to drive the American economy into a ditch? Why? Is it because Trump's billionaire donors, front row seat having folks, asked you to? Is it because the whims of Elon Musk matter more than the needs of working people? Like I said, this is a betrayal. Full stop. This is not some social policy experiment. Real people will suffer. It is a betrayal of our seniors. It's a betrayal of our families. It is a betrayal of the middle class. We have work to do, and this is not the work the American people sent us here for. They sent us here to put them first, and we are doing just the opposite when you look at the actions of this budget. And so with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now yield 5 minutes to my friend from Indiana, Mr. Marlin Stutzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's good to be back on the Budget Committee after an 8-year hiatus and living back in the real world and working at creating jobs and watching this American economy under two different presidents. You know, I left in 2017, and so I was back in the private sector under President Trump, and I was also in the private sector under President Obama. And, you know, obviously, COVID was a natural, needed a national response to a very serious problem. But the effects that government created out of that pandemic are having long-term effects on us today. And, you know, there's can be a lot of finger pointing. You know, as Mr. Obernolte was commenting about tackling the problems, that's what needs to happen today. Instead of finger pointing, let's point at the problem and let's have an honest discussion about what's really happening here and what has happened. Plenty of mistakes in the past. You know, in 1980, our national debt was $1 trillion. Since George Washington, our founding father, since the creation of this country, all the way until 1980 when Ronald Reagan took the White House, we accumulated $1 trillion of debt. 2010, we had $9 trillion. 2018, $18 trillion. Today, $36 trillion. We've been doubling debt at such a fast pace, it's just unsustainable. And we have to have an honest discussion amongst ourselves right here. We got to fix this. And, you know, I hear folks on the other side of the aisle talking about egg prices. Well, I come from a family farm in Northeast Indiana where we know a little bit about farming. And what government has done over the past 3 years has driven up the price of those eggs, whether it's regulations, whether it's spending money into an economy where people aren't then turning around and having the opportunity to work and to be productive. We need production in this country because that's going to help make the demand. We can buy the goods and services that we need. People are working harder today for less. And, you know, we say, well, this is going to happen on election day. We all know this takes a little bit of time to turn this economy around. And let's be just honest with each other that there is optimism. There is hope. The American people are finally glad that somebody's fighting for them. You know, I'm encouraged by what the DOGE team is doing. We've needed this to happen with the federal government for a long time. Our federal government has needed a colonoscopy and somebody to dive deep and look and see what the problems are and where the spending is at and where the waste is at. I'm glad to hear folks say, you know what, we're all against waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, let's identify it and let's decide that there is plenty of waste, fraud, and abuse that can be eliminated so that way it goes to the American people. You know, they talk about, well, $20 million here or $5 million here. You know, that's small. But you know what that $20 million could do back in Bluffton, Indiana, for a community? $20 million would have a huge impact in Indiana, in a small community, rather than going to a Sesame Seed program in Iraq. We got to think about our folks rather than thinking about people around the world. If we're not healthy, we can't be a generous nation. We're borrowing money to buy food rather than investing in our future and infrastructure. That's what's happening. Credit card debt is at an all-time high. That means people they don't have the income to go buy the goods and services that they need, and they're putting it on credit cards. We've got to make sure this economy is growing and it's good for every American. That's what this budget does. It holds the government back and allows the American people to flourish and move ahead and be successful and prosperous. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your work on this. I know this committee has worked very hard to find that balance because we don't want to see Americans hurt because of government's irresponsible actions. But at the same time, we have got to get this government spending under control. And I am proud to support the efforts today. So I yield back.
I thank my friend from Indiana, and now yield 5 minutes to my friend from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for bringing us together today. I want to start by saying this is not a serious budget. It is a blueprint for American decline. This is a brazen attack on hardworking Americans and a betrayal of the middle class. In the simplest terms, this Republican ripoff is going to lower taxes for Elon Musk and his rich friends, which means they are getting money back in their pockets while they are taking away food and medication from poor kids. This is shameful. And this is happening at a time when Trump, Elon, and their minions are trying to gut government services and push us into a constitutional crisis. We are headed towards dictatorship. The president is regularly claiming authority to act outside the bounds of the law established. Unelected billionaires and their mega minions are eroding our institutions, and the authority and jurisdiction of Congress and the courts are being undermined. Meanwhile, the congressional Republicans are scrambling to meet President Trump's tax demands as he erodes critical services that help our constituents. This police state budget demonizes immigrant communities and inflates our already bloated military budget. Why is it that we are trying to give them another $100 billion when they can't even pass a single audit? Their plan enriches their wealthy donor class while gutting programs that help our poor communities. And the estimates are staggering. At least 38 million Americans could lose health care through severe Medicaid cuts. 40 million people would see cuts to nutrition assistance. 5 million college students would be burdened with higher tuition and loan costs. Behind these numbers are real people. A child who will go hungry at school, a parent who cannot pay for their rent, a senior who will not be able to afford their prescription. All to fund tax cuts for people who don't need to think twice about the cost of groceries or medicine. Again, this is not a budget. It is a blueprint for American decline. It is a roadmap to a country where corporate profits soar while our families get poorer, where the most profitable companies pay virtually nothing in federal taxes, where corporations and foreign investors feast on tax breaks, while our communities bear the brunt of the devastating cuts. Once again, Republicans are in power, complaining about fiscal responsibility, and their first major cuts will be to enact trillions of dollars in regressive, reckless tax cuts. I ask my colleagues across the aisle, will we be a nation that invests in its people, that takes care of one another, or will we be a nation that only serves special interests? I urge my colleagues to reject this cruel budget framework and demand a government that serves all Americans, not just the few wealthy. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and now yield 5 minutes to Mr. McGarvey from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's call the Republican budget proposal what it is: a total scam and betrayal of the American middle class. It reads like a love letter to billionaires, which we all know is the point. This is their endgame. Billionaires like Elon Musk poured millions of dollars into the 2024 election, and now they're cashing in on that investment. What do these billionaires want so desperately? Tax cuts. Not for us, for them. It's that simple. Tax cuts for billionaires and the most profitable companies paid for by our kids, our seniors, veterans, and anyone who works hard for a paycheck. Also, the richest man in the world can get even richer. And so that companies like Tesla can continue to pay zero, that's zero, in federal taxes, despite bringing in billions of dollars. This is a scam, plain and simple. The Republican budget scam will hurt our most vulnerable, including our kids, seniors, and veterans. Someone's illness should never be a death sentence, but this budget will rip away health insurance from millions of Americans. In Kentucky, we know this all too well. We had the most successful rollout of the Affordable Care Act in the entire country. Nearly 25% of Kentuckians have Medicaid. 440,000 Kentuckians got health insurance for the first time because of the expansion of Medicaid. That's now all at risk. Republicans want to rip this coverage away so that ultra-wealthy can get even richer. But these cuts go beyond health care. We have a hunger crisis in this country. Millions of American families struggle to put food on the table and rely on programs like SNAP to survive. The Republican budget scam puts these food assistance programs on the chopping block, including for over 35,000 Louisvillians who count on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. And who does this hurt? Countless seniors and veterans also face food insecurity, including thousands of veterans across Kentucky who rely on SNAP. Let's be clear, a cut to SNAP is a cut to our veterans, who we made a sacred promise to support after they risked everything for us. As if hurting millions of Americans wasn't enough, the Republicans' math doesn't even add up. I went to law school so I wouldn't have to do math, but I do understand some basic addition and subtraction. Republicans want to cut your benefits by $1 trillion, but they want to spend $4.6 trillion on tax cuts for the 0.1%. Even if you take the rosiest forecasts and account for growth, that is over $2.5 trillion that Republicans are adding to our deficit. Where is that money going? More importantly, who is it going to? They're robbing you to line Elon Musk's pockets. That's the truth. Republicans have been plotting this scheme for years. They used to want to hide the fact that they are ripping off the middle class and bending the knee to their billionaire donors. But now, Republicans are openly bragging about it. Donald Trump promised all of these ultra-wealthy donors gathered at Mar-a-Lago saying, quote, "You're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts." Enough is enough. This has to stop. House Democrats will not cede an inch. We will continue fighting for working families, for balanced budgets, for budgets that work for the American people, not this Republican budget scam. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now yield 5 minutes to Mrs. Jayapal from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be back after a 2-year break. We are here to mark up a bill that is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. It is a Republican ripoff to take your taxpayer dollars and strip you of essential programs and services so that they can pay for tax cuts for the biggest corporations and the wealthiest billionaires. With this budget resolution, they're actually starting Trump tax scam 2.0, and it's even bigger than the first one. It's unbridled greed and corruption, and it's cruel, unworkable, and inhumane. Remember Trump tax scam 1.0? The results of that scam are clear. 83% of the tax cuts went to the richest 1%, while the average American got just a couple weeks of groceries. Seriously, gold bars for the wealthiest and breadcrumbs for the rest. And from the party of so-called fiscal responsibility, that tax scam increased the deficit by $2 trillion in the years that it's been in law. Well, here we are again, with Republicans planning to strip Medicaid of $880 billion so that they can finance Trump tax scam 2.0, the extension of Trump tax scam 1.0. Republicans intend to make deep cuts to essential programs that millions of Americans rely on, from nursing homes to school lunches for kids, to Meals on Wheels, to affordable health care for millions of Americans. It's just cruel. This Republican ripoff will result in millions of children, lower-income seniors, and people with disabilities becoming uninsured and seeing their health costs dramatically increase. 1 in 3 Americans depend on Medicaid for their health coverage, and this Republican betrayal would eviscerate that. We're talking about stealing health care from 38 million kids across the country. That's over 800,000 kids in my home state, over 3 million kids in Texas, and about 1.2 million kids in Ohio. They've also signaled their intent to cut crucial food assistance by at least 20%. The nutritional program SNAP provides food to 42 million low-income Americans, including for over 3 million Floridians and 2 million Pennsylvanians. 4 out of 5 households that rely on SNAP have a child, a senior, or a person with a disability. Amidst rising food prices, now is not the time to stop helping working families put food on the table. And let's not forget, Republican instructions to make these cuts is a floor, not a ceiling. On top of this, the Republican chair of the Ways and Means Committee has said that this bill needs to have offsets totaling more than the $4.5 trillion currently set as the lower limit in order to extend Trump's tax scam. Now, you may hear that my Republican colleagues are claiming that extending the tax scam doesn't cost money. That's grossly inaccurate. Extending Trump's tax scam would give the wealthiest Americans a tax cut 2.5 times the size of what it gives to a regular American household. Don't take my word for it. Take it from our Republican colleague, David Schweikert, who has called that claim, quote, an intellectual fraud. We could see considerably more cuts to essential services for middle-class Americans. There is simply no other way to achieve Republicans' cruel policy goals without severe and painful cuts that devastate working families. How are we supposed to maintain and bolster the Social Security and Medicare programs that seniors rely on, that are earned benefits, if Republicans keep slashing benefits at every turn just to keep wealthy cronies happy? When Democrats controlled the House, we passed landmark legislation, the American Rescue Plan, to lower child poverty to the lowest rate on record. Not a single one of my Republican colleagues voted for that bill. We passed measures to make historic investments in affordable housing and childcare. Democrats put everyday Americans first. Not only did we campaign on helping working people, we actually delivered on it. In contrast, my Republican colleagues have put forward an extreme plan that betrays every one of their promises to the American middle class and working people everywhere. It forces U.S. taxpayers to pay for tax cuts for the wealthiest while stripping them of critical programs and benefits. The Republican betrayal of the middle class. Vote no. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and believe we've allowed every member who wanted to give an opening statement to do so, but just to make sure I didn't miss anybody, last call for an opening statement. Okay. We will now proceed with the technical and factual question and answer session for the fiscal year 2025 concurrent resolution on the budget. We have at the witness table, making their way to the witness table, Mr. Brad Watson, our Director of Budget Review, and Senior Policy Advisors Eric Davis, Paul Johnson, and Braden Murphy. Majority staff is here to answer technical and factual questions. Let's not get into the substance of the policy and political commentary. We can save that for the amendment process, but if you do have some technical questions, they are here and available for as much time as needed. So I'm just going to ask if any members have questions. Any technical questions?
If I
Mr. Ranking Member.
go ahead and lead this off. Well, thank you, gentlemen. And as I've done before in these, I understand you're not the elected officials. And so any political points or points of disagreement that I will make with this, frankly, blueprint that I strongly oppose, I will save that for the amendment process later on. So I want to get from you guys a better sense of what's the underlying assumptions, what is actually in here, what it allows for, et cetera. So very simply, the first question is the CBO's baseline for January 2025 budgetary levels, like function totals, revenues, deficits, et cetera, is that in this resolution?
Yes, sir. That is the baseline from which the budget resolution works.
And then did you assume any amounts in the CBO's baseline that are not extrapolated and or inflated?
Yes, sir. The budget would work off of an adjusted baseline that removes the extrapolation for emergency spending, the one-time emergency spending.
So one of the things that caught my eye is that your budget assumes about 3% growth across the decade. I haven't been able to find one reputable forecast that predicts that level of sustained growth. Indeed, GDP growth has been at 3% or above only 4 times in the last 25 years. So why would this use such a lofty assumption of 3% growth consistently each year for the next decade?
The budget would assume an annual average of economic growth of 2.6% in real terms, adjusting for inflation, 2.6%. That contrasts with CBO's annual average projection of 1.8%. Over the long term, they project the lowest sustained economic growth in American history. The best predictor of the future of the U.S. economy is its past performance, which has shown growth of 3% since World War II.
And where are these GDP assumptions reflected in this budget?
The budget reflects its GDP assumptions in the aggregates and in terms of the macroeconomic feedback in the tables that are considered with the budget resolution.
Are they only published in the committee report?
Yes, sir. The GDP data is published as part of our committee report, but it would be 2.6% real adjusted growth per year, sir.
Well, let me move. I remember in the 2000 debate, George W. Bush kept using the term fuzzy math. I'm reminded of that term when I see some other assumptions here that are hard to understand or believe. For example, what is the basis of estimating these magical savings of $2.6 trillion?
The $2.6 trillion flows from the higher economic growth. The basis of the assumption is data from CBO and OMB in terms of the relationship between higher economic growth and macroeconomic feedback.
Wait, so CBO is projecting that there would be these $2.6 trillion and that the deficit and debt increase, which most people can see is in here, would magically not happen?
So, sir, the CBO modeling would show $2.6 trillion of macroeconomic feedback, in other words, deficit reduction flowing from economic growth of 0.8% additional a year.
I will refrain from arguing this point, and I'll save it for later. I did want to just focus on something that I did find interesting. The instruction to Ways and Means, on which I serve and the chair serves as well, is to increase the deficit by no more than $4.5 trillion. And CBO, I believe, has released a projection that shows the full extension of the TCJA would cost about $4.5 trillion. Is that correct?
I think through 2034, the TCJA cost is approximately $4 trillion if you don't include interest.
But I mean, we have to include it. CBO has projected it's $4.6 trillion. So that 4.5 figure would accommodate exactly, or almost exactly, a full extension of the TCJA, but then there's no room left for anything else. So I find that interesting because during the campaign, especially in my home state of Pennsylvania, now President Trump kept saying that he would push for no tax on tips. Obviously, this doesn't allow for any of that.
Well, so the one technical point I'd make is the reconciliation instructions would not factor in the interest costs of the $4 trillion, $4.5 trillion. The $4 trillion would factor into that, and that would leave remaining dollars left over for potentially other.
So President Trump also, when campaigning in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, said that he would have no tax on overtime. There also wouldn't be any money left over in order to satisfy that campaign pledge.
Well, I would say that the budget resolution sets up a reconciliation process. The target for the Ways and Means Committee would be $4.5 trillion. That's a ceiling on the deficit increase of the Ways and Means Committee. And the Ways and Means Committee would have the flexibility and authority to make funding decisions within and legislate off of.
Yes, I understand that flexibility, but of course, anything they do, if they use some of that flexibility to fulfill President Trump's campaign pledge, let's say a no tax on tips, then that just means they would reduce the amount that would be available for full extension of TCJA, essentially robbing Peter to pay Paul. The other pledge among many that President Trump made during the campaign in my state and others would be no tax on Social Security benefits. Yet again, there wouldn't be anything left in order to satisfy that campaign pledge, correct?
Well, I would say, again, that the $4.5 trillion does provide room above the $4 trillion cost of the TCJ. But again, I would say that the instructions provide the Ways and Means Committee the flexibility to legislate and make decisions within their.
So that's interesting. So I can understand then why the Republican chair of the Ways and Means Committee has expressed some real concerns about whether or not this blueprint, and I think it clearly does not, allow for any of the tax promises that President Trump made during the campaign. With that, I'll yield back.
Yeah, I'd like to just clarify a little bit on what Brad's saying. So the $4.5 trillion is sufficient to extend the TCJA for 10 years. There are savings in the tax code. One example is what was scored at about $250 billion is now $750 billion in cost, which is the IRA climate-related tax credit. So that's one example. Hundreds of billions of dollars that are there will be debated by our conference as to which ones stay, if any, and how much those savings can be put against, presumably any of the other tax provisions, whether they are the promises made by the president or just any other tax provisions. In general, one more point is that.
Well, can I make a point on
Yeah,
this, and
sure.
then you make yours? So I would just say, that's clarifying, because what that means, though, is in order to accommodate the campaign pledges that President Trump made on taxes, which estimates have shown would actually require $5.5 trillion or upwards of $6 trillion, other sorts of cuts would have to be made, such as you just suggested, reclaiming the IRA tax credits.
Well, as you know, as a Ways and Means member, there is, the tax code is riddled with special interest giveaways on probably both sides, quite frankly. You've got tax credits, deductions that aren't for every American. They're not even for every business, certainly in the green energy tax credit side. You got EV tax credits, not for combustible engines, but for EVs. The point is, there's some tax policy there where you have targeted tax benefits for certain groups that should be debated to clean up the tax code. And in the process of cleaning it up, you have real savings you can put towards better tax policy. I think the second point is also important. When you reduce spending, which I think is the biggest drag on our economic growth potential, CBO actually gives you twice the dynamic score for reducing spending as cutting taxes. So as we reduce spending, the goal is $2 trillion. By the way, if you do more than $2 trillion, you can raise also the revenue side. That's one option. But secondly, there will be hundreds of billions of dollars, even if we land on $1.5 trillion in spending reduction. So there's money on the savings side, on the mandatory spending, and there's money, or savings rather, in the tax code, and that's how you can get to whatever the goals are, but they interplay.
If reclaiming this as part of the staff walkthrough, if these savings, by just eliminating loopholes, were so easy to achieve, somehow I think at some point over my lifetime they would have been achieved. The point that I'm making, and I think the math clearly shows this, and heck, talk about politics makes strange bedfellows, the Republican chair of the Ways and Means Committee agrees with me on this. And if President Trump is watching, and I'm sure he's a loyal viewer of C-SPAN and following these hearings carefully, Mr. President, all those tax pledges that you made during the campaign, It is my contention, and I think the contention of anyone looking at this realistically, that none of that could be accommodated in this blueprint. With that, I yield back.
A follow-up question from the chair, and then I'm going to yield to Mr. Doggett. Thank you. This tax extension that, of the current tax policies from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, my Democrat colleagues to a person, and if not, please let me know, oppose extending this. Although recently, the vast majority of my Democrat colleagues actually supported, get this, not the tax cuts for families and individuals. By the way, the lower income spectrum received more benefit than the upper, and it became more progressive as a tax code. So it actually, in the top 1%, went up in terms of taxes. But my Democrat colleagues, the vast majority of them supported the bonus depreciation extension, the interest expensing, R&D. The vast majority, though, did. The majority of Democrats supported that just this last Congress. They didn't support, there was nothing for families. But if TCJA expired, what would that mean in terms of a tax hike on the median family income and family of four? If they oppose this and it expires, what's the tax hike on families of four, median household income?
Well, that would be reflected in terms of the change in the standard deduction, which would go down compared to the present level. The child tax credit would no longer be at the level of $2,000, but would go back down to $1,000, and rates on individuals and families would go down also.
So we lose the double of the standard deduction, so that's cut in half, and the marginal rates go up.
Yes, sir.
And during TCJA, the quantification then, I can't give you exactly the dollars and cents today, median household incomes, families of four, received $5,000 in benefit, that is to keep that money in their pockets as opposed to giving that money to the federal government. So opposing this is going to be a tax hike on families and individuals. Is that correct? Just as a technical matter?
Yes, sir. The if the current tax law is allowed to expire, that would cause taxes on families to be higher than current law.
I yield to my friend from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your answers. So your budget relies on $2.6 trillion of economic growth.
Yes, sir.
And how much is that in excess of what the Independent Congressional Budget Office recommended?
So, sir, the 2.6 trillion is in excess of CBO by that amount because the math is there's 0.8% annual average higher economic.
The difference between your estimates and the Independent Congressional Budget Office is $2.6 trillion.
In terms of the growth impact.
You say we will get it, the independent office says we will not get it, right?
Well, to be one just minor clarification there would be CBO does their projection off of a current law baseline, whereas we would project off of other policies.
I was wondering about that. By the way, Douglas Holtz-Eakin, who has come here on behalf of Republicans repeatedly, he doesn't agree with that estimate, does he?
Well, we received testimony from him last Congress where he did say that 3% economic growth. This budget calls for 2.6%, but testimony before this Congress, before this committee, he has said 3% is possible.
What economic modeling did you use in order to come up with 2.6 trillion, or was it just kind of pulled out of the air because it was needed to fill the gap?
It is in alignment with both CBO and OMB data, and we worked with CBO specifically on the number.
They just disagreed with you on the bottom line, $2.6 trillion of disagreement.
They would come to a different conclusion in terms of a projection of the U.S. economy's potential.
Right. And you also saw, I'm sure, last evening that another independent body, the Citizens for a Responsible Federal Budget, said that your overall estimate here of the amount of incredible increase in the debt under your budget was understated. and that the true amount of the debt that you're going to add is $5.5 to $6 trillion. Can you tell me how you disagree with their analysis?
Yeah, the budget includes a variety of savings. It would include $1.5 trillion of mandatory spending reforms. It includes $800 billion of discretionary spending reforms. It would include, as we've discussed, higher economic growth. And from the sum of all these policies, we have deficit reduction compared to CBO's baseline of $1 trillion off of an adjusted baseline to the previous question on emergency spending. The delta would be $1 billion over 10 years.
Well, but when all that's considered, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says that it's $5.5 to $6 trillion.
The numbers in the budget resolution itself reflect a reduction in 10-year deficits compared to CBO's baseline of almost $1 trillion over 10 years.
Let's assume that just by chance, your $2.6 trillion disagreement with the Independent Congressional Budget Office is inaccurate. Maybe it's off by $2.6 trillion, maybe it's just off by $1 trillion. What does that do to your budget?
Well, the budget includes the $2.6 trillion estimate.
So you have a hole then in your budget by that amount.
I think that our budget definitely does, I agree, include the $2.6 trillion in its numbers, and I think the growth in our budget, it's the taxpayer impact of that is very important, but obviously the impact on living standards is even more important.
But if a more realistic growth applies, such as what the Independent Congressional Budget Office has, what the result will be an even larger debt if you're off. If you're off by 2.6 trillion, 2.6 trillion more debt, or maybe it's only $1 trillion.
So I would absolutely agree that the growth estimate in the budget is an integral part of the budget. I would say that our growth estimate does not rely on the lowest sustained economic growth in U.S. history, which is what CBO's projection is. Our budget believes we can do better than that, and the record of U.S. history suggests that the economic projection in our budget is reasonable and cautious.
Right, and there's a pretty big gap between the economic growth that President Trump said would occur bigly under his last administration and what actually occurred, wasn't there?
I would say that in terms of 2018 and 2019, the immediate 2 years after TCJ was enacted, that the U.S. economy experienced growth of 3% and 2.6% compared to CBO's projection of 1.7% and 2.2%.
Just one more question. You don't have any disagreement with the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee that with an $880 billion, almost $1 trillion cut that they are expected to implement, that there will be a substantial cut to the Medicaid program?
So first, just to briefly state the technical parameters of it, the budget would establish reconciliation instructions. The committee would have the full flexibility and authority to make funding decisions within those instructions. I would certainly agree that Medicaid is a program that is under their jurisdiction, but ultimately the legislation would.
Well, it not only is under their jurisdiction, it's the substantial, when you look at the dollars that they control, as the chairman of the committee, the Republican chairman of the committee indicated, it's Medicaid. And I just want to emphasize that with a cut that is that big, and actually, I think to give full credit to the chairman, when he looked at the whole array of possible savers that we could have out there, he outlined the potential that you could have as much as $2.3 trillion in savings just from Medicaid. But cutting it down to a mere trillion or $880 billion, it just seems to me that the impact to the 3 million Texas children that are relying on that for their health care, or the great number of people in Texas nursing homes that will not have that access to health care, and the 300,000 or so pregnant women in Texas right now that are relying on this, that their future is at real jeopardy in order to finance these tax breaks for Elon Musk and his friends. Thank you.
I think the gentleman from Texas, I have some questions just to follow on to that. My understanding is if you control for 2021, which I think we should, but every other year in the Biden administration, the average growth rate was something like 2.7. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And we had I think during President Trump's administration, a 3% growth rate, or close to 3% in 2018, and then it was 2.6% right before COVID for an average of like 2.8. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Our growth rate is actually lower than the highest growth rate of President Trump's year. It's actually lower than the average growth rate for the years of President Biden. I would suggest that's pretty conservative and reasonable, even though many of us believe we will go far beyond that. But for the purposes of having a balanced budget resolution, we want it to be conservative. In the last 8 decades, have we had 3% growth the majority of those decades, or half, or fewer than half?
A majority, sir. The examples would include the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Did we have 4% ever?
Yes, we have.
How many times in the-
60s, and the 60s is one example of that. I believe the 50s was another one.
Okay. Medicaid was brought up. What's the fraud, Mr. Murphy, what's the fraud rate in Medicaid? My understanding is the waste, fraud, and abuse or improper payments, according to GAO, is like $50 billion a year.
That's right, sir. In FY23, the GAO estimated over $50 billion in improper payments in the Medicaid.
What's a provider tax? That keeps coming up, and I'm not sure I understand exactly what that is.
Provider tax in Medicaid is one mechanism states use to draw down additional federal monies.
How does it work?
Essentially, states will employ a tax on different healthcare providers to draw down the enhanced federal match in the current on open-ended federal financing match system.
Well, okay, make sure I understand. States tax hospitals, and some of that is reimbursed by the federal government, correct?
That's correct.
But isn't there another piece to this?
States use a variety of mechanisms, including...
Do states reimburse those hospitals for the taxes that they just levied on them to make them whole?
That's correct.
Yeah, it's a game, it's a gimmick. Because I know my colleague from Texas, we share a lot of the same interests when it comes to big medicine and monopoly forces in medicine and schemes that really siphon money away from patients who we, I think, all with good intentions are trying to serve. But there is a way in Medicaid to tax an entity, a state taxing a hospital, then they draw down more money from the feds through Medicaid, and then the state makes the hospital whole, and that's a game that's played. If you took that provider tax out altogether, what would we save? I'm just curious. I mean, without touching a single beneficiary in terms of what we invest in their health care, what would the savings be on that?
So the current safe harbor threshold for provider taxes is 6%. CBO has estimated if you reduce that safe harbor threshold, you could save hundreds of billions of dollars.
Safe harbor is a really cleaned up word for fraud. I mean, it's legal. I mean, we allow it. But I'd like to close some of those loopholes, save some money, and invest more in the most vulnerable Americans and the vulnerable children that have no clue about what's happening to their future with respect to deficit and debt. I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Chip Roy, for a question.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Watson, just a couple follow-up questions along the lines of what the chairman was asking. And just for clarity purposes of what we're dealing with. You talked about in the growth assumptions here, right? So what we're talking about here for the average viewer at home is what the chairman has put forward and what this committee has put forward is a package that would reduce mandatory spending accounts, right? Come up with savings of about $1.5 trillion, right, as a floor.
Yes, sir.
We could surpass that in instructions, the committee's instructions. They could come back with more savings, but we have a floor of $1.5 trillion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is roughly about $150 billion a year in savings, a straight line over 10. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
$150 billion of savings per year on a roughly what? $7 trillion total spending for federal government. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that roughly, by your math, would 2% sound about right of the $150 billion of the total $7 trillion?
Yes, sir, I would agree with that.
My point being, what Republicans have put forth, the American people need to understand, we're putting forward a budget that is saying, hey, we spend $7 trillion right now. Pause. What did we spend in 2019 before COVID?
The total level of spending in that year was 4.4 trillion.
Okay, so pre-COVID, dear America, pay attention here. Pre-COVID, we spent $4.5 trillion. Today, a mere 6 years later, we are spending $7 trillion. We're suggesting, we have the audacity to suggest a mere $150 billion, a mere 2% of spending reductions of that $7 trillion. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
And then from that number, we then have the accounts that are scored as being deficit increasing with respect to tax policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the delta is what we're talking about in terms of growth, to the assumptions you would make to assume deficit neutrality or potential reduction, correct?
Yes, sir.
And our growth assumptions to achieve that balance is 2.6%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And historically in the United States of America, growth has been about 3.2% over the last century. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've had numerous decades, as the chairman laid out, of 4, 5, 3% growth in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. We had growth at those levels. Admittedly, over the last 2 decades, we have had growth that has been often lower than that, in the 2s. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so what we have done is proposed a 2.6% growth rate based on our belief in the economic power of the United States if you get government restraint out of the way in the form of tax policy and regulatory policy, which is embedded and assumed into this budget. Is that an accurate reflection?
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
Mr. Bobby Scott has a question. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Watson, we've gone back and forth about what you think and what the CBO thinks. What's the difference between your office and the CBO?
In terms of economic growth?
No, in terms of who you are.
In terms of being the budget committee?
Yeah.
So I work for the House Budget Committee.
The Republican chair
Yes, sir.
and the CBO,
The CBO works for Congress, their Congressional Budget Office.
and they're considered independent.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've just heard some numbers going back and forth about budget over the years. Were those numbers adjusted for inflation?
Can you repeat the question?
Were those numbers about the budget over the course of years, were those numbers adjusted for inflation?
Which number in particular?
4 trillion and 7 trillion?
No, the 4.4 trillion or $4.5 trillion number is a nominal figure.
So if it had just gone up, stayed the same, just adjusted for inflation, it would have been a different number.
It would be somewhat higher, although it would not have grown to the current spending level.
We've talked about your estimate compared to the CBO estimate and the $2.6 trillion difference that it matters. Does OMB have an opinion? Do you know what their opinion is about growth over the next 10 years?
I can't speak for OMB on their current projection of growth, no.
Do you know what Wall Street consensus is?
I couldn't speak to I couldn't speak to that either. I can just say that our projection is based on the historical performance of the U.S. economy.
Well, I'm not asking you how you figured it out. I'm just saying that CBO probably did the same thing. They came up with 1.8. I'm advised that the blue chip forecast, which should be the Wall Street consensus, is about 1.8. OMB, I'm advised, is 2.2. And you come in at 2.8. That would make, if everybody else is right, that would make a substantial hole in your budget. Is that right?
Again, the budget relies on the economic growth projection of $2.6 trillion over 10 years. Some of the forecasts that you're relying on would use a current law assumption. They are basing their assumptions off of current law. We are projecting off of current policy. And again, our budget rejects the idea of having the lowest sustained growth in American history.
We've heard that in terms of budget deficits, we've heard suggestions that only spending levels matter. Do revenue levels matter?
The deficit is the result of both revenues and outlays. They both impact the math of deficits.
And that's just arithmetic, right? Yeah. We've had, in terms of and continuing the Trump tax cuts, approximately what is that number? Is that the 1.1 trillion? Did we hear about?
Can you repeat the question?
Is the 1.1 trillion we hear about the Trump tax cuts from 2017? How much would it cost to extend the Trump tax cuts from 2017?
So the cost of extending current tax law is $4 trillion over 10 years, according to CBO.
Okay. How much Medicaid cuts are expected? How much have you asked for cuts in health care to help pay for that extension?
The budget would provide reconciliation instructions to the Energy and Commerce Committee. The Energy and Commerce Committee, under this process, has the full flexibility and authority to make funding decisions within their allocation.
Okay, and Medicaid is within their allocation, is not in their allocation?
Medicaid is certainly a program within the Energy and Commerce Committee. The budget itself calls for $11 trillion of funding within budget function 550.
Okay, if they don't go after Medicaid, what else could they go after?
The Energy and Commerce Committee has $20 trillion of spending under their jurisdiction. It has a very large jurisdiction.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and yield as much time as you need for the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Andrew Clyde. And I'm coming back to Mr. Peters.
All right, thank you. Mr. Murphy, you had mentioned, I believe, a question from the chairman about Medicaid fraud. And I think, if I remember correctly, you said estimating $50 billion a year. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Government Accountability Office estimated over $50 billion in improper payments in the Medicaid program.
Okay, improper payments. So over a 10-year window, that's $500 billion.
You could calculate it that way, yes, sir.
Okay. And then you also mentioned about the provider tax. If the provider tax was eliminated, the Medicaid provider tax, then that would be hundreds of billions of dollars, if I remember your statement. Is that a year, or is that over the 10-year window, or can you quantify that time frame for me?
Yes, sir. CBO has estimated over a 10-year period, if you phase down the provider tax safe harbor threshold, you could save hundreds of billions of dollars.
Hundreds. So any idea? 200, hundreds is multiple, so 200, 300, 400?
About 300 billion, over 300 billion.
Okay, so just those two items in and of itself, the provider tax and the fraud, over a 10-year period would be $800 billion. And ENC's requirement in this resolution is $880 billion. So literally, you could take care of 90% of the ENC's requirement with just those two items themselves, taking care of the fraud and taking care of the improper tax.
Yes, sir. I mean, the budget preserves full flexibility and authority for the Energy and Commerce Committee to meet those instructions.
All right, that's what I needed to know. Thank you very much, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman from Georgia. Now yield as much time as my friend from California needs, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my friend. Forward U.S. has determined that there are currently 5.8 million workers without legal status and 2.9 million workers with temporary status in the U.S. labor market. That's 1.8 million jobs in construction, 1.2 million jobs in agriculture, 1 million jobs in manufacturing, and 4.7 million jobs in other industries. Immigrants without legal status contribute as much as $31 billion in federal and payroll taxes, with an additional $11 billion from those with temporary protections. How much, has any of the $42 billion of potential lost revenue been reflected in your assumptions?
The budget would not assume, I think, the figures that you're citing there.
Thank you. I just refer that to the Ways and Means Committee for consideration. It looks like, there is money in the budget. There's space in the budget to spend more on deportations, but I think we should also account for the lost revenue that will be occasioned from that. You referenced the growth in the 1950s. I was barely alive in the 1950s, but what was the top marginal tax rate during all that growth? Do you know?
In the 1950s, the top marginal tax rate was high. It was
91 or 92%. And I've been hearing that you just can't grow. You can't grow with those high marginal tax rates. I mean, that would certainly undercut that argument. The other thing I just offer is that because you're just giving direction to the Ways and Means Committee, allowing them to create a budget deficit of up to $4.5 trillion, I believe, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Clearly, we could say to the Ways and Means Committee, don't do that. Let's give them zero. We could do that. If we were concerned about debt and deficit, that would make the spending cut job a lot harder. And I just want to say, and that's, I'm going to insult you to say that that's a math question, Mr. Watson, but you've answered the questions very professionally. And I would just observe that you could still preserve things like the child tax credit and also raise enough money to pay your bills as a federal government and cut spending all at once. It's not a spending problem, it's a borrowing problem, and it's both sides. I yield back.
I think the gentleman question, I'm prompted to ask some questions by my Democrat colleagues for clarification. And not to disparage the CBO, but just to make sure, we understand that the CBO has a tough job to project the future on all these measures: revenue, expenditures, the economy, interest. In fact, I don't think anybody would have projected $8 trillion in higher interest rates or interest expenses, rather, cumulative over the last 4 years. But they made a projection about TCJA. They made a projection about revenues at the front end of the implementation of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And then several years later, they had a different result. Can you explain what that disparity in the numbers on the front end and the back end in terms of what they projected about revenues flowing back to the Treasury?
Yes, sir. I can say that compared to the projection of expected revenues in 2017 by CBO prior to the TCJA being enacted, that revenues have substantially exceeded expectations by well over $1 trillion.
Yeah, the number I had was $1.5 trillion.
Yeah.
Almost exactly the number that they project, that was the, quote, deficit impact to TCJA. Is that
yes,
right? Again, not trying to disparage CBO, but in 2023, they projected that the deficit in 23 would be whatever the number was in 24. As they look back, they were $1 trillion off. It was the biggest miss, I think, in their history. Is that accurate? I just want to make sure I'm...
Yeah, that's the figure is certainly accurate in terms of the degree to which revenues exceeded expectations.
So $1 trillion is a lot of money. $1.5 trillion is a lot of money to be off. It's not an easy job, but I would submit, given the range of choices on growth rates, with the assumption of with the assumption that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would be extended, not expired, which would be devastating to the economy, I think, along with deregulation, if passed is precedent for this administration, and you put good energy policies that would cost less, not only for consumers, but for business, I think 2.6 is, I think it's very conservative. But now I'm into commentary and I violated my own rule. Yes, yes, sir.
I would just maybe say, do you know what it's my understanding that the projected growth rate last time for TCJA was 3% and actual growth was 1.7%. Is that what your understanding is as well?
Well, I can say CBO projected in 2018 and 2019 that economic growth would be 2.2% and 1.7%, and then in those years, the actual growth was 3% and 2.6%.
Can you tell me what the revenues would have been had over the same period of time had TCJA not been enacted?
Well, I think that we've exceeded in terms, CBO's current baseline projects revenue higher, on a higher trajectory than it did in the pre-TCJA framework. So we're currently at a point where revenues are higher under their projections than they were prior to TCJA being
Understood. I understood what you're saying is that we got more money than we thought we were going to get after TCJA was passed. Had we not passed TCJA, do you have an estimate for how much money we would have gotten?
I would personally not have that estimate.
I'll speak to that later. I've seen those projections, and we would have had more money and a lower deficit if we had left the rates in place. Is the answer?
I thank the gentleman and yield to Mr. Roy from Texas.
Yeah, Mr. Watson, to that question, and I say this as someone who wants to look at the math across the board on both tax policy and spending policy and how to achieve deficit neutrality / reduction, that the question there requires modeling, right? It requires modeling based on the assumptions of the policies that would create growth, right? So when one says, had the TICJA policies not been put in place, whether it was the permanent provisions within the corporate code that reduced the rate on the corporate rates, or whether it was the TICJA provisions that are expiring, is it fair to say that you have to factor in, right, reverse engineering that to say, well, what would the revenue have been? Well, you have to make assumptions of what the growth would have been, right? When you have fewer dollars in the pockets of the American people. Is that a accurate description?
Absolutely. It is absolutely the case that the size of the economy and the economic performance has a large impact on the ability of the Treasury to collect money.
And so that's not a static analysis. In other words, like you've got it's dynamic in the sense of like when you assume that you don't have that tax policy in place, you got to go back and reverse engineer what would the economy have done. You can't just do simple math and apply the rates to the economy that was created after you then put in place the policies that created the economy, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's important. Well, let me ask you this: is on those questions with respect to the tax policy and what creates growth and what doesn't create growth, is it important to view that in the aggregate? In other words, you sit here and you try to move the levers on one tax policy versus another. The gentleman mentioned the child tax credits. We might have agreement or disagreement across the aisle on whether that's a good policy or bad policy for family reasons, like supporting families with children, putting more money in the pockets of families with certain income levels. Point is, maybe there's agreement or disagreement on the policy, but that would have a certain kind of economic impact. Corporate rates would have a certain kind of economic impact. Research and development, expensing, those have different kinds of economic impact. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. The different tax provisions would have different economic impacts.
And it is not important to look at the aggregate of the policies and make a determination on the assumptions of economic growth based on all of that in terms of the amount of money that is sitting in the hands of the American people as opposed to the government for that economic growth.
Yes, sir.
And with that, I would yield back to the chairman.
Any other, I know we have one on the Republican side, but I'm going to try to do this in an even manner. Mr. Scott, do you have another question?
Just a quick question. Can
I yield to Mr. Scott.
everybody gives President Trump an excuse because of COVID. What was the growth during the COVID years when Biden was president?
As the chairman mentioned, growth from 2022 to 2024 was 2.7% during that period.
And what about 2021 specifically?
2021 as a bounce back to
As a bounce back, well, bounce back from what?
from COVID. You
From-
had a
from
very
Trump's
accelerated-
disastrous economy.
You had an accelerated downturn from February 2020 to April 2020, and then you had a bounce back period through the end of 2020 and 2021.
Right, so everybody gives him excuse. Biden created more jobs in his first 2 years than anybody had created in 4 years, isn't that right?
I'm not familiar with the data point you're citing there.
You don't deny it.
I would not argue with it. I don't know of it, though.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Scott, thank you for those technical questions, and I'm going to yield to my colleague from Utah, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, the gentleman from Texas kind of covered a lot of the things that I wanted to make a point here. This is important to nail down. And let me say, I'm going to restate what I think I heard you say, and you tell me if I'm correct or not. That the CBO projected before we completed, the Republicans completed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, that we were going to grow at about a high 1%, 1.8%. And we outpaced that. Is that correct? You said at 3 and 2.6?
Yeah, 3 and 2.6 were the actual growth rates in 2018 and 2019. CBO's projection was 2.2 and 1.7.
Right. So there's been a lot of discussion about what we would want to assume going forward with what work could take place after today. Again, today is just about numbers. There's nothing about policy in this. It's just about setting the balance sheet to move forward. I personally don't think that assuming what we've already exceeded in the past is a overblown assumption. I think a 2.6% assumption is actually quite reasonable and something that we've accomplished in the past. Why can't you assume it going forward? To overemphasize the point of putting out there, okay, if we would not have done the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, like what would our revenues have been? Do you think that, in Janet Yellen's exact words, so Secretary Yellen's exact words, corporate tax rates were too high. She didn't think we needed to go to 21, but she said in a committee hearing on the record to me, corporate tax rates were too high. And so we lowered them, and you saw significant growth take place. So is it safe to assume that by making taxes competitive, you could draw a conclusion that we saw enough economic growth to cover what the stated deficit would have been? Can you make an opinion on that or share some context there?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a relevant point is the revenue trajectory that we've seen, which exceeds substantially the prior CBO projections. And I would say also the $2.6 trillion of economic growth called for in our budget. Taxes is part of that, but we would also call for other pro-growth policies such as deregulation and energy production.
Which I'm excited to be, on the forefront of being able to be doing that again with where we're at right now. One other aspect, because it is absolutely true, and my Democrat colleagues have a great point when they say, well, we had significant growth under, the Biden years. We've had a high 2% growth rate under the Biden years. And coming out of COVID, we had a healthy growth rate. I think anything close to 3% is a healthy growth rate. Again, we're not even assuming anything over that. We're just saying we want 2.6%. We've done it before. Let's do it again. That will swallow up a significant portion of the stated deficit of the tax cuts that we're proposing. Again, it all evens itself out. If you throw in trillions and trillions of monetary supply, could you potentially see revenues increase in the domestic marketplace? During COVID, during the American Rescue Plan, was a significant spending bill, right? And that added a lot of relief spending, and it added a lot of monetary supply. It gave states more money than they ever even needed. Could that spur growth? Could that spur a higher than expected growth rate?
Yes.
Great, that's what I was expecting, and I'll concede that point. But when you add that much monetary supply, does it also create the equation for a little tax called inflation?
Yes, sir.
That's the biggest tax on the middle class and lower incomes that I've ever seen in my lifetime. And we don't see it from Republican tax policy. From the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, just by lowering taxes, yeah, you have a stated deficit, but you overcome that, you swallow that up by the economic growth. It doesn't solve our deficit issue. It doesn't solve the fact that we've ran deficits for 25 years. That's something we've got to figure out. And I think if and we've tried to address that. And that's probably why I'm so frustrated now, because the last 6 months we've been battling just within our conference here in the Republican side in the budget committee, like, okay, what parameters can we set forth that if we do a good job, we assume a reasonable growth rate, we can exceed it. Well, if we exceed that, we want that to go straight back to the deficits. Like, that's what we're trying to do here. That's why we're going to be here till late tonight in arguing this back and forth. And I want to see that come to fruition. But I just want to draw the distinction between a 2017 Republican tax bill that grew wage growth across the country in every income level. In fact, people making under $50,000 before 2017 were paying 4.4% of the tax base. After 2017, they were only paying 4%. We reduced taxes on lower income Americans. To say anything otherwise is a lie. To say that TCJA only went to the billionaires is just a lie. Anyway, we saw growth over the COVID years under that massive spending, but with that higher growth rate, we saw massive inflation in our country. And that directly hits every single lower income and middle income American. That is the biggest tax on the lower income. And that comes from overspending. And I'll make and I'll wrap with that. Yes, you saw a decent growth rate under the last few years, but we also saw a lot of inflation. Let's get a positive growth rate without the inflation, empower the American workforce, and grow the economy. And this is, I think, the first time we've seen a real substantial effort to go after what we all know is the biggest problem in our budget, and what grows our deficit is what mandatory spending. We are gonna try, and it's gonna be hard, and Republicans are gonna go at it alone. We understand that, but we have to take this moment to try. I yield back.
I think the gentleman from Utah, I fear maybe by example, I've allowed us to have a very good and healthy debate about the substance of some of the assumptions, and which I think we should continue, but let's do that. And again, I'm guilty. Let's do that when we get to the back and forth on the amendments. I think we should move on from here, but I don't, if you got a question burning a hole in your pocket and it's technical, I'm more than happy to indulge the question. Ms. Kaptur, did you have a technical question?
Yeah, my technical question, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, we had a concurrent hearing on the floor and everything. I had to go down there. But I'm interested in whether anyone, you or anyone in this committee or these gentlemen that are here today, actually have presented information to the committee on the distribution of U.S. wealth and whether it is rising or falling in different income categories. So for example, if you look at the share of net worth held by the top 1% in our country, 1% of earners, they hold, that's been going up from 2004, 22.8% to today, 30.8%. So that group is growing in wealth, and the top 1/10 of 1% is really growing. The ultra wealthy segment is really growing. The bottom half, people who are in the middle class and below, held only 3.5% of total U.S. net worth. That number has been going down. So I'm interested not just in the spending side, I'm interested in the revenue side and who isn't paying their fair share of taxes. And has anyone presented information to us so we as a committee on both sides of the aisle can look at the revenue side as well as the spending side?
I think that information's readily available, and I think it's a great debate and discussion about what's fair in the tax code. you'll certainly have strong opinions on both sides of that. The tax rate actually increased for the top 1% in TCJA. Just to be clear, it went up for the top 1%. Now, the distribution is another question.
Right.
And I think we should find out where the money goes and the wealth accumulation over the dispersion of income classes in our country. I don't have that readily available. I don't think my colleagues do, but they may be able to send you something, and then we can have a conversation later. Brad, do you have any information for Ms. Kaptur on that question and that material?
No, happy to discuss further.
Hey, where's the gentleman from? Are you from CBO or where?
He's from the Budget Committee. He's a majority staff member.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
But
I think,
it's a good
Mr. Chairman,
question.
that'd be good.
Yeah.
You know, it's how much money you got in your pocket versus how much you spend. So how much money do these folks have compared to the different income quartiles in the country? I think it'd be good for us to go back to basics, arithmetic.
Well, I agree, and I think what we'd also want to ask is what percentage the top 1, 2, 5, 10% pay in total share of taxes, and how much the bottom half, bottom quartile, quintile pays, because I think we'll also find that 75% of the taxes, or at least the income that is paying basically for this government, at least not all the government, but 2/3 of it, because we borrow the other third, is coming from the top 10 to 15%. So there's fairness is in the eye of the beholder. And again, great debate, great discussion for another time or in the amendment process. But I appreciate it. Appreciate the question.
Thank you for being open to that.
You bet, absolutely. Okay, I think we're closing this portion of the program out, and then we have some food, and I think we have a few minutes. What time? We have 1:30, so we don't have a lot of time, but 10-minute break, and see how quickly you can eat a sandwich and a bag of potato chips, and I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Okay, team, the committee will now proceed to the consideration of the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other appropriate matters. This text is identical to the tables distributed to the minority and posted online yesterday. Under Committee Rule 10, the committee will consider a document containing the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other components of the budget resolution. Amendments may be offered to this document, subject to the agreement between the majority and minority. After this document has been approved, it will incorporate in the text of the concurrent resolution on the budget for a final vote on whether to report the measure to the House. The committee will now begin the amendment process. The document will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Pursuant to the agreement laid out earlier today, debate on any amendment offered in the first tier will last 15 minutes per amendment, with time equally divided. The proponent of the amendment, the person offering the amendment, will have 7 minutes to speak on their amendment. Then a member will have 7 minutes to speak in opposition to the amendment. And then the proponent will have an additional minute to close. So, with that framework for Tier 1 debate on amendments, are there any amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment. We'll just take 15, 20 seconds here and
Amendment number 1, to strike all reconciliation instructions offered by Mr. Boyle.
all right. Mr. Boyle, you 7 minutes for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is about as straightforward as it comes. This amendment will strike all reconciliation instructions in the bill. My amendment strikes the instructions for reconciliation from the budget resolution and stops the Republican plans to pay for these massive tax cuts for billionaires on the backs of working Americans. Excuse me. You know, as has been discussed previously over the last several hours, the essence of what we have in front of us, this budget plan using reconciliation, is to provide $4.5 trillion of tax cuts. And we know from past data, from the nonpartisan source, the CBO, 83% of the tax cut, 83% of the money went to the richest 1% of Americans. My friends on the other side want to double down on that for the next decade and pay for it by cutting Medicaid to the tune of over $800 billion, as well as cutting the Affordable Care Act. Now, to tell you how many people that would impact, there's some 20 million Americans who get their health insurance through the ACA. There are 72 million Americans who are covered through Medicaid. So combined, we are talking about 92 million Americans. I mean, that is roughly about a third or so of the American people. However, even with those cuts, and there are more that I didn't outline, but those are some of the largest and most egregious, those cuts still don't add up to the size of the massive tax cut. So the way this resolution fills that gap is to blow a hole in our deficit and our national debt. Now look, we have had many conversations here over the last couple of years, sincere ones, in which the chairman and I have both expressed concern about the size and the trajectory of the national debt. I think it's fair to say the chairman sees it as a more immediate threat than I do. But even I have said repeatedly, when there was a Democrat in the White House, that the medium to long-term projections on our debt are clearly unsustainable. And I thought that 5 years ago about the 2030s, now here we are in 2025, and that is only 5 years away. Well, not only does this budget plan in no way deal with that problem that we have facing us in just a few short years, it actually doubles down and makes it worse. So my amendment very simply put, would attempt to stop this damage. And I just want to provide a little bit more information for the facts that I've laid out, because these are not opinions. These are facts from nonpartisan sources. The Congressional Budget Office found that including the cost of servicing the increased debt, which of course you have to include that to have a fair estimate, just passing an extension on the expiring tax cuts will cost $4.6 trillion over the decade. So, Mr. Chairman, I feel very strongly, as you know, that this is not the right approach as it relates to delivering tax cuts for those who don't need them. This is not the right approach in partially paying for them by cutting things like Medicaid and food assistance and the Affordable Care Act. And by the way, let me just quickly deal with something that came up over the last several hours. There were those who said, oh no, there's nothing in here that says we're cutting Medicaid. There's nothing in here that says we're cutting the Affordable Care Act. What it provides are instructions with specific amounts saying cut at least $880 billion or more. And the only areas that the Energy and Commerce Committee could look to provide those savings are Medicaid and the ACA. So if I don't lay out the number 4, but I lay out 2 plus 2, yes, we can fairly and honestly say I am laying out the number 4. It is quite obvious to everyone where exactly these cuts would come from, because they have to come from there in order to be consistent with the instructions. Mr. Chairman, I believe very strongly this is a betrayal of the American middle class. This is a betrayal, actually, of the very people who helped make Donald Trump president. People who were, I think, genuinely concerned about the increased costs in our society. We have experienced worldwide, since the pandemic, a dramatic spike in inflation. President Trump won in part because he said, I'm going to lower costs on day one. Well, here we are where the rubber meets the road. Nothing in here whatsoever will bring costs down. In fact, by increasing the deficit, increasing the debt, by including massive tax cuts, all of that will spike inflation. And what does that mean? It means the Fed will have to keep interest rates at their current high level. In fact, there are some economists out today who, based on the latest inflation report, as well as some of these proposals, believe the next time the Fed is going to meet, an increase in interest rates is more likely than a decrease. The reality is this. The number one issue facing the American people, I think we all agree, is the cost of living. Donald Trump won for more than any other reason because he was saying he would address that. This budget resolution does absolutely nothing to fix that problem. In fact, it makes it worse. My amendment is an attempt to reverse that damage and prevent it from happening so that the working class and middle class families that I represent in Philadelphia will not feel the pain that will be inflicted upon them by this budget resolution. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any members who would like to claim time in opposition to the amendment? Mr. Addison from North Carolina.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thanks, Chairman. In November, the American people delivered a mandate, a clear instruction for fiscal sanity, border security, and a government that prioritizes Americans over bureaucratic waste and abuse. That is exactly what this resolution delivers. Yet today, we see an attempt to strike the reconciliation instructions, a desperate move to protect the reckless spending and open border policies that have defined the last 4 years. For 4 years, Americans have endured runaway inflation and a border crisis that has put families in danger. And now, Our colleagues across the aisle who created this mess want to strike the very instructions that begin to fix it. Let's be clear about what that really means. Striking the whole resolution means keeping a broken system in place. It means siding with criminals over law enforcement, and it means refusing to acknowledge the damage done by reckless, radical, woke policies. Now let's talk about the essential programs that Democrats claim to defend and accuse the Republicans of betraying the middle class for. $27 billion to a green energy slush fund, including $3 billion for tree planting, $1 billion for clean, heavy-duty vehicles, and even the failing U.S. Postal Service got $3 billion to replace its trucks with EVs. If this is true, that Republicans are betraying the middle class, then after 4 years of Joe Biden, why did the middle class all vote for us? To me, it's clear. Democrats are putting America last. This is why families have struggled to afford gas, groceries, and rent. You cannot make this up. Democrats are worried about making sure the post office has electric vehicles. The house is burning, and they're inside cooking dinner on their electric stove like nothing is wrong. It's time to wake up. This resolution before us today stops the bleeding. It cuts the bloat, it slashes waste, and ensures taxpayer dollars work for Americans, not radical pet projects. We are taking action where the Biden administration failed, period. More than 8.5 million illegal immigrants have flooded our borders under Biden. At least 1.7 million are known gotaways, many with criminal backgrounds. How do we know this? Because we see and hear about it daily. Mr. Chairman, I would seek unanimous consent to enter this document into the record that lays out an instance of this exact scenario.
Without objection, so ordered.
Right now, in my district, an illegal alien is sitting in the Davidson County Jail for the rape of a minor. A known criminal released multiple times due to the very policies that many here today are trying to preserve. I have 2 daughters, both under the age of 2, and I will do everything that I can do to ensure that they and no other family ever have to endure this nightmare. Communities across the country are paying the price for Washington's failure. Enough. The other side wants to protect the status quo, their woke spending, their radical environmental agenda, and their weak on crime policies. The American people demand better. And if November is an indication, they demand better now. This resolution allows our authorizing committees to provide for the common defense, to secure our sovereign borders, and to put America back on a strong fiscal path. Republicans are fulfilling their promises and bringing a firm end to the policies of the last 4 years. We are, and we will continue to put America first. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
With the balance of time, I would say if this Democrat amendment passes, there'll be a $400 billion tax increase for American families, individuals, and businesses. We will actually have a recession this year. We're trying to deport people who came to this country illegally, who are criminal aliens, who've committed crimes in our country. We couldn't do that without these resources. And there's $2.7 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse in the people's government. And we're talking about reducing waste and unnecessary spending by $1.5 to $2 trillion. But there's $2.7 trillion? This amendment would not allow us to make the People's House run like the people run their families and their businesses. And that's just wrong. I yield to the ranking member for his final comments.
Well, several things here. First, there is no excuse and no defense of waste, fraud, and abuse. And frankly, I will not concede the point that anyone on the other side is more vigorous in opposing that than I am. Actually, as someone who believes that government can be a force for good in our society, I don't think government should be involved in everything. I think that our role of government is striking the right balance between that which the private sector does better versus those things that only government can do. However, if you find waste or fraud or abuse in government, that actually is offensive to me as someone who believes that government can do good things, as someone who believes in programs like Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. So I am the last person who wants to see fraud in our government. But let's be clear, and with your indulgence, let's be clear. The idea that you're going to come up with $880 billion in savings from, quote, waste, fraud, and abuse, I have been hearing that my entire lifetime, that all we have to do is find this magical waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, if it's so easy, how come it hasn't happened my entire lifetime? $880 billion will be cut from Medicaid and from the Affordable Care Act, threatening health coverage. 92 million people, the 72 million who rely on Medicaid and the 20 million who rely on the ACA. Folks, they're coming after your Medicaid, they're coming after your health care, period, in order to pay for their large tax cuts for billionaires. That I yield back.
I appreciate it, with your indulgence. This is why we do not assess the federal government and the taxes that you pay to run this government of yours, is because anytime you try to reduce spending, find inefficiencies, it's characterized as cutting somebody's benefit. And so it scares everybody off, but I'm not scared, and my Republican colleagues aren't scared. In fact, we've never been more emboldened. And you watch what is happening with the Doge and Elon Musk, look at the resistance, and look at the crazy stuff that they're finding that is an abomination and an embarrassment in what they're spending with your money. We're going in, and we're going in to make this government efficient and accountable to you, the people who work hard, pay your hard-earned tax dollars, and make sure that, in fact, the money's going where it should go, where we intend it to go, which is the people who we've made the promise to, not to fraudsters and not to people scamming the system. With that, go for it.
And I appreciate it. I think this is a good back and forth. Actually, I think I think we both agree, too little of this tends to happen in the way Congress is structured, because this is a sincere, and I apologize for those of you who are suffering with my voice as I get through some
Couldn't have worked
throat
out
issues.
better for me.
That's why, the chairman originally didn't have this markup for today, but when he heard I had throat troubles, he immediately wanted to take advantage of it. I appreciate the chair is sincere about genuinely cutting government. But let's make sure that we're letting people know what the real consequences will be. There will be real pain. You don't get $880 billion, as well as the other cuts that are in here, by just saying, oh, it's waste, fraud, and abuse. People need to know, if that is the intent, to really cut government and take some of the shrapnel, then we need to level people. There will be real pain. There will be cutbacks of services. There will be a real reduction of services, especially when it comes to health care. So if folks are sincere about cutting government, I would say just be genuine. Say, look, these are going to be the consequences. If you believe in cutting government, you think some of it is wasteful, but also own up to think, or just to acknowledge, you don't think government should be in the Medicaid business. You don't think government should be in the Affordable Care Act business, because that, in the end, is really what we're talking about.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Boyle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
See for recorded vote.
Yes. Yes, you may. You may. And then I can look for the formal, a roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until after the markup. Are there other amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of Mr. Doggett's amendment.
Amendment number 2, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committee on Ways and Means, offered by Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Doggett, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll just continue with the discussion you were having, because you talk about not being able to get enough support on some of the spending issues. I would raise the tax expenditures. Every time we try to close a loophole, there's not a Republican in sight. And this amendment deals with that aspect. It suggests that the tax provisions in Ways and Means, if we're going to make further changes, should be paid for by closing those tax loopholes. I believe the biggest betrayal of the middle class in this budget is the biggest number that you've included, and that's the $4.5 trillion in new debt that it authorizes the Tax Writing Ways and Means Committee, upon which we both serve, to add to our nation's already unsustainable deficit. That's why I call it a reconciliation bill, because it is wrecking our debt. It is wrecking programs that so many middle-class Americans rely on, and doing all that simply to provide more tax breaks to those at the top. And thanks to the work of the independent, nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, we now know that, inspired by Donald Trump, who is the self-styled king of debt, that the true gigantic increase in our national debt over which this king will reign is in this reconciliation bill, $5.5 to $6 trillion additional dollars on our national debt. What do we get from charging such an immense amount to our great national credit card? Well, is it more affordable groceries, as Trump has promised? Is it life-saving medications? Is it educational opportunities? Is it affordable housing? No, it's none of those. Only a windfall to the who's who of not you. Another round of tax breaks for billionaires. The people that were given those front row seats at the inauguration, they're the people who will benefit. And who exactly are Trump and his Republican enablers requiring to pay for these tax breaks? Not the wealthy and well-connected, but ordinary middle-class workers and our nation's retirees. For those on a fixed budget, the fix is in. Kids lose nutrition assistance. First-generation college students are denied opportunities that they get through affordable student loans. A worker who is paid into Medicare her entire adult life being told that her health care is no longer affordable. A new golden age, I think it resembles more perhaps the era of William McKinley that President Trump so admires, a 19th century gilded age where those with the most get even more. We should reject a budget that adds so much to our public debt, $5.5 to $6 trillion, that some Social Security checks may arrive in the future mail stamped in the red, insufficient funds. My amendment strikes the ability of the president and his billionaire buddies to require working families to pay for another round of Trump tax cuts. And I will say that at least a handful of Republicans agree with my approach. Let me give you this quote. I'm for a dramatic increase in corporate taxes. We have to increase taxes on the wealthy. Where does the tax revenue come from? Corporations and the wealthy. Not my words of the Progressive Caucus, but the recent words of Steve Bannon, recent Trump advisor, and about as MAGA as you can get. Because the bottom line is that the 2017 tax bill cut corporate taxes even more than the corporate lobbyists expected to get, and they are too low and should be raised to pay for middle-class tax benefits. Bannon and I don't agree on much of anything, but he certainly called this one right. The fiscally responsible way to provide a child tax credit, affordable health care tax credits, and other middle-class tax relief is to have every multinational and billionaire pay their fair share. And the gap that remains after so many cuts are made to the middle class in this budget proposal is filled with a resolution that I say is based on alternative facts, or as Trump often does, just making it up. They magically assume a fantastic economy that does not exist in the way that they propose. Their budget is relying on numbers that come down from the sky like manna from heaven. I believe that the bill they have does not turbocharge our economy, it turbocharges our deficit. It puts the fiscal solvency of Social Security and Medicare and other vital investments in great jeopardy. Under President Clinton, our budget was in balance. We were paying off our national debt. But 2 rounds of Bush tax cuts and the 2017 Trump GOP tax scam all benefited the wealthiest few. They changed all that, and we have $10 trillion added to our nation's deficit. What we have seen since the first tax scam from Trump in 2017 was a survey made in 2023 that the largest multinationals in our country are paying a tax rate of 7.8%. I think any nurse or police officer or law enforcement officer around the country would be very happy to have a tax rate of that because they're paying much more. It's not right. And last year, if you look at the pharmaceutical companies, we find that Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and Merck, how much did they pay? Nothing. No federal income tax was paid by them, despite the fact that they had huge revenues ranging from $60 to $85 billion. Why does that happen? Because the best investment that pharma ever makes is not in research or even the advertising that proliferates the airwaves, but in this Congress. And it's granting of special tax advantages, special tax loopholes. That's where the pay-for should come from, instead of putting more burden on all of us with a greater national debt. The people that are going to benefit from extending or renewing these tax breaks, $79,000 per year savings for someone who earns $1 million a year already. The richest 0.1% get even more, $314,000 per year out of this proposal. So it's a little wonder that Elon Musk and Donald Trump would celebrate this kind of proposal because they're walking off with all the gold in their new golden age. I yield back.
I think the gentleman from Texas and now posed the question, is there any member who'd like to claim opposition to the amendment?
Chairman.
Mr. Blake Moore is recognized now for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I serve on the Ways and Means Committee with the gentleman from the great city of Austin and my favorite football team in the SEC. It's a low bar to like a team from the SEC, but if I had to choose one, it would definitely be there. I enjoyed serving on the committee with him. I would say probably one of the hardest working members that I get to encounter. And there is substantive debate that we can have about what took place in 2017. And I'm going to highlight a few things from here. So if we were to allow this amendment to go through, it would scrap all the work that would be done by the Ways and Means Committee, which he and I both sit on. So the Ways and Means Committee wouldn't be a part of it. We wouldn't have any basic tax work being done. And it'll be a significant portion of this budget resolution. At the end of 2025, most of the tax provisions enacted in 2017 will expire. And we estimate that across the nation, the average taxpayer will see a 22% tax hike if these expire. Now, that's spread across a whole different array. Again, make this simple point. And this is an area that I sometimes get a little bit fired up at, and I'm going to do the opposite now. I'm going to try to get through a bunch of specifics. This is not a tax cut, to the billionaires, where this benefits only the billionaires. I'll make a quick, simple point. Billionaires love writing off their federal taxes with something called SALT. If you go up to some high tax state, blue states, they love to be able to take all of their property taxes from their 7 homes and use that to write off what they pay in federal taxes. So that was unlimited before 2017. Republicans cut that. We literally capped it at 10. Billionaires hated that probably one of the most significant cost savings, something that added revenue to the United States government, was what Republicans did. We taxed billionaires a whole bunch of money. We taxed millionaires a whole bunch of money because they could no longer write it off there was no exemption. We capped it at 10. So that's the SALT element. A family of four making the median income in the United States would see a tax increase of almost $1,700 if the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expires at the end of this year. Okay, I've heard, we've been a strong family, strong pro-family bill in 2017 when we doubled the child tax credit. We went from $1,000 to $2,000. We doubled that. That's at risk. If we don't do our work, and the Ways and Means Committee doesn't do our work in the next few months, then we run a serious risk of taking that child tax credit back down to pre-2017 levels. That would affect 40 million families. 91% of all taxpayers would see their guaranteed standard deduction slashed in half. And it's underrated, but it's probably one of the biggest tax benefits to middle and lower income Americans, where we doubled the child tax credit, where 91% no longer itemize. Who itemizes their taxes? The wealthy do. And we said to middle and lower income Americans, we don't want you dealing with that. We don't want you to have to, we're gonna give you an extra tax break. 26 million small businesses would be hit with a 43.4% top tax rate if Section 199A small business deductions expires. I presented this in front of a Chamber of Commerce back home in Ogden, Utah, and they had no idea what Section 199 was. A few of the accountants there did. And once I explained to them what would happen at the end of 2025 if 199A expires, they were terrified. If we pass this amendment, if we allow this amendment, we won't do that work to make sure small businesses are have a 20% deduction where they can continue to invest back in their businesses and in some cases survive, but other cases, enjoy that ability for upward mobility. 199A has to be renewed, and that's the work that was done in 2017, and that's the work that we want to do over the next few months. 7 million taxpayers would be impacted by the return of the alternative minimum tax. And then, of course, the death tax exemption on 2 million family-owned farms will be slashed in half. There's real negative implications on every single American if this expires. If this amendment passes, we can't do that work. And that's gonna be tough work, and we're gonna dig our heels in. I'm gonna be, if this amendment passes, I have like the next few months off of my job, which I don't want. I want the chance to go and get this tax bill right. And with that, I think we will continue to show to the American people that we want to lower taxes for everybody and see a strong economy move forward. And I will wrap up with, a minute and a half, which the chairman is shocked right now that I'm doing that, but I'm gonna yield to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Well, thank you, my friend from Utah, and I appreciate his remarks, and I appreciate the remarks of my colleague from Texas, just down the road. Our districts adjoin. I would just add a couple things. My friend from Texas, the gentleman referenced who may or may not be sitting in the front row at the inauguration and talking about supposed tax cuts for our billionaire buddies or something along those lines who'd be sitting in the front row at the inauguration. Well, I can tell you who my guest that I invited to take to the inauguration and then took to one of the inaugural balls was Alexis Nungare, the beautiful young woman from Houston, Texas, whose daughter Jocelyn was murdered by Venezuelan gangs last July, who I've come to know and who campaigned hard to try to get the kind of border security policies that this president is putting in place and for which this reconciliation package would provide much needed resources to ensure that we can remove those violent gangs. That is who I invited to the inauguration. That is who I'm focused on. And I can tell you that I'm focused also on the millions of people throughout this country and tens of thousands in my district and frankly in the district of my friend from Texas, whose taxes would be raised by the very amendment that the gentleman offers, the families that would be impacted by virtue of the amendment that the gentleman offers, directly with respect to the AMT, with respect to the tax rates, with respect to the standard deduction, all of which would affect our fellow Texans. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas has a minute to close.
Thank you. Well, I commend the gentleman from Utah on his good taste in the UT Longhorns. And that's about where our agreement ends. If you're satisfied with the loopholes, the special advantages that are in our current tax code and don't think any of them should be changed, then you should vote against my amendment. But I believe that what happens when the Ways and Means Committee convenes on a tax bill like in 2017 is that lobbyists descend on the committee like a horde of locusts, and every one of them has their own special tax advantage, and it's not to benefit the middle class. I want the gentleman there working over the next months, working hard, and under this amendment, it tells the Ways and Means Committee, in order to finance the child tax credit, in order to finance the various middle-class provisions to which Mr. Roy just referred, make those who are getting those tax loopholes, like the big pharma companies that didn't pay a dime in 2023 on their on their immense revenue earnings in those years, close those loopholes and use that to finance middle-class tax benefits. That would be the hard work that the Ways and Means Committee has seldom done, rather than just opening up more loopholes. I believe that this is a bill that is a reconciliation, that it does in fact neglect and abandon the middle class. We ought to do better, and we can do better by adopting this amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas. Now the questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
On that, I would request a record vote.
Roll call votes requested pursuant to our consent agreement. We'll postpone that roll call until later in the markup. Other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady has an amendment. The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute the copies of the amendment, and in about 20 seconds, I'll defer for 7 minutes to the gentlelady.
Amendment number 3 to adjust revenue amounts in the resolution offered by Ms. Jayapal.
Ms. Jayapal is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would increase revenues to start to reverse this Republican betrayal of the middle class, to preserve critical programs and services for the American people, and to ensure that the wealthy just pay a tiny bit of their fair share. The Republican budget resolution allows for deficit-busting tax cuts that give huge handouts to the rich. And the wealthiest Americans, who do not need any more handouts, will disproportionately benefit from the tax cuts in this plan. Meanwhile, these cuts will continue to explode the deficit. My amendment says that instead of giving the wealthiest billionaires more tax cuts, we should increase revenue and improve tax fairness. Let's make corporations and the richest 1% pay their fair share. Here's the thing. A deficit is comprised of both what you spend and what you raise. So how you raise revenues and who you raise it from is actually really important. Republicans are proposing to make Americans pay more taxes through Trump's sweeping, undifferentiated tariffs, and they want to reduce the amount that big corporations pay, which is already way less than their fair share. Americans of all political stripes want the biggest corporations and the wealthiest individuals to just pay their fair share. So that's why my amendment would allow us to increase the corporate tax rate to start to get there. Republicans want to extend the cut to the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, while creating tax breaks for companies that send jobs and profits offshore. That'll make absolutely sure that these giant corporations pay less than the average American pays in taxes, and that's not fair. Since 2017, research has shown that the wealthy have overwhelmingly benefited while the tax scam did little for everyone else. In fact, the Federal Reserve and the Joint Committee on Taxation concluded that workers making below $114,000 in 2016 experienced no change in income due to the tax scam, but workers in the top 10% saw an increase. Another study estimated that these tax cuts basically led to dollar-for-dollar revenue losses, even after accounting for increases in investments due to these cuts. This comes as no surprise. The data show that corporate rate cuts are expensive and they don't even come close to paying for themselves. Adopting my amendment would also allow us to pursue a minimum tax for the wealthiest people in this country. I'm very proud to lead the Ultra Millionaire Tax Act with our ranking member, Brendan Boyle. This is a really common sense measure that would generate at least $3 trillion in revenue over 10 years by requiring the top 0.05% of American households to chip in just a measly 2 cents for every dollar of wealth over 50 million. If you've got 50 million in wealth, you get to keep all of it. But every dollar over that, you just pay 2 cents. This would help level the playing field. For way too long, the wealthiest have raked in massive amounts of wealth while our middle class has staggered. Between the late 1970s and 2019, the richest 0.1% has seen its share of American wealth triple, while the bottom 90% of American earners have seen their share drop from 35 to 25%. That is unacceptable. My amendment would also allow us to close the carried interest loophole, which is used by some of the wealthiest people in this country to lower their tax bill. So let's dig into this for a minute. What does that mean? The combined capital gains tax rate is 23.8%. That's lower than the regular income tax rate of 37% that would likely apply to these top earners, and much lower than the marginal tax rate that most families pay. So what this means is that the carried interest loophole allows greedy private equity barons to pay a lower tax rate than nurses and teachers. These private equity folks, by the way, are the ones that are buying up our hospitals and our nursing homes, destroying the quality of care and driving up prices. Private equities buying up houses and driving up rent prices across the country. And they want taxpayers to pay for that with a tax break for them. Give me a break. Democrats want to keep up the work to make the wealthiest pay their fair share. Let's make our country work for working people. Stop the Republican betrayal. Vote yes on this amendment.
I think the gentlelady is the member who would like to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Smucker. So close and yet so far away. Mr. Smucker has an amendment. The clerk would...
I'd like to speak in opposition.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Smucker, you have 7 minutes to speak in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to remind those listening what this bill would unleash. Today, at the end of 2025, as it stands today, provisions in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act will expire, I should say. And it's not the corporate rate, despite what my friend Ms. Jayapal had said. This would be the individual rates. And so here's what would happen if this bill were implemented. The amendment would increase tax revenues by more than $2.1 trillion over the next 10 years. And it would increase tax revenues on hardworking Americans, not on the corporations that were mentioned earlier. So in other words, it would raise taxes on the millions of hardworking Americans who have seen those taxes reduced by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The average taxpayer across the nation, the average taxpayer in my district, would see a 22% tax hike if the Trump tax cuts expire. A family of 4 making the median income in the United States would see a tax increase of almost $1,700 if this amendment were adopted. 40 million families would see their household's child tax credit cut in half if this amendment were adopted. 91% of all taxpayers would see their guaranteed deduction slashed in half. 26 million small businesses would be hit with a 43.4% tops tax rate if the Section 199A small business deduction expires. 7 million taxpayers would be impacted by the return of the alternative minimum tax if we don't pass this bill, if this amendment were adopted. 2 million family-owned farms would have their death tax exemption slashed in half next year. For the past 4 years, Americans have lived in an America where Democrats have proposed the highest sustained levels of taxation in American history. We're not going back to that. Republicans are committed to lower taxes. We're committed to less government. This process that we're starting today, it'll give us the tools we need to extend Trump's tax cuts to tackle waste, fraud, and abuse across government programs. And I want to address some of the comments made earlier in regards to that. The question was laid out, how can this be done without pain? I want to remind folks of this. This year, in this fiscal year, we will be taking in about $5 trillion in tax revenue, about $5 trillion coming into the federal coffers. You know what we'll be spending? $7 trillion. $7 trillion. That means there's $2 trillion that we're spending that is adding to the federal debt. We're already at the highest level of debt that we've ever seen. It's an absolutely unsustainable path forward. This bill, the question should be asked, how can we better deliver services to the American people? How can we ensure that the taxpayer dollars are reaching the individuals that they're intended to reach? And what we're seeing with DOGE is phenomenal. And I'm glad to hear the ranking member, my fellow member from Pennsylvania, talked about wanting to root out fraud. And this is why I'm not sure why Democrats shouldn't be celebrating with us what we're seeing. We're going to be saving, I believe, based on what we're hearing, early returns, we're going to be saving billions of dollars perhaps per day. Tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions, maybe $500 billion or more annually if the work of DOGE goes as currently we're seeing it happen. So you're going to be hearing a lot more about this. Democrats should get on board. Every individual who cares about their taxpayer dollars and every individual who cares about folks receiving dollars from the federal government should care about rooting out fraud and excess. And that's exactly what's happening with DOGE. Now, back to our resolution. I already mentioned $7 trillion going out from the federal government annually, $7 trillion annually. This resolution calls for looking at those dollars, ensuring that they're being spent wisely, and trying to save $1.5 trillion or $2 trillion, not annually, but over 10 years, which means out of a $7 trillion budget, we're simply asking, can't we find $150 billion per year or $200 billion per year? This is not an unreasonable ask. And it's high time that we begin to take seriously how we are spending taxpayer dollars and the fiscal trajectory that we're on. And someone brought up the Clinton years. And I think it's a good analogy because Clinton Gore had a similar focus as DOGE. They were very, very interested. They had an initiative where they brought private business owners in to help root out waste and fraud, and they reduced the size of the federal workforce. It was very, very important. Maybe it's not a coincidence that that was also the last time that we balanced the federal budget. It's been a long time since we've taken a good hard look at how the federal government operates, and when you start looking under the hood, folks, it is pretty bad. So I'm really excited about what we're doing. I think we are taking the first steps today to beginning to get to a balanced federal budget. It's something that's very, very sorely needed. So this is a bad amendment that would affect middle-income families. If you support this amendment, you're supporting a tax increase on every middle-income family, every hardworking individual in this country, and so I strongly oppose this, and I ask my colleagues to consider opposing it.
Would the
Yield
gentleman
the
yield?
balance of the time to
I'll yield the
Mr.
balance of the time.
I would just point out that I think it is fantastic that the gentlelady from Washington is in complete agreement with Donald Trump in wanting to remove the carried interest loophole. I yield back.
We have consensus. I yield to the gentlelady for her 1-minute closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, listen, if you want to do that just alone, let me know, because I think we've been trying to do that for a long time. I want to be clear about something. 83% of the benefits of the Trump tax scam 1.0 went to the top 1%. You can spin whatever stories you want over there, but that is the analysis. Let me tell you that people earning more than $500,000, $500,000, received tax reductions 76 times greater than those who were making under $100,000. How is that fair? Those with incomes exceeding $1 million got breaks 335 times greater than earners that were earning under $50,000. This is ridiculous to tell stories about how, some middle-class Americans got tax cuts. You are insulting people by saying that if you get $200, $700 for a couple weeks of groceries, somehow that is good enough and compares to the billionaires getting yachts. That's just not the way it is. If the tax cuts enacted during the Bush and the Trump administration, for those of you who are so concerned about spending, if the tax cuts enacted during the Bush and Trump administration had not been enacted, the deficit would be less than half its current size. So please don't tell us about spending when the Republicans have continued to increase tax cuts for the wealthiest, increase spending, and at the same time are not looking at how we make our revenues more fair. You get to choose how to create the revenues in this budget. So you can easily say that we're going to tax the wealthiest and we're going to make sure that we make the system more fair. That's actually in your prerogative, Mr. Chairman.
My friend went over by a minute on her 1-minute closing, but we're not going to do any more rebuttal. We'll just tee this up for consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Sure.
I'd like to insert into the record a Washington Post article giving the statement about the 83% of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act going to the top 1% as 3 Pinocchios. Yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. The question on agreeing to the amendment by Ms. Jayapal, all in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call vote is requested, and pursuant to the unanimous consent agreement, we will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments for consideration?
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment.
Ms. Coleman, the clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute the copies of the amendment, and I will defer to you for your opening statement.
Amendment number 4, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committee on Energy and Commerce, offered by Ms. Watson Coleman.
Ms. Watson Coleman, I apologize. I got half your name right.
That's okay, Mr. Chairman, I understand.
You're new to the committee, and I'm glad you're on the committee. And I think as we see these papers being distributed, I'm just going to say, take it away, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am introducing an amendment that would strike the instructions for the Energy and Commerce Committee and prevent the cuts to Medicaid. My amendment rejects Republicans' betrayal of the 72 million Americans who rely on Medicaid for health coverage. Nearly a third of all Americans relied on Medicaid for health coverage in 2023. For some of us here on this committee, nearly half of our constituents rely on Medicaid. In my district, the 12th district in New Jersey, at least 93,000 seniors, adults, and children rely on Medicaid's covered services such as primary care visits, maternity and postpartum, health care, nursing homes, long-term care, prescriptions, mental health and substance abuse services, and support for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Imagine the pain that would be inflicted on millions of Americans by cutting this essential funding. These instructions will lead to measures such as converting Medicaid to a per capita cap. Instead of funding on the base of need, states would receive only a fixed amount of federal funding on a per beneficiary basis. This would lead to budget shortfalls in states and for state governments to limit coverage and eliminate services for millions of families and children. Every $100 billion cut from Medicaid represents the cost of coverage for more than 3.7 million children, 540,000 low-income seniors, or 415,000 adults with disabilities. Medicaid is a lifeline to affordable health care for many of our neighbors and has been helping families keep their households afloat for almost 60 years. It represents nearly $1 out of every 5 spent on health care in the United States, and to cut funding to Medicaid is to cut a vital linchpin in our nation's health care infrastructure. Several of my Republican colleagues have said here today that they have no intention of cutting Medicaid or Medicaid. Well, this is their opportunity to put their money where their mouth is, but it is also my opportunity to ask you to insert into the record the proposals, the Republican proposals on the $880 billion cuts to energy and commerce. I've signaled on 22 of these, and I don't have the time to read them all, but let me just highlight a few of them. It reverses executive expansion of state-directed payments in Medicaid up to $25 billion in 10 years. It lowers the Medicaid matching rate floor up to $387 billion in 10-year savings. It equalizes the FMAP for ACA expansion population. It's $561 billion in 10 years. It establishes Medicaid work requirements. It is $100 billion in 10 years. It repeals the Biden administration's finalized Medicaid CHIP access rule to $121 billion over 10 years. It makes the Medicaid per capita caps, it affects them to the tune of $900 billion in a 10-year savings. And we can go on and on and on. At the end of the day, what this does, it is makes our communities weaker and unhealthy and unfair. And to that extent, I would like to now yield to my colleague, Mr. Tonko, 90 seconds on this amendment.
I thank the Congressman for yielding. The Republican ripoff will take health care away from millions of Americans who are covered by Medicaid in a cynical ploy to deliver tax cuts to the super rich. If you are so hell-bent on cutting taxes for your wealthy campaign donors, can't you at least do it without causing massive disruption to people's health care? This is a time to ensure a strong future for Medicare and Medicaid, not the time to cut benefits. Proposals to cut this vital safety net program are short-sighted and immoral. How dare you take away health care from the American people? This is a betrayal of the American people and will leave my constituents without much-needed access to care. Let me cite just one story from New York. Joan N. has been living with emphysema, a type of COPD, for over 20 years. Enrolling in Medicaid has improved her life on every level. Joan is a dual eligible, meaning she qualifies for Medicare because she is over 65 and also has a limited income, qualifying her for Medicaid. Medicaid pays for the medical expenses that Medicare doesn't cover, including portable oxygen. Before enrolling in Medicaid, Joan did not have coverage for all of her treatments. As a result, she put off treatment, which led to her health deteriorating. She also used credit cards to pay for the health care she needed, resulting in medical debt. When asked about Medicaid, she calls Medicaid a lifesaver and says, "Thank God for Medicaid." I yield back.
Thank you very much. I reclaim my time to remind my colleagues of the fear and the damage that this will do to the health and the well-being of our communities. And I do hope that my colleagues will support this amendment.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any members, or is there a member who'd like to claim opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Edwards from North Carolina is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel that it's important for us to just take a brief time and recognize the situation that we have here in America today. Our national debt is unsustainable. and it threatens the fiscal and the national security of our country. We've talked about this in this committee before, but it's important for us to step back and look at the facts. The gross national debt surpasses $36 trillion, equaling a staggering 123% of our gross domestic product. This current level of indebtedness exceeds even World War II's level of 119%, and it's double the average level of indebtedness since 1946. According to the CBO, the debt will rise to $59 trillion by 2035, when it will equate to 123% of GDP if we do nothing today. The time for Congress to act is right now. There's never been a more critical time. The longer that we wait to rein in our out-of-control spending, the more significant the reforms will need to be to right-size our spiraling national debt. The primary driver of our unsustainable spending driving our national debt is our mandatory spending, which is spending on autopilot that continues without any congressional action. In order to address our national debt, we just have to rein in the runaway mandatory spending portion by reversing the Biden administration's spending spree, making benefit programs work for the most vulnerable, and ending cradle-to-grave dependence and reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. Energy and commerce plays a key role in our effort to right-size our mandatory spending and put our country back on a pathway to fiscal security, prosperity, and sanity. In fact, over the next 10 years, mandatory outlays for programs under the jurisdiction of energy and commerce will total $21 trillion. Hear that again, $21 trillion. The instruction to Energy and Commerce is to reduce the deficit by $880 billion, which is a mere 4% reduction in the committee's mandatory spending over the next 10 years. Congress often makes easy tasks difficult. I fear that we're trying to do that here today. But I'm confident that we can accomplish this small reduction in the rate of growth of mandatory spending programs under the Energy and Commerce Committee. Improper payments, which represent waste, fraud, and abuse, total a staggering $201 billion in fiscal year 2023 alone at departments under Energy and Commerce's jurisdiction. This equates to well over $1 trillion in 10 years. Energy and Commerce can meet their goal of reducing mandatory spending for programs under their jurisdiction by 4%, simply by reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. I've heard some skepticals here, some skeptics here already this afternoon, but I suggest we give Energy and Commerce a chance. Striking the instruction for Energy and Commerce would remove this opportunity to make common sense reforms to critical programs to reduce our out-of-control mandatory spending. It's our duty to our children and our grandchildren to take this very moment to put our country on a path to fiscal security and prosperity, and that starts with taking the steps needed to reform our mandatory spending. I urge, Mr. Chairman, a no vote on this amendment, and also I have a submission for the record. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit a one-pager from the House Budget Committee listing the total amounts of mandatory spending, improper payments, and unauthorized spending within the Committee on Energy and Commerce's jurisdiction into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
With the balance of time, I'd like to make a comment. We too believe in the safety net programs for the most vulnerable. I don't think a single Republican I've heard in any discussions that I've been in, any desire whatsoever to impact individuals who rely on these programs. But what I have heard is that you've got social service programs like the Supplemental Nutrition Program and other means-tested welfare programs where you have the Bill Clinton welfare to work sort of requirements, just basically requiring that if you're an able-bodied adult and you're receiving taxpayer-funded support, which I think not a single taxpayer would begrudgingly support their fellow American, but they would expect if you're able-bodied that you'd be looking for a job or that you'd be working. And I think the requirement is 20 hours a week, but that doesn't exist in Medicaid. And I think 80 to 90% of the American people are with those common sense reforms. The other thing is we wrote a letter to CBO and we asked about the cost to Medicaid for healthcare services provided in the emergency room mainly to people who are here illegally. Tens of billions of dollars. Folks, we can't, Social Security is insolvent less than 10 years. Medicare, not that far after that. We're talking about $2 trillion in annual deficit. That's going to double in 10 years, $36 trillion debt. And we're okay somehow with allowing illegal immigrants to drain tens of billions of dollars, cut the line, break the law, violate our sovereignty. And this is the problem. We can't get anybody to help that I know of on the other side of they want to talk about raising taxes. How about cutting some of the waste that I just listed out that CBO validates? And that's just the beginning. Numbers USA says $150 billion a year, 100 of which is borne by the states. They can't borrow from China like we can. This is a mess. We've got to clean this mess up. It's the least we can do to respect our taxpayers and be fiduciaries of their hard-earned dollars as Budget Committee members. With that, I yield the last minute for closing remarks to Ms. Watson Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that decisions are very important. Humanity, however, dictates that we don't make those decisions on the backs of those most vulnerable, and that's what this plan does. So let me just speak to my colleague's district, Mr. Edwards first. 82,000 people who receive ACA coverage would see their premium increase by $730 per year. 107,000 people on Medicaid are at risk of losing their coverage, including 60,000 children and 9,000 seniors. 39,000 people who rely on SNAP are at a risk of losing benefits. And Mr. Chairman, let me speak to your district.
Please.
75,000 people who receive coverage under the ACA would see their premiums increase by $430 per year. 99,000 people on Medicaid are at risk of losing their coverage, including 64,000 children and 8,000 seniors. 37,000 people who rely on SNAP are at the risk of losing benefits. These people represent a tremendous need for our help. At the time that we're looking at these decisions, we're looking to give the top 1% a tax cut of $304 million, and CEOs and big corporations will get another $2 trillion. So I ask you, sirs, do you want to go back to your districts and tell them that this is what's going to happen to their very necessary benefits? I yield back, and I ask for a recorded vote.
I thank the gentlelady and would like to tee up the question on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Watson Coleman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And we will do a roll call vote.
I asked for, yes, I did.
You did.
I did ask for a recorded vote.
You anticipated. You were ahead of me.
Thank you, sir.
That's
I don't
good.
mean to, I don't mean
And
to
a
be
new member.
disrespectful. I'm just trying to do my job.
Look, you're trying to move us, get us
Before
wrapped up
10.
here. I like it. Thank you, and we'll do the roll call at the end of our markup as we agreed to. And now I'm going to open it back up if there are any other amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Escobar from the great state of Texas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk, let's let the clerk designate the amendment and then distribute copies, and I'll come back to you. Sorry.
Perfect.
Amendment number 5, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Education and Workforce, offered by Ms. Escobar.
Okay, Ms. Escobar is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It is heartening to hear that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would actually like to protect vulnerable Americans whose pocketbooks are at risk with this budget proposal that we are marking up today. And I want to talk a little bit about a particular vulnerable population, and that is our senior citizens. I am certain that all of us have had conversations with seniors in our district, in fact, pretty likely seniors in our own family, senior citizens who sometimes have to make the tough decisions between paying for their medicine or paying their electric bill or paying their water bill or buying the groceries that they need in order for them to get the nutrition that they need. Our seniors were top of mind for us when we passed the Inflation Reduction Act and when we put into place Medicare drug price negotiations so that we could lower the cost of prescription drugs for our seniors so that they would not have to make those tough choices between their medicine and buying groceries. The first round of Medicare drug price negotiations saved taxpayers $6 billion. Huge, huge savings. And it will lower seniors' out-of-pocket costs by $1.5 billion when the lower prices take effect next year. I know seniors in my district are counting on that. And in fact, it is the morally right thing to do to make sure that we protect these savings for our seniors. I live in El Paso, Texas, represent this great border district, and what is confusing to a lot of my constituents is that they can literally go across the border into Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, and buy the same prescription drug at 40% lower, at a 40% lower cost. And when they ask me why that is, and they want to understand why is the same drug more expensive in the United States than it is literally a few miles away from my home. And we have a great conversation about Big Pharma and the power of the Big Pharma lobby, especially with members of Congress, and how, unfortunately, for too long, members of Congress have protected Big Pharma. And who's paying that price? It's our senior citizens. And so for us, that priority of making sure that we protected senior citizens and ensuring that they had access to lower drug prices was a major achievement. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have senior citizens in their districts. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have senior citizens in their family. And I am hoping that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will support my amendment and protect these seniors and their lower drug prices so that we can make sure that we protect this key constituency for us and that we make sure that they don't see unnecessary spikes in their drug prices. I'd like to share my time with my great colleague, Representative Gabe Amo, and I will yield to him right now.
Thank you to my great colleague from the great state of Texas, Ms. Escobar. Page 465 of Project 2025 calls to raise healthcare costs for seniors by repealing the Inflation Reduction Act. Last year, approximately 57,000 Rhode Islanders saved an average of $200 thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act's improvements to Medicare Part D drug coverage program. $200 might not mean a lot to Republicans in this room or the billionaires who are going to be the recipients of the aspirational tax cuts here. But this makes a real difference for seniors in Middletown and Cumberland, Rhode Island. With prescription drug prices increased by 2.5% this month, seniors in my district rely on those $200 in savings. These seniors are already spending $460 to $520 per year on these drugs, so every single dollar counts. Let's do something for them instead of adding insult to injury. This isn't pocket change for those on a fixed income. But Republicans once again seem hell-bent on attacking benefits that Americans depend on while doing nothing to bring down costs. I implore my Republican colleagues, let's stop this madness. Let's end their worries. Pass this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you so much to the gentleman from Rhode Island for his input on this amendment. I will once again just say the current economic conditions for Americans were central to the debate and discourse last year surrounding the election. Americans want us to lower their costs. Americans want us to prioritize their pocketbook. And so I'd ask my Republican colleagues to join me and join Democrats in protecting our senior citizens, especially in a week where we saw inflation increase, where we saw drug prices increase. Elon Musk and the other billionaires, they don't need such a massive tax break. Let's prioritize the seniors who we care about, who we represent, and who are in our families who deserve cheaper drug prices. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Is there a member who'd like to claim the time in opposition to her amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moore from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Back when I was in the state legislature, we'd call an amendment like this a catfish amendment. You think you're reeling in a nice bass, and it turns out it's a catfish. This amendment would essentially gut so much of this bill, which is designed to do two things. One, rein in wasteful spending, and two, allow the tax cuts that were implemented in 2017 to continue in full force and effect. And I want to make sure that my good friend Mr. Amo and Ms. Escobar understand that, and I confirmed this with the chairman just a moment ago, there are no plans in this bill whatsoever that affect or impact benefits going to Medicare recipients. I say that again, Medicare recipients, those over 65 receiving Medicare that were being talked about by my two colleagues, they are not going to be negatively impacted in this. What will happen, however, is that the trust fund will be more secure. We will get rid of the waste, the fraud, and abuse. I think some of the estimates of total wasteful and fraudulent spending by the federal government, by the GAO, Mr. Chairman, I think it's around $2.7 trillion, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And so my response to my good Democratic friends is join us and vote with us on this bill. If you want to see these benefits like this continue to be sustaining, we have to get rid of that. And these instructions to the committee move forward to that. The other thing I want to deal with is the talk about the tax cuts. And I've heard, I'd like to meet a couple billionaires, I guess, at some point. I probably have over the years, but I don't really know many that I know of. Certainly back in my area, I represent a pretty rural area. But I'll tell you this, if we don't extend and continue these tax cuts that were put in place in 2017, it will absolutely negatively impact working families in my district in Western North Carolina. Families many of whom have been impacted by the storms that we had with Hurricane Helene. Representative Edwards knows what I'm talking about with that. But all of whom have been impacted by inflation, by just so many tough economic times. And what we need to do is we need to make sure that we don't allow tax increases that only add to that misery, add to that burden. I believe, and I will tell you that we've done this successfully in my home state. I helped write budgets for 14 years in the great state of North Carolina. And we turned around a state that was going all the wrong directions as of 2010 to where right now we're one of the fastest growing states in the country. Taxes are lower, unemployment's down. I mean, the metrics are going in the right direction. And it all started with getting our fiscal house in order. And I looked down to Representative Edwards because he was there over in the, we call it the lower chamber of the Senate in North Carolina, but he was over in the state Senate, and he was a part of that as well. And a lot of choices that we made to get our state moving in the right direction. And I know when you're talking state and federal, a lot of times it's apples and oranges. But there's a lot of things that should be the same, and that is like anyone else. We have to live within our means. And what these instructions do is they direct these committees to do that. We have to get rid of this waste. We have to get rid of this fraud, this abuse, and we need to keep those tax cuts in place. A couple of stats, because this word about billionaires getting thrown around. Like I said, if we have any billionaires in my county, I'd like to know them because I don't know them. But back in just the counties that I represent, just working folks, if we do not pass this, they would have on average at least a 2% increase in their taxes. The other thing that's really interesting, and no one's talked about this that I know of on the other side of the aisle, is a recognition that if we do not pass this, then we would be cutting in half the child tax credit for 40 million families. Now, guess what? Billionaires don't get to claim that. That's for working folks. And so if we take the position of my friends on the other side, the child tax credit gets impacted, and working families pay more taxes. And overall in the country, 62% of the people in the country will pay more taxes if we adopt Ms. Escobar's amendment. And here's another hard number I think is interesting. The tax bill for a family of four that's just making the median income, their taxes would go up nearly $1,700 a year. I mean, so these are real numbers, and these are real things that if we don't move forward to this, hardworking people playing by the rules, doing the best they can every day to get by, will have more of their money taken away by government so that it can be wasted in many cases. Mr. Chairman, I think I would urge the committee to vote no, and I yield the balance of my time back to the chair.
I think the gentleman, wasn't too long ago when President Obama had proposed in a budget to the United States Congress a fix for an inequity in the payment system in Medicare. It was a system that is inequitable even to this day, never was addressed, and what it does is the American tax dollars go out in payments at a higher rate to hospitals than to physicians and physician groups for the same outpatient procedure. It's called site neutral. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. This is a proposal from President Obama. He said, that doesn't make any sense. You got money that's going out to pay for a service, the same outcome, and in fact, the same people are providing these services. And President Obama was willing to say, that shouldn't happen. And as a result of that, by the way, hospitals have been gobbling up all the independent practices because the private practice physician groups, they can't compete with the hospitals. They don't get the same reimbursement rate for the same procedure. So guess what? We have less choice now. We have less choice when we're taking our family to find good health care for our families. We have less choice because of that perverse incentive. And President Obama tried to address it. It exists to this day. You know what that would also do for the United States Treasury and the tax on our children, which is $2 trillion a year, and then they got the 36 heaped on their shoulders, 36 trillion, $140 billion in savings. I give kudos to President Obama for presenting that. Surely we can agree there are inefficiencies. Surely we can agree there's waste. Surely we can give the taxpayers the best effort to make sure their money's going to the beneficiaries, like the Medicare patients, Medicaid patients, et cetera. The gentlelady is recognized for a closing 1-minute remark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will tell you, I love evaluating wasteful expenditures. I do it in my household all the time, much to the chagrin of my kids. But I look to trim my personal household budget all the time. I look for ways to save money. I will tell you that is at the core, I believe, of the values that my Democratic colleagues and I share is that we want to make sure every hard-earned dollar that the American people pay in taxes comes back to them with programs, policies that make their lives better, that make them healthier, that make them stronger, that make them more prosperous. My amendment will help make sure that we protect seniors who deserve cheaper medication. I want to remind everyone, Medicare drug negotiation was in the menu of options that the chairman put out for offsets. Let's protect our seniors and not put them on the chopping block. Thank you, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The question is on agreeing to Ms. Escobar's amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
I'd like a recorded vote.
You bet. Roll call votes requested, and pursuant to our agreement, we'll do that at the end of the, Ms. Watson Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that you did not hear that I requested unanimous consent to include
did
my,
not. Go ahead.
my submission to you regarding E&C cuts into the record.
Without objection. So
Thank you,
ordered.
sir.
You bet. Okay. Other amendments? Are there other
Chair?
amendments, Ben?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Balint?
Thank you.
Let's designate the amendment clerk, if you would, please, and then we'll distribute copies. I'll come right back to you. Sorry.
Amendment number 6 to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committees on Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means offered by Ms. Balint.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment protects health care for millions of Americans. It strikes language in the Republican budget that would take away the tax credits that help people afford their health insurance. My Republican colleagues, for some perverse reason, want to give more tax cuts to the ultra-wealthy at the expense of working class and middle-class Americans. I know Americans in my district are feeling exhausted, they're overwhelmed as they continue to face incredibly high housing costs, high healthcare costs, and grocery costs. And Congress should be putting all of its energy right now into relieving these pressures on working families. We should be working overtime to cut these costs for all of our people back home, to ensure that everyone, regardless of zip code, can really live a life of dignity and security. But that's not what's happening here. Instead, what we're seeing is Republicans working hand in hand with the Trump administration to make the richest people in the world even richer. This will not bring us security and stability. I believe so strongly that we have lost our way. To give more money to the very rich, they're planning to take away money for the people who rely on Medicaid for their health insurance. On the one hand, you've got another mega yacht or a jet for a billionaire. On the other hand, we're just talking about health care for working Americans. That's the stark reality of the situation. The attacks on health care in this plan are honestly just gross, and I'm having a hard time believing that anyone sitting here can go back to their people back home and let them know that they voted for something that would make their health care more expensive. So look, Americans buy health insurance and receive tax credits to help them with the crushing cost of health insurance. And Republicans want to give you less money to help you with the cost of that insurance. And why do they want to do this? So they can gather that money together and give tax breaks, not just to the wealthy, to the ultra wealthy. Why would anyone of conscience go along with this? Under this plan, you may end up paying thousands more in healthcare costs. And that's before we even add in the additional cost of prescription drugs, as my colleagues talked to, premiums for hospital stays, premiums for health insurance, health emergencies, and all the essential services that are not covered by insurance. This amendment would protect the money necessary for millions of Americans to afford their basic health insurance. And I want to be really clear about what would happen if the amendment is rejected. This plan will lead to cuts in Medicaid. We know where all the money is. We know where they're going to have to take the money from, and it will add to your healthcare costs. I also fear that these cuts could potentially kick seniors and children and people with disabilities off their health insurance. I know my home state of Vermont, like many of the states represented here, are really struggling right now with the healthcare crisis. Costs continue to go up, access is limited, small businesses can't afford the rising costs of their employees' health insurance coverage. In rural communities like the ones that I live in, patients are driving for hours to find a doctor that will accept their insurance. And Vermonters are postponing their care because they can't afford it. We have to be fighting for families who are struggling in rural America. And this plan would mean more than 30,000 Vermonters who get their health care through the Affordable Care Act would see their premiums go up by nearly $800 a year. That increase will crush the working families in my state. And people, they just want a fair shot. That's all they want. They want a fair shot. And this Republican budget will put health care even farther out of reach for these families. This Republican plan will also make it harder for Vermonters to get the mental health care coverage that they need. We have a crisis of anxiety and depression and loneliness in this country. And I do not understand, while at this time, when there is so much need on the ground, why we would pass a resolution that would strip away resources from the working and the middle class. And it doesn't have to be like this. It really doesn't. These are choices. This isn't about fighting waste or fraud or abuse. It's about kicking people when they're down and taking the money for health care and giving it away to extremely wealthy people who don't need it. My amendment is simple. It would stop Republicans from taking away health care from Americans. And this should not be a controversial idea. Taking away health care from working people is just it's so low. You know, last night, Elon Musk, he retweeted something that referred to people in this country who rely on federal programs as the parasite class. That should reveal the kind of contempt we're talking about here. The parasite class. I don't think that my parents, because they're on Social Security, are part of the parasite class. I don't think my neighbor, who is on Medicaid, is part of the parasite class. So when my colleagues sit here and talk about Elon Musk in all of these glowing terms, I want you to think about who's he standing up for and who is he kicking in the teeth. I don't know anyone in my district that I would refer to as part of the parasite class. I urge my colleagues to get right with themselves and to join us in making sure that we can guarantee health care, affordable health care for all Americans. Doctors' visits shouldn't just be for the wealthy. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I'd like to thank Ms. Balint for her comments. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment? Mr. Carey is recognized for 7 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank you, and I'm probably the newest member on this committee. And actually, I see my dear friend, Representative Marcy Kaptur from Toledo down there. Marcy and I have always believed that we can agree to disagree, but we do not have to be disagreeable. And it's something that we do in Ohio, and it's something that I hope that this body one day will do as a complete entity. Listen, our national debt is unsustainable and threatens the fiscal national security of our country. The gross national debt surpasses $36 trillion, 36 trillion, equaling a staggering 123% of our gross domestic product. This current level of indebtedness exceeds World War II levels of 119% and has doubled the average level of indebtedness since 1946. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the debt will increase to $59 trillion by 2035, when it will equate to 123% of our GDP. Now, we throw these numbers out, so a lot of people don't understand. What's the difference between $1 million? What's the difference between $1 billion? What's the difference between $1 trillion? So let me just put it, so folks back home, as we're all sitting here not being home with our families, let me just try to put out in terms of time what those numbers means. $1 million equates to essentially, if you put it in time, 11.6 days. $1 billion equates to 31.7 years. So when we use the term trillion, what does that actually mean in terms of time? If you use it in seconds, that is 31,688 years. These are staggering numbers, my friends. The time for Congress to act is now. The longer we wait to rein in our out-of-control spending, the more significant the reforms will be needed to made to right-size the spiraling debt that we have. The primary driver of our unsustainable spending driving our national debt is mandatory spending, which is spending on autopilot that continues without congressional action. The Committee on Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means play key roles in the effort to right-size our mandatory spending and put our country on a pathway to fiscal security. In fact, over the next 10 years, mandatory outlays for the program under the jurisdiction of these committees will total remember my time, $57 trillion. That's almost 58 trillion. The instructions of these two committees to reduce the deficit by $808 billion, which is a mere 1.5% reduction in these committees' mandatory spending over the next 10 years. Congress often makes it easy task difficult. We all see that. We always have. But I am confident that we can accomplish this small reduction in the rate of growth of mandatory spending programs under the Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means committees. Improper payments, which represent waste, fraud, and abuse, total about $453 billion in fiscal year 2023. Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means can meet their goal by reducing the mandatory spending for these programs under their jurisdiction by 2% by simply reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. I don't think anybody disagrees that that's not a good thing. Striking the instructions of these three committees will remove the opportunity to make common sense reforms to critical programs to reduce our out-of-control mandatory spending. It is our duty to our children, and for somebody like me who's missing their children tonight because we're going to be here till 9 o'clock, that's a very important thing. To take this moment to put our country on the path to fiscal security and prosperity that strikes the taking the steps needed to reform our mandatory spending. Mr. Chairman, so I urge a no vote on this amendment. But Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit one-pagers from both the House Budget Committee listing the total amounts of mandatory spending and proper payments, unauthorized spending within the Committees of Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means.
Yeah, without objection.
All right, so two one-pagers from the House Budget listing the total amounts of mandatory spending and proper payments and unauthorized spending in the Committees on Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means. Mr. Chairman, it is an honor to be back on this committee, and I appreciate on both sides of the aisle, the Democrats and Republicans. We're going to work together. We're going to get some things done. Anybody that knows me from Ways and Means knows that's the way I operate. But at this point, I just want to thank you all for being here because we've got a very important job to do for the American public over the next few hours. Let's get it done. With that, I'd like to yield to my dear friend, Mr. Roy, for 30 seconds.
I appreciate the gentleman. I would just add a couple things in response to these healthcare accusations. That the problem we got with Medicaid right now is all the reports you look at show that the expansion has been linked to longer wait for appointments, slower ambulance response times, greater delays in the emergency room. and significant increase in costs overall to the entire system. We're not serving people well, and people know this. And I was happy to see that, and we just saw that Bobby Kennedy was confirmed today, and that is great news for where we're headed. And when Bobby was asked about whether he still, quote, supports single payer, he said, no, I saw the absolute and total failure of the expansion of Medicaid as an indication as to why single payer would fail. And so we're looking to reform the system to make it work. When we talk about health care, we shouldn't have $25,000 a year, which is the current average for a family of four, as what the expenditure is between businesses and families going into the pockets of health insurance companies we now have insurance-run, government-regulated health management. We don't have health care. So you want to actually fix all this, we need to actually have reforms and allow states to be innovative and be able to put innovation back into healthcare. There's a lot we can do here, and our budget is designed to accomplish those objectives. I'd yield back.
Thank you, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Balint is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Carey, I want to say I feel your pain. My kids are also disappointed that I will not be coming home tonight, so I understand. We do have a national debt problem. I agree with you. So why wouldn't we ask those who have so much more than the rest of us to pay more? Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we ask them to pay more to help us close this gap? I want to wrap up by saying there are millions and millions of Americans who rely on us to be their eyes and ears in this room. We have to put working people and middle-class Americans at the center of the work that we do here, not billionaires, not wealthy corporations. Nobody on my side of the aisle ran for office to give massive tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans while the rest of us are struggling to eke out a living. Our people back home are counting on us to stand with them. I asked again for people to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Balint. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any additional amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 7, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Agriculture, offered by Mr. McGarvey.
Mr. McGarvey is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment strikes sections of the budget resolution that Republicans will use to cut vital health care and nutrition programs our veterans depend on. If Republicans want to give away trillions of dollars in tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans in 1%, they shouldn't do it on the backs of our nation's soldiers and our veterans. My Republican colleagues want you to believe this is all about personal responsibility. Their spending cuts are only going to hurt people on the government dole, the parasite class, as Mr. Musk called them, people who live in big cities, people who live other places. But the spending in this bill, the spending cuts are so extreme, so draconian, that they are going to strip away benefits from millions of veterans, active duty military and their families, veterans and junior enlisted service members most in need of our country's support. I want you to picture a veteran sitting in Louisville, Kentucky. He gets coverage through the VA, but he's got complex healthcare needs. Maybe he lives with a substance abuse disorder or deals with mental illness. Maybe he's had a little hard time holding a job down recently, or he has a disability because of his time serving us and our country. He's lucky that he lives in a state like Kentucky that expanded Medicaid, since veterans in expansion states are 1/3 more likely to have insurance. His Medicaid also helps cover his prescriptions and provides behavioral health services and case management. This is not some far-fetched hypothetical. Medicaid covers 10% of our nation's veterans under the age of 65. Over 1/3 of those veterans live below the poverty line. 1/3 of them live in the South like me, and many of my Republican colleagues on this committee. More than half have a disability. For 40% of veterans, Medicaid is their only coverage. These cuts won't only affect veterans on Medicaid. The Affordable Care Act premium tax credit, which the Republicans also want to axe, helps non-elderly veterans get affordable insurance for their families. Since ACA coverage went into effect, the number of uninsured veterans decreased by more than a third. The Republicans want to tear away health care from these veterans to pay for trillions of dollars in tax cuts for billionaires. The plan we're voting on today would cut at least $880 billion in the federal funding that pays for this kind of coverage. That means more veterans without health insurance. They're not just coming for veterans. They're coming for folks who wear the uniform today. Over 2 million children in military-connected families count on Medicaid for their health needs. 2 million kids. Republicans don't want to stop at health care. They want to take SNAP away from veterans too. SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, helps over 1 million low-income veterans put food on their tables. One study found that about 1 in 4 low-income veterans and nearly 1 in 3 food-insecure veterans participated in SNAP in the previous year. In Kentucky, 17,000 veterans receive SNAP benefits. SNAP coverage is a critical lifeline for veterans who are unemployed, have disabilities, or just struggle to make ends meet every month. And since Republicans are coming for their health insurance too, it's worth noting that veterans without insurance are more likely to struggle to afford enough to eat. This Republican plan would strip $230 billion from programs that make sure veterans don't go hungry. They'd rather spend that money on billionaires instead. Let me be clear. A cut to SNAP or Medicaid is a cut to our veterans, people to whom we made a promise, a sacred promise to take care of them in exchange for them willing to put on a uniform and risk everything to take care of us. So who is this bill for? It's not for the veterans. It's for Elon Musk and his friends. Elon Musk's net worth is somewhere around $379 billion. In 2023, the median income of a veteran was $52,122. Talked about time earlier in this hearing. I'll put this in a time perspective. That veteran would have to work 7.3 million years to earn Elon Musk's current net worth. But Musk is dictating the cuts, and the Republicans are happy to oblige. Our veterans deserve better. Our veterans deserve our best. And I encourage my colleagues to vote for this amendment and protect our veterans from these devastating cuts. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. I'd like to now recognize myself to speak in opposition for 7 minutes. So let's first be clear about what this bill does. It would strike the instructions in the resolution in the bill we're considering today to several committees: Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Agriculture. And earlier, in a previous amendment, I talked about the impact of striking the Ways and Means instructions. And despite what my friends on the other side of the aisle say, this is a bill that protects the lower tax rates for middle-income Americans, for all Americans. But the veterans you spoke about, with an average income of, I think, $52,000 was the figure you used, would see a tax increase if we don't extend the provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We do understand that today, right? Middle-income Americans, your constituents, would see a massive tax increase. In fact, it would be the largest tax increase in our history on middle-income Americans. Another point I'd like to make. If the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act tax rates on the middle-income Americans and on small businesses expires, the tax system will become more regressive. Middle-income Americans their tax will increase more as a percentage than the income of high-income earners. Facts are what they are. And I wish I had something I could submit to the record. I can get it later. But many organizations have looked at the impact of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and it made the tax system in America more progressive. Taxes on higher income Americans went up as a percentage more than taxes on middle income Americans. So let's just be clear on that. Your veteran that you were talking about will receive probably a 22% increase in his or her taxes. It would be catastrophic. You know who else would receive an increase? Small business owners. The 199 Cap A, it's a bill that I've introduced that would extend that particular provision of the tax code and make it permanent. We did hearings throughout, in various districts throughout the country, and we heard from small business owners. Now, these are the companies that are creating, first of all, they employ most wage earners. They create the most jobs of any segment of the economy. They create more jobs than the big corporations. They told us, and you all know this, you have small businesses in your districts. They told us that this deduction allowed them to reinvest in their business, creating more jobs. It allowed them to reinvest in their employees, provide more pay, more benefits, and reinvest in their communities. And we learned, as you know, that the health of these are Main Street businesses that'll see a massive tax increase if we don't extend this, and it's going to affect their communities. When these businesses are thriving, then the communities in which they reside are thriving as well. So that's the Ways and Means portion. You know, if you remove the instructions to the Ag Committee, it would remove their ability. Now, each committee is going to decide how they'll find savings, but it would remove their ability to improve the way their programs operate. One of the overarching goals of this whole exercise is to try to be more efficient, to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. And Democrats keep talking about, I forget the term you use now, the parasite class or something like that. You would have to agree that we want the benefits to go to the individuals who should be receiving it. And you must agree that there's some waste. There may be some individuals receiving that who should not be getting it. And if we don't ensure that's the case, there will be less dollars for the truly needy. And so I think we should join together and work to ensure that our government is as efficient and effective as possible in delivering the resources and the services that are needed. So again, it's about getting the money to the right people. And of course, we can say this for energy and commerce as well. And we've heard a lot of fear-mongering here today about the $880 billion instruction to that committee. But I want to highlight again, this represents just 4% of the 10-year spending of the committee. This can certainly be done at a time when our spending is 26% of GDP, record levels. We're in a fiscal trajectory that is completely unsustainable. So we owe it to the American people. We owe it to our kids and our grandkids to get this right, and I think it's crucial that we look at these programs. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time to my colleague, Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's been a constant refrain to do away with the committees on commerce and energy and agriculture and, and Ways and Means. And, I think where the real difference is with the friends on my left, they just think you can tax your way into prosperity. Folks, it doesn't work that way. And I keep hearing the military. What our plan does is boosting the military. Why do you think the last 4 years under the Biden administration, you've had a deficit, a reduced amount of people volunteering for the military? Why do you think under President Trump, he's only been in office, what, a month now? He's got a record increase of people wanting to volunteer for the military. And you keep saying you're for the little man, and you keep talking about Elon Musk, billionaire this. I think he made it the natural way. I think he produced a product and did well. And I think he produced a mechanism to find waste, fraud, and abuse that each one of you continue to talk about. And let me ask you this. Is it fair for the little man to get $20 million for Sesame Street show? Is it fair for the little man, $2 million for sex changes and LBG activism? Is it fair for the middle man to have $6 million to transform digital spaces? That's the kind of example that we got to cut out, and that's the good thing about our tax plan. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. McGarvey is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you. I appreciate what you all said. Unfortunately, it's just simply not true. What is happening here is you all are giving a false choice. The idea that somehow if this bill doesn't pass, that there will be taxes on the middle class. We have shown time and time again as Democrats, proposal after proposal, to cut taxes for the middle class, to make our middle class and working class more prosperous in this country. That doesn't have to be in this bill. The tax cuts don't expire until December 31st. Last I checked, today is February 13th. But you all don't want to work with us on that. What you want to do is pass this bill that gives massive tax breaks to the wealthiest corporations and individuals. Not only are you worried about fiscal debt, this is going to add $2 trillion to the debt. $1 trillion in cuts, $4.5 trillion in tax breaks for the wealthiest people. And it's going to hurt people. This bill will hurt people. If this plan goes through, Mr. Smucker, 26,000 people who receive coverage under the ACA in your district will see their premium go up by $2,400 per year. 98,000 people in your district on Medicaid are at risk of losing their coverage. 45,000 children and 7,000 seniors. Meanwhile, the top 1% get a tax cut of $314,000. That's what this bill does. Work with us on a better one.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. McGarvey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request for recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments? Ms.
Have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Scott has an amendment. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committee on Education and Workforce, offered by Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I always find it interesting that Republicans can preach about fiscal responsibility and then produce a budget that actually increases the deficit by $250 billion this year. And just think about it. You talk about how bad the deficits are, and then say, that's why I'm voting for the bill that increases the deficit. Reducing the deficit isn't that hard. Every Democratic president since Kennedy has been able to hand over to their Republican successors a better deficit situation than they inherited, everyone without exception, and every Republican preaching about fiscal responsibility has handed over to the Democrats a worse deficit situation than they inherited, without exception. Obama improved George W. Bush's deficit. Trump had a significant worse deficit than he inherited from Obama. President Biden has improved the deficit from what he got from President Trump, and here we are starting off with a budget that's going to make things worse. But then the insult to injury is that this budget asks for us to adopt extensions of trillions of dollars in tax cuts heavily tilted to the wealthy and corporations, and pay for those tax cuts with cuts in spending.
But this amendment just asks that those cuts, tax cuts for the wealthy, not be paid for with cuts to programs within the jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee. A lot has been said about the instructions are not specific. So when you said, oh, we're going to cut Medicaid, you say, oh, it's not Medicaid, you can cut something else, when whatever else there is either isn't there, isn't enough, or may actually be worse. But what are you going to cut within the jurisdiction of education and the workforce? You're asking for hundreds of billions of dollars. We just received disappointing reports from the National Assessment on Education Progress. So is your response to those disappointing reports, is your response to cut spending for K through 12 education? Or is your response to cut school lunches or child nutrition? Yesterday, the Ed and Workforce Committee reported a bill to override dietary guidelines for Americans, scientifically established guidelines for proper nutrition, and allow school lunches to be served in violation of those scientific guidelines. That bill was opposed by advocacy organizations concerned about child health and education. Hopefully you don't have to cut child nutrition programs. College is already unaffordable. Are you going to cut programs like student aid or job training, which can transform lives? What do you want to cut? Or do you want to have cuts that threaten job safety with massive cuts to OSHA? Or maybe cuts in health care. But remember, when you cut health care and people go uninsured because of those cuts, they'll still get sick and go to the hospital, and guess who pays? Those costs are shifted to those with insurance. So cutting support for health care insurance will result in your insurance premiums going up. Or maybe you can cut Meals on Wheels provided within the Older Americans Act. People depend on programs within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Education and Workforce. They certainly don't want them cut to fund tax cuts to the top 1% in corporations. And top 1%, that's people making over $700,000 a year. And by the way, when you cut corporate taxes, the benefit of those cuts go to the stockholders. And a lot of the stocks are held by people outside of the United States, so Americans aren't even getting the benefit of those tax cuts. Mr. Chairman, I would hope that we would protect the programs within the jurisdiction of education and workforce. These are vital programs that people depend on, and I would hope we would not cut them to fund these tax cuts for the wealthy. And I reserve the balance of my time.
I'd like to thank Mr. Scott for his comments. He reserves his time. Is there a member who would like to claim time in opposition?
I'd like to claim time in opposition, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Houchin is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The instruction for the Committee on Education and Workforce provides the committee with the necessary flexibility to craft policies within their jurisdiction. My friends on the other side of the aisle have amendments like these that they're hitting us for deficit increases, but they're offering amendments that are asking us to add even more to the deficit. We're looking for savings. Here's an example of something that I think we could rightfully cut out of this $330 billion, and that is Biden's student loan forgiveness scheme. It not only incentivized skyrocketing tuition, but it also pushed working class taxpayers, punished them, exacerbating the nation's debt and deficit crisis, in the process costing over $180 billion. The Department of Education is in dire need of fiscal responsibility. Not only that, the United States education system ranks near the bottom compared to other jurisdictions around the globe. Nothing in our budget resolution includes cuts and reforms or specific reductions within the Department of Education. It provides the Committee on Education and Workforce with the necessary flexibility to decide what policies are working and what are not. Reining in additional spending is a vital step toward restoring fiscal responsibility throughout the federal government. As a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, we will work with the administration to ensure state and local communities are getting what they need for education, but our fiscal house and the Department of Education is not in order, and we can all thank the Biden administration for the status of that department. I think this is a responsible step, what the chairman has marked up, and I support. I'm sorry. I urge a no vote on this amendment and support what the instruction will be to the Department of Education, to the Committee on Education and Workforce. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield the remainder of my time to you.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for yielding. I'd just like to point out the comment was made in regards to the debt that was added by various presidents, and I agree. This has been an issue for both Republican and Democrat presidents, and we should all be concerned about the debt. We should all work on policies to change the fiscal trajectory. But I do want to point this out. During the Biden years, he added fully a quarter of the total debt held by the public. A quarter of the total debt held by the public was added during the Biden years. And with that, Ms. Halchin.
Will the gentleman yield, please, just for a second?
Well, it's Ms. Halchin's time, so Ms. Halchin, that's up to you.
Oh.
Would you yield?
I will yield.
Thank you kindly. I just wanted to place in the record the information on the accumulated debt over the several presidencies. And I think if you look at debt as a percent of GDP for the first time in the last 50 years, under Biden, it started to come down because the economy started to grow again. So I really do believe, sir, that we need to look at the revenue side over a period of years and what's happened. And together, the people who are willing to do it on both sides of the aisle, let's do something great for America for a change. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say, Mr. Chairman, and then I will close and I will yield back. We do not have a revenue problem in the United States. We have a spending problem, and House Republicans, with this budget resolution that we've crafted, are taking steps to try to get us on the right path.
Would the gentlewoman yield again?
Yes, I will.
I'd just like to reinforce that point, and I think you raised a valuable point. This is a good discussion. Revenue has, for about the last 50 years, been maintained at roughly 17% of GDP. And spending has, you look at the chart, has steadily increased to 26% of GDP from 50 years ago, maybe being about 16 or 18% maybe. So to Ms. Halchin's point, I think looking at the facts, we truly do have a spending problem that should be addressed.
Would the gentleman allow me to just respond very briefly? When I was born, there were 146 million people in this country. Today, there are over 300. We're edging toward 340 million. I would expect some of that spending to go up, but we need not to, behind closed doors, we ought to reach an agreement going forward. Maybe we could actually do it. Following on what Mike Carey said, maybe Ohio could help bring the sides together. Wouldn't that be great for the country? Thank you very much.
I yield the balance of my time.
Ms. Halchin yields, and Mr. Scott is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when you say both sides, if you look at the cumulative effect of people increasing the deficit and decreasing the deficit, since the Kennedy administration, Democrats have reduced the deficit $4.5 trillion. Republicans, regrettably, have increased the deficit $6.5 trillion. And so if you're going to give credit to both sides, please give credit where credit is due. The Republicans have run up $6.5 trillion worth of deficit, and Democrats were only able to clean up $4.5 trillion of it. We tried, but it's heavy lifting. I asked, in terms of it's a spending or revenue, I asked your staff whether it's both revenue and spending, and they said that's simple arithmetic. It's obviously both. But in terms of this amendment, colleges are already too expensive. Students are having to incur massive student loans, and the student relief programs like the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, the programs that eliminate, forgive if you've been defrauded, are very important. There's flexibility, obviously, in what you would cut, but you got to name it. It's $300 and some billion worth of cuts. It's got to land somewhere, and I would hope you would not you would not apply those cuts to the programs in the jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Scott. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Omar has an amendment. The clerk will designate the
Excuse
amendment.
me?
Or, I'm sorry, Ms. Omar. Okay. Sorry about that. The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 9 to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committee on Agriculture, offered by Ms. Omar.
Ms. Omar is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment would strike the House Agriculture Committee instructions and stop $230 billion in cuts to vital food assistance. Let me be clear about what these cuts mean. We're talking about slashing food assistance for 40 million vulnerable Americans, including 1 in 5 children in this country. And that would mean 35,000 folks in my district alone. These aren't just statistics. They are working families in every single one of our districts who are struggling to put food on the table. Especially at a time when food prices are going up, it is disgraceful that important programs like SNAP and WIC are on the chopping block. Right now, SNAP provides about $6 per day per person. This is what stands between millions of Americans and hunger. And yet House Republicans want to slash these benefits, all while pushing through tax breaks that would give the richest 0.1% an average tax break of $250,000 every year. On top of gutting SNAP, school meals and summer food programs will be at risk of devastating cuts. To emphasize again, such deep cuts would not just mean more burdensome and ineffective work requirements. It means that the very destruction of these programs. Meanwhile, the same budget resolution hands out $100 billion more to the Pentagon that can't even pass an audit. The hypocrisy is staggering. These Republican fiscal hawks are essentially claiming that we cannot afford to feed hungry children, but there will always be money for large defense contractors like Elon Musk and his friends. The choice is clear. Will we take food from working families, from children, from seniors, to give more money to billionaires and millionaires who never worry about grocery prices? At the bare minimum, we must not let vital food assistance be on the chopping block. I urge my colleagues to support this sensible amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment? Mr. Roy is recognized for 7 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I would note as a starting place that when we talk about things like population plus inflation and what we've been dealing with over time, if you look at where things were FY 1998, you go back to the last time we had a balanced budget when we had Republican control of the House and we had President Clinton, and the total, what we were looking at in outlays adjusted for inflation of $5.5 trillion, we're now at over $7 trillion. And that's just literally if you just compare, going back to the balanced budget of 1998 and go population plus inflation over that time, we've expanded government beyond that by $2 trillion. That's the problem. And let me just briefly, maybe surprisingly for some, agree with the gentlelady about some of the blind faith we have in defense contractors and just throwing money at the Pentagon. I would completely agree that we need to review that process, but just understand that part of what is being done here, with dollars being set aside for defense, is to have some significant modernization of the United States military, which is sorely needed, as we've got a dated military, and be able to then break what is happening every single year in the appropriations process, where defense hawks want to drive up the numbers in the appropriations process, and with respect, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want non-defense programs to go up, and an unholy alliance occurs in which every single one of those dollars go up and we never review it or change it. And we all know that's true. We all know that's what happens every year. So part of the problem here is we want to try to break that. And then let's just look at what we're dealing here with the amendment in question with the Department of Agriculture. The Thrifty Food Plan, which is used by the U.S. Department of Agriculture to determine the SNAP benefit levels. For nearly 50 years, TFP remained cost neutral on an inflation-adjusted basis. But in August of 21, the Biden administration conducted a unilateral reevaluation of TFP without any cost constraints. And now SNAP spending has nearly doubled in the last 6 years because of Joe Biden's unilateral expansion of the SNAP program. Again, we want to talk about executive authority. And everybody running around being concerned about what Elon's doing, double checking and looking and see if Social Security numbers are being doubled up on, or figuring out if there's a $32,000 transgender comic book in friggin' Peru. We got here a unilateral action by the former president, which literally just dumped $250 billion into the SNAP program just by executive action. We saw the same thing with the student loan program. After the courts had already spoken, the Biden administration just says, we don't care. Doesn't matter what the courts say. We're going to throw $246 billion right into student loans. And transferring, by the way, student loans taken out by some, knowing full well what they were doing, and then having that money having to be transferred in inflation taxes and government spending to the electrician and the plumber and the people who had paid off their loans. So you want to talk about who's abusing executive authority? How about the Biden administration, who is making all of this stuff done unilaterally? And by the way, if you want to look at SNAP, what about the fact that 20% of it is viewed roundly and clearly through studies as junk food? We are subsidizing the unhealthy consumption of food in our country. It is something that I appreciate the HHS now secretary, now having been confirmed, Bobby Kennedy, for pointing out. We're poisoning our own kids. We're poisoning our children. And we're doing that here. 20% of SNAP, an enormous amount of money that was just unilaterally expanded by the previous president, is stuff that is poisoning our kids with junk food and soda and sugary drinks. And that's the plain truth. And when you talk about our healthcare system, all of this is added up. We spend $5 trillion a year annually on healthcare. We don't have, people say, whoa, we have a failed free market healthcare system. We don't have a free market healthcare system. We simply don't. We spend 3 times more per capita than Italy on healthcare, yet the average American lifespan is 5 years shorter. Something is wrong. And I applaud what Secretary Kennedy is saying, what the president is saying about making America healthy again, worrying about the input side, the food we consume, the medicines that we take, often overprescribed, what's going on with clarity and transparency and honesty and science on vaccines, how much money Anthony Fauci could make in a career sitting as a bureaucrat, fattening his wallet, and we're actually looking and reviewing that stuff. Maybe we should take a look at SNAP. Maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't have a unilateral expansion by the president to expand a poor subsidy of our most vulnerable people. Meanwhile, the average family, as I mentioned before, is spending close to average of $25,000 annually on health insurance between their employers and themselves, all with this false promise of Obamacare premiums magically giving them health care. Meanwhile, I'm a member of Congress. What would my health care be? Obamacare. If my cancer comes back that I had 12 years ago, can I go to MD Anderson again under Obamacare? No, because Obamacare is a fraud. It's just mass quote-unquote coverage that doesn't allow people to go get the health care they actually deserve, to go to the doctor of their choice, to be able to have actual access to direct primary care, to be able to use funds in a health savings account where they can actually go have freedom of choice and healthcare freedom. What do? The same old crap. Let's take government funding, throw it at a program, throw it at a problem, and expect some different outcome. The fact is, the Budget Committee is recognizing that reality. It is telling our committees that we need reforms. It is telling our committees that we need to transform government from a one-size-fits-all distribution of money that we don't have while we rack up debt, rack up interest, bankrupt our children, and instead, maybe we should do something different. And one of those things is this program. That is why there's an instruction to the Agriculture Committee to say, do it differently. Come up with a different way of doing this. I believe that we should do that. I believe that those kind of reforms can save our country. And for that reason, I support the budget, and I oppose the gentlelady's amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Omar is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I ask for consent to submit. The Budget Committee Republicans are moving to take away food and health care from Americans into the record.
Without objection.
I do appreciate the gentleman talking about us looking at some of these policies, but we have to recognize that we cannot lie to the American people. Doing reconciliation process, we don't look at policies. You cannot have policy positions in a reconciliation bill. What you are going to do is take away healthcare access to 75,000 people in your district, Representative Roy. What you are going to do is take away Medicaid from 50,000 people in your district, including 28 children and 7,000 seniors. What you are going to do with the SNAP cuts is take away access to food to 15,000 children in your district. We have to be honest about what we are doing during the reconciliation process. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Omar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, please.
Ms. Kaptur has an amendment. The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 10, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Natural Resources, offered by Ms. Kaptur.
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee.
Ms. Kaptur is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, there are three essentials to life. The first is fresh water, and then food, and thirdly, energy. There is no doubting that simple expression. The purpose of my amendment is to strike the instructions that would cut the energy programs that make it easier for families that own homes and those who use energy to have lower bills. And it relates to the incentives that are in the Inflation Reduction Act, and it essentially rejects the Republicans' plans to repeal those programs and tax credits. And we know businesses and families are having trouble making ends meet, and we know that regardless of where your energy comes from, if you can get a better price, do it, do it. And on the clean energy front, just know I'm from Ohio, so Thomas Alva Edison was born in my district and invented the light bulb that transformed the 20th century. I was privileged to represent a man also that I believe to be the 21st century's Thomas Alva Edison, a man named Harold McMaster, who invented the most important domestic solar manufacturing company anywhere in the world, and it's housed in our region. So we have been a part of the invention class in Ohio, in the private sector, and watching this industry grow and seeing what a difference it could make. It's not the only type of energy source we have in the country, but we can't stop American progress. And so my amendment rejects the majority's plans to raise energy costs for America's families and their really rather extreme plans to repeal programs and tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act to grow this sector. People talk a lot about Ohio has the largest natural gas discovery on the continent, and we are developing that. The region I live in, we have nuclear power. We hope to get advanced nuclear power very soon. We hope to get hydrogen, green hydrogen. We're working very hard for that. But we're not rejecting renewables because they now represent 15% of the energy load of this country, and they're growing. I guarantee you, in every place you live, you're not pulling up thermal energy from the sewers. Shame on you. And it's because we need to educate our people on other sources of energy that can be useful to the American people as we move toward 500 million people in this country. Our grid is old. We have a lot of problems we have to deal with. But so do the people paying their energy bills. And so what my bill does, it doesn't get rid of the incentives that we have in the bill to help people lower their energy costs, whether it's business or whether it's households. And without doing so, we're really kind of betraying the American people and also our inventor class, the class that's moving us forward to get rid of all the old technology and replace it. So that's really what this bill is about. I wanted to also place on the record, as you're thinking about my statement, talking about the 2017 trillions of dollars of debt that have been added because of the tax cuts that were in that bill back in 2017. Let me just give you a couple numbers to think about.
You would like to place into the record, you said?
I would,
Yeah,
sir.
without objection.
I ask unanimous consent, but it basically shows how disproportionately that particular tax cut benefited the highest income households. In 2025, the last year before the temporary changes to the personal income tax and estate tax provisions expire, households in the top 1% of the income distribution will receive an average tax cut of $61,090.40. That's more than the average wage in my district. That just tax cut to one individual. In contrast, those in the middle quintile of the distribution will receive an average reduction of $910. That helps our working families. It doesn't betray them. While those in the lowest quintile get $70. Okay, so that's why we racked up just from those tax cuts already $2 trillion. And I would very respectfully disagree with the gentlelady who said we have a spending problem. We may have spending problems, yes, but we also have revenue problems. And I hope that those on this committee will think about, let's look at the revenue side as we try to balance the budget. We can do this, not over 1 year. We can do it, but we've got to look at the revenue side and be fair to all of Americans. So I ask you, in terms of this particular amendment, to recognize that clean energy already represents about 15% of our base load, and it's growing. The technologies are developing, and every single person has to live somewhere, and they all have energy bills. So we've made enormous strides in helping our people move to the future and not live in 1946. And we know that we have to do better. Over 400,000 new clean energy investments, including in manufacturing jobs, and over $422 billion in new investments have been announced across our country, including even in wind. Manufacturing plants, which, by the way, is big business up in the Great Lakes where I represent. So the bulk of new clean energy projects are in districts represented also by Republicans. In fact, we have a chart here that shows most of the clean energy, and maybe someone could help me hold it up so both sides of the aisle can see this. I mean, most of the innovation is in Republican districts. So this is something to think about as you consider this amendment. These investments include 213 solar and wind manufacturing plants, and the bulk of the new clean energy projects are distributed in what we call here, this is like the battery zone. It goes all the way from Ohio down to Georgia, but most of that is in Republican districts. So as we make strides in energy diversity, politics should never jeopardize the security of the American people, including in one of the essentials, and that is energy. Some of the cuts proposed in the overall bill will actually lower the benefit that households receive to pay their energy bills. right now. And in many places in the country, those are going up along with their property tax bills now, the cost of food and everything else. So this is an area where I would really ask you to think about voting for this amendment as the Inflation Reduction Act's tax incentives are becoming even more important. As electricity demand grows, rates are going up across the country. As we increase domestic manufacturing, thank God, and reshore some of it, not fast enough for me, the needs for modernization and electrification, and also for data centers, which are big energy hogs. So I ask you to please vote no on this, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Gentlelady's time has
Excuse me,
expired.
vote yes, excuse me, vote yes.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Is there a member who would like to claim time in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Mr. Obernolte is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me express a little bit of frustration. I know we've been here a few hours. We are about midway down what we call the Tier 1 amendments, but I mean, I would categorize these differently. I think that's charitable to say Tier 1, Tier 2. I'd say substantive and unsubstantive, right? So these are the non-substantive amendments we're working through. The last few have been strike Ways and Means, Energy and Commerce, and Agriculture, strike Ed and Workforce, strike Agriculture, but not Ed and Workforce. This one is strike Energy and Commerce, Natural Resources, and Ways and Means. All right, so we're going to have the same debate that we've been having for the last couple of hours here, but with a little bit of twist, the gentlewoman talked a lot about energy and her passion for not cutting energy programs. I sit on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and we've had discussions about reconciliation, but we have not made any decisions about what the plan would be for what would be, what the spending reductions would be, what the spending enhancements would be. All there are ideas right now, and all there is in this bill that the gentlewoman's amendment would strike is a number, right? So to say that this defeats the Republican plan to cut energy programs, I think is very disingenuous. Also, just to make the point, by striking the Ways and Means reconciliation instructions, you're enabling the largest tax increase in American history to occur. And this hurts a lot of people, not just the billionaires that you've been railing against. This hurts average American families. This would be an enormous tax increase on well over half of Americans. The average tax increase would be about $1,700 for the average American family of four. That is not millionaires and billionaires we're talking about. That is ordinary working class people, and we cannot do that to them. They are already struggling. In a larger sense, let me point out something that I also reinforced in my opening. We have a horrible problem with our budget deficit and our national debt. Our deficit is going to exceed $2 trillion this year. It's almost 1/3 of all federal spending. And the CBO has indicated that in a couple of decades, we won't even have enough revenue coming in to pay even the interest on that national debt if we don't stop digging the hole that we're digging. So the solution to that is we've got to get spending under control, and I welcome substantive discussion on that topic, but what all of these amendments are suggesting that the right thing to do is not even look to reduce spending. I mean, that's what setting a number to zero in a reconciliation instruction is. Reconciliation exists for the purpose of decreasing the budget deficit. And if we say we're not even going to look, why are we here? Why are we a budget committee? So I would respectfully urge opposition to the gentlewoman's amendment. And if I could take a point of personal privilege here as I close, I think it matters to Americans the words we use when we talk about each other on this dais. And I think it's true of every one of us that we represent both Republicans and Democrats. And so I would urge us to be a little bit more cautious in the language we're using and not talk about how one party hates America and is looking to destroy the working class, or, it's just, I don't think that that's the reality. I think behind closed doors, we're all friends, and I would hope that we could work on this together. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Ms. Kaptur is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, and I just ask support of the amendment. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Kaptur. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
On that, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 11, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committees on Energy and Commerce and Natural Resources, offered by Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Tonko is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment will strike reconciliation instructions to the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Natural Resources Committee, which have jurisdiction over many of our nation's programs to lower energy costs and protect public health and our environment. Climate change is real and already having huge impacts on Americans' economic well-being. We are living with perpetual disaster response and recovery from the consequences of rising sea levels, warming oceans, raging wildfires, and more frequent and damaging storms. Just recently, we saw the devastating effects of hurricanes in Florida and western North Carolina and wildfires in Los Angeles, destroying people's lives and property. Recent studies have shown that climate change could wipe out $1.5 trillion in home values across our United States by 2055. And companies do not want to insure properties that will be under constant threat of fires or floods. People are already feeling these effects on their wallets. State Farm is seeking a 22% rate hike for homeowners in Southern California, and our federal budget won't be immune either. There will be increased outlays for flood and crop insurance and other disaster assistance. We should not accept a world where the United States government not only ignores, but actively seeks to undermine efforts to reduce the climate pollution. But that is the Republicans' plan. When Democrats were in charge, we took historic steps to reduce pollution and deploy American-made clean energy technologies which will lower energy costs for families. And by all measures, this approach is working. Since August of 22, over 400,000 new clean energy jobs and over $420 billion in private sector investments have been announced across the United States. Many of these jobs have supported domestic manufacturing in steel, semiconductors, and batteries, to name just a few. 75% of these investments have gone to counties with lower than median household incomes, many of which are represented by Republicans. These investments are starting to revitalize the American industrial economy and uplift communities that have suffered from decades of underinvestment. But the Republicans have made no secret about their intent to repeal programs that protect our planet and create hundreds of thousands of jobs. We heard that the energy tax incentives will reduce Americans' bills, but this is also true of the grant, loan, and rebate programs that have been funded in recent years. Thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, several states have already made rebates available to help low and middle-income households with energy costs by providing up to $14,000 to install electric appliances and make other home improvements. Energy efficiency rebates are also available, providing up to $8,000 to people that retrofit their homes. According to the Department of Energy, these rebates are expected to save families up to $1 billion in energy costs each year and support 50,000 U.S. jobs. DOE is also issuing loans and loan guarantees for innovative projects that private finance won't support. These projects cover a wide range of technologies, including restarting a nuclear power plant, developing domestic critical mineral processing capabilities, and promoting hydrogen production, technologies that many Republicans have claimed to support. And several electric utilities are taking advantage of low-interest financing to invest in their grid infrastructure and then passing the savings on to their customers. It is clear that the Republicans' top priority isn't lowering energy costs or fostering emerging industries of the future, but rather whatever is best for big oil executives. They will happily open up our public lands and waters for more oil and gas leasing, doubling down on dirty fossil fuels, and further accelerating climate change. They want to finish their multi-year policy crusade of repealing rules that EPA was legally obligated to issue in order to protect Americans from dangerous air pollution. And they have taken aim at eliminating the charge on methane emissions, a program which will generate federal revenues while incentivizing our companies to reduce waste. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas that is responsible for a third of the warming we experience today. Curbing methane waste from the oil and gas sector is urgently necessary to avoid the most catastrophic impacts of climate change. But Republicans want to give polluters a free pass. Big oil doesn't need any more favors. The U.S. is already the #1 producer of oil and gas in the world, and American consumers aren't seeing the benefits. The oil and gas industry enjoys at least $15 billion in subsidies from American taxpayers each year. And in return, big oil companies collude with foreign cartels to drive up prices for American families and contribute to inflation. This amendment would allow us to reject Republicans' attempts to reverse the American clean energy transition and manufacturing boom underway and deny regular Americans the economic and public health benefits that are coming with it, all to further enrich big oil executives. It is now my pleasure to yield to a friend and colleague, our great gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo.
Thank you to my great colleague from the state of New York, Mr. Tonko. Look, it's easy to miss the forest for the trees when considering this budget resolution. But here's something very concrete. The menu of targets and cuts Republicans drew up, we've all got it, is very clear. This is nothing short of a hit list. And I hope that it lays to rest once and for all the idea that Republicans somehow care about lowering costs for Americans. How could you, if you're considering rolling back measures in the Inflation Reduction Act that offer up to $14,000 in rebates for low and middle income families to make their homes more energy efficient? It's right there. These improvements in my district can save Rhode Islanders up to $1,150 in their annual energy bill. But the benefits don't stop there. These improvements can increase their home values anywhere between $9,800 and $23,000. That's real money. It's hard for me not to come to the conclusion that Republicans don't want people to achieve these savings. That instead, Republicans want to roll back programs that lower energy bills and increase home values. I yield back.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition? Mr. McClintock is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment by the Democrats would add $881 billion to the deficit by striking the provisions of the budget resolution that direct $880 billion in deficit reduction from unleashing American energy supplies and another $1 billion by restoring sound forest management. You know, the Democrats' policies over the last decade or so have been to deliberately lock up our energy supplies on federal lands behind a wall of regulations and restrictions. The fact is, the day that Donald Trump left office in 2021, America was energy independent for the first time in our lifetimes, and a gallon of gas cost $2.42. On his very first day in office, Joe Biden signed executive orders that put federal lands off limits to new oil and gas exploration. He canceled the Keystone Pipeline, and when energy prices skyrocketed, he depleted the National Petroleum Reserve and begged hostile foreign governments to increase their production. You know, America is blessed with the most abundant energy supplies of any nation in the world. Our petroleum reserves are greater than those of Russia or of Saudi Arabia. We're blessed with over 4 trillion cubic feet of recoverable natural gas alone. Nearly 8% of our nation's GDP is from energy, the vast majority of that from fossil fuels. Just a 1% increase in GDP would mean $250 billion a year generated into our economy. Similarly, our timber resources are vast. Yet America has become the second largest importer of soft pulp timber in the world, while our own morbidly overgrown forests succumb to disease, pestilence, drought, and ultimately catastrophic wildfire. In the Tahoe Basin, we cut the red tape. We provided forest thinning projects a categorical exclusion from NEPA in 2016. That took the environmental studies from an average of 5 years down to a few months. It took the environmental reports from more than 800 pages down to a few dozen. We increased timber yield from the federal lands at Tahoe from 1 million board feet a year to 9 million board feet a year. We tripled the treated acreage. And our forests in the Tahoe Basin are now returning to fire resiliency. And in fact, that's what saved the city of South Lake Tahoe from the Caldor fire. We once funded the entire Forest Service and a sizable portion of local government budgets just from the revenues generated by federal timber auctions until regulations and red tape paralyzed us. The deficit reduction numbers in this resolution are a fraction of what can be achieved simply by getting government out of the way and unlocking our vast natural resources. And if your thing's carbon dioxide, the natural gas production is what has brought down American carbon emissions, and active forest management promises to prevent CO2 from forest fires. A UCLA study revealed that just the 2020 fires in California, just that 1 year, released more carbon dioxide than had been prevented by 18 years of backbreaking environmental restrictions combined. The Ivanpah Solar Energy Plant just this week collapsed of its own economic folly, taking more than $2 billion of taxpayer money down with it. Enough is enough. The instructions in this resolution challenge the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Natural Resources Committee to claw back the billions of dollars of green energy scams that have enriched green grifters at the expense of working Americans. But far more importantly, they charge the committees with the statutory changes necessary to restore energy and resource abundance to our economy by removing the unnecessary impediments the Democrats continue to mindlessly defend. The irony is that the only thing standing between the American people and an era of affordable, reliable, abundant energy and water and timber is the crushing regulations and bloated federal bureaucracy that the Democrats keep defending. They remind me of Tolstoy's observation when he said, "I sit on a man's back, choking him and making him carry me, and all the while I assure him and anyone who will listen that I'm very sympathetic of his plight and I'm willing to do everything I can to help him, except by getting off his back." Well, the Democrats, the people, have spoken. Get off our backs. Over the Speaker's roster in the House chambers, a quote from Daniel Webster. It's a prayer, really, and it's a challenge to each of us who serve here today. Let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, build up its institutions, promote all its great interests, and see whether we also in our day and our generation may not perform something worthy to be remembered. With that, I'm pleased to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Stutzman.
Well, thank you. Thank you, the gentleman from California for his comments, because I come from a district in Northeast Indiana. We're one of the largest manufacturing districts in the country, and we're not. Energy and commerce are huge issues for us, not necessarily from the production standpoint, but from the consumption standpoint, where we produce steel, we produce orthopedics, we produce cars, and so many different products that benefit Americans on a day-to-day basis. We produce equipment for our military men and women to be sure that they're safe when they're protecting our country. And so to have policy that continues to hold back our energy capacity is only going to hurt not only our ability to protect the country, but it's also going to prohibit the opportunities for men and women across this country to provide for their families. One of the things that we know that's coming is also the increase of data centers that are going to use a huge amount of energy. And so we're going to need to have the ability to increase our nuclear production. We're going to have the ability to increase our baseline production. And so when we see the other side continuing to push and subsidize these green energy scams, it just doesn't help our country in the long run. Energy is such an incredible tool that we have here in America, and we know for a fact that China is the great polluter. They're the ones that are growing faster than any other country in the world in energy production, and they're going to continue to eat our lunch if we let them, and that's why we need to focus on policies that'll truly energize America and put people back to work and produce for this country. I'll yield back the balance of the time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Tonko is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Republicans have been very clear that they will adopt policies that double down on dirty fossil fuels and repeal policies that are actively working to lower energy costs for American families and create jobs across our country. They are already causing uncertainty for American businesses that are creating these jobs in the strategic global industries of the future and undermining additional potential investments. We simply cannot let that happen. The federal government should be a strong partner to the private sector and individuals that want to build a cleaner and more affordable energy system. Look, the first Trump administration betrayed the American energy consumers, the American public, by being a climate denier and delayer, not allowing for us to work effectively in a global community to address climate change. Now, Republicans with this budget bill are looking to further betray the American energy consumers. I ask that you support this amendment. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chair, and yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Tonko. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a roll call, please. Roll call vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any additional amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Plaskett has an amendment. The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 12 to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committees on Ways and Means and Oversight and Government Reform, offered by Ms. Plaskett.
Ms. Plaskett is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This amendment would strike reconciliation instructions to the Ways and Means Committee and the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Together, these committees have jurisdiction over programs that protect federal agencies from unlawful spending freezes, shield nonpartisan, hardworking civil servants from unfair attacks and firing, and prevent wannabe oligarchs from gaining access to federal fiscal databases or financial systems of record. Listen, we have heard so much ad nauseum about the Department of Government Efficiency's DOGE. It's all everybody ever talks about. It was created by an executive order on January 20th, we know this year, and it has been violating federal law ever since. There are innumerable lawsuits by groups, by unions, hardworking unions, individuals, organizations against the actions of this particular construction of our president. As aggressive as it can be, Elon Musk DOGE has flailed through every agency it can, disregarding established statutes, flouting basic privacy protections. Its official website consists of one sentence. The Department of Government Efficiency, the people voted for major reform. I think the people voted for the cost of living, for concern about their safety, about what was happening at the border, about the effectiveness of government to protect them, to advance them, for them to have the American dream. I don't think people voted for major reform within government agencies. DOGE actions include deleting agencies, unlawfully canceling congressionally authorized funds, which violate the constitutions. Now, the hurt that is happening to the federal workers, everyone is looking at these federal workers and thinking that that's not them, that that may not affect them as individuals in their everyday life. Slashing government contributions to those individuals who work there's health insurance by shifting to voucher models, raising federal employee retirement contributions while giving nothing in return, eliminating FERS supplemental retirement payments, jeopardizing retirement security, converting new federal employees to at-will status unless they accept higher FERS contribution, changing annuity calculations by using the average of the highest 3 salary years to the highest 5 salary years to reduce retirement payouts, eliminating TSP G fund subsidies, The list goes on. Now, this is all being done by disrespecting and threatening federal workers, individuals who have dedicated their lives to working for the American good. We think of these as just some unnamed people, but these are individuals who work in each one of our districts. These are individuals who work here in Washington, who are working on behalf of the American people. We know about the fork in the road email to more than 2 million federal employees threatening mass layoffs and offering a very brief window for them to resign. Now, my colleagues are going to tell you how wonderful this is, that he is uncovering waste and fraud, abuse in the federal government. I thought that was our job. I thought that what Congress was supposed to do. So we talk about individuals who don't want to work, who are lazy, who need to get off of the government dole. That sounds like us. If we want Elon Musk to do our job, why don't we give him the $5.3 billion in discretionary funding that goes to the legislative branch and just give it away, and all of you go home. Everybody wants to get to their children. They want to go home. They're tired. People of America elected us to do a job. If that means us being here all weekend, that's what you signed up for. That's what you're going to do. You're the ones who are supposed to, we're the ones who are supposed to uncover fraud, not Elon Musk. If you want him to do your job, stop being lazy. Give him our money and let him do that. But the Constitution has said that that's our job. Article 1 of the Constitution says that it is this legislature's job to find fraud and abuse. And actually, we do fund that. The Government Accountability Office has said that there are losses from fraud in the amount of $233 billion to $521 billion in federal government each year. So why don't we uncover that? How about the PPP loans that many of our colleagues took that may have not been used properly? Are we investigating that? We're not investigating that. We want to investigate individuals who are doing their job at NIH. We want to talk about people who are in sub-Saharan Africa, ensuring that young men do not become a part of Al-Qaeda because they're getting a little bit of food. Those are the things that we're worried about. We're worried about children getting school lunches and that their parents may not have worked as hard as we think they're supposed to work, so they shouldn't have those school lunches anymore. That's the things that we're afraid about. How about let's going after what the Government Accountability Office, which the latest legislative branch supports and funds, has actually uncovered. Because as far as DOGE is going, so far they have only found $7 billion in abuse. And at the rate that they're going, they're only going to find $45 billion a year. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of government money. And who knows what this individual is doing with the data, the information that he's finding, with the conflict of interest that he has. He has built nothing. He has bought everything. And he is buying this country as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment? Chair recognizes Mr. Grothman for 7 minutes.
Thanks. A lot of what was just said really didn't go to the guts of the amendment, but I feel I got to respond to it anyway. President Trump won his election in part because I think the people wanted somebody to take a fresh look at our government. And I am pleased with what DOGE has come up with already. I look forward to more things on my personal level. I look forward to what they're going to do with the Department of Defense. I think right now our Department of Defense is still, to a degree, prepared to fight World War II. And I think there are some fresh comments from people who have a great reputation because of financial success and otherwise that would indicate that a lot of that money could be wasteful. And anybody who's honest would say that we are not going to take a fresh look at the Department of Defense without President Trump and people like Elon Musk who are going to look at things from a different perspective. I also want to point out with regard to pollution, if we want a cleaner air or cleaner water in this world, the number one thing to do is to make sure we manufacture more stuff in the United States of America, right? If you want clean air, clean water, We want to produce more in America. There are friends, but less in China, less in India, less in Brazil, less in other countries. Now, as far as this amendment is concerned, it would be a disaster, both for the individual and for the business community. You are looking at massive increases in the marginal rate for small businesses going up to 43.4%. As we let the small business deduction expire. That would be a disaster. We also have to remember we are competing on a global market. If we want to make things in this country, and my belief is strong that America is a wealthy country because they produce things. We're not wealthy because we have a lot of law firms. We're not wealthy because we have a lot of big box stores that we all shop at them. We're wealthy because we have a great manufacturing sector. And if we let these tax cuts expire, it's going to be devastating for the manufacturers of this country, put them one more time as a disadvantage compared to people in other parts of the world. So in any event, it is vital, just from the tax standpoint, that, and not to mention, would result in a massive Great Depression as every family around in America, or any family that is paying taxes, is going to have their taxes go up. As their disposable income drops, you're going to, like I said, you're going to cause the country to go into a great recession that we can't afford. I think to a certain extent, this amendment comes down to the fundamental difference between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party looks at money that people make, and they say, if only I could spend this, think of all the wonderful things we could do. The Republican Party, being the party of freedom, says that if you work hard for something, it's yours, and you can spend it however you want to spend it. So that comes to the guts of this amendment. I will point out that I think the Democrats, when they had all three under President Biden, could have done some of these things on their own. They didn't do it because even President Biden knew that if what happened to taxes is what would happen if this amendment passed, it would be a complete disaster. But thank you.
The gentleman yields. Ms. Plaskett is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you. I'm glad Mr. Grothman, my colleague, has talked about people working for their money. I know that that's something that's very important to him when he talks about his district and individuals receiving welfare, receiving SNAP, receiving school lunches. So I know that many of my colleagues have given statistics of individuals in their district and how much they're going to lose. I don't think that's necessary to share that 30,000 who are in Mr. Grothman's district who relies on SNAP may not receive it. But I too have been a Republican. I served under George W. Bush's administration as a Republican. And I think the most important part of the Republican Party is not just freedom, which I think is very important to Democrats as well, but to be fiscally responsible. And what we're doing right now is not fiscally responsible. We are blowing up the debt with this budget that we are putting out here. We are causing people to go off of subsidies and support that we are giving, which in the end is going to cost us more when people are not being fed, when people are not given skill sets, when people are not being taught how to take care of themselves, which many of these programs do. We are making ourselves more at risk by the cuts that we are putting in here, and that is not fiscal responsibility. I yield back, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment.
Gentlewoman's time is expired. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Plaskett. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any additional amendments?
Recorded votes, Mr. Chair?
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Are there any additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Peters has an amendment. The
I have
clerk.
a amendment to desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 13 to adjust annual deficits offered by Mr. Peters.
Mr. Peters is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My amendment, if adopted, will help ensure that this committee is at least honest with the American people about what the real impacts of what this budget will be, both on our national economy and in the neighborhoods we all represent. And Mr. Chairman, you and I have a good relationship. I have a good relationship with Mr. Obernolte. Just to address your point, Mr. Obernolte, if I ever come off as being personal about this, I hope you'll come address me directly, because that's not my intention. My intention is to express a vigorous disagreement about the policy before us here. Because one thing we do agree on is, even if we don't fix this country's borrowing problem, if we don't fix the country's borrowing problem, it will be our kids and their kids who pay the real price for it. It's been reported by several news outlets that a few conservative members of this committee have serious concerns about the budget and what it will ultimately cost American taxpayers in the long run, and I think they're right to be worried about that. The problem is that many are saying that this budget is not bad on paper because President Trump is going to make the economy boom. Specifically, the Republican budget assumes nearly 3% sustained growth over the entire next decade. That's nonsense. The economy is not going to grow at 3% for 10 straight years. In reality, the Congressional Budget Office says growth will be 1.8% annually. And in the last 25 years, real GDP growth has exceeded 3% only 4 times. There's no legitimate evidence to back up the assumption that our economy will grow at 3%, but this gimmick makes up more than $3 trillion in fake deficit reduction in this budget. Republicans are trying to paper over that fact that their agenda will cost America much more than we can afford. Back in 2017, Republicans gave themselves a similar fantasy. It was a budget gimmick then, and it's a budget gimmick now. They'll point to and they have pointed to the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and say that revenues went up despite the tax cuts. That argument is deceptive because whether or not the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act became law, revenues were projected to go up annually anyway. And while it's true that actual revenues since the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was roughly $1.5 trillion more than CBO projected when the bill was passed, the vast majority of that $1.5 trillion was driven by inflation. The rest was caused by COVID response. If you remove the pandemic from the equation, the data shows that our country actually lost about $100 billion to the TCJA. Tax cuts don't pay for themselves, and they never have. Massive cuts to vital programs hurt American families and often prevent economic growth. The budget includes about $4.8 trillion in deficit increases and only partially offsets all that borrowing with what they are calling $1.5 trillion of mandatory savings. As I said at the beginning, a budget is about choices. This budget chooses to direct our tax committee to increase the national debt by $4.8 trillion. A different choice would be to allow the TCJA to expire and save $4.8 trillion. And it's not either or, because we could choose to preserve the less expensive parts that help the middle class, like the child tax credit enhancement, while we allow rates to go back up for people who can best afford to pay our national expenses. And don't tell me that it's going to be that much of a hardship on many, many people, including many of us, to go from 37 to 39% marginal tax rate. That is not going to break the economy. The budget only offsets the costs of preserving the tax cuts, by the way. It does not address the fact, and does not offset, that the government is borrowing almost $2 trillion every year just to pay our expenses. For all the talk about a mandate the Republicans got, the House, the Senate, and the White House, and for all the talk about the need to curb deficits, this Republican budget chooses to continue the practice of borrowing to pay our expenses. All the cuts are designed to offset the deficit we're instructing the Ways and Means Committee to increase. So I've heard, as a Democrat, I just want to perpetuate the status quo, but members of this committee know better. I've been leading bipartisan efforts to address the debt. I've not been shy about talking about cuts or taxes or even the impending insolvency of Social Security and Medicare, and I'm ready to work on that in a bipartisan way. But this budget chooses to be partisan and Republican only. I've also heard about how President Clinton and Speaker Gingrich worked together to balance the budget last time, and that was great. But that deal was that way they would do as much tax increases as they did spending cuts. It was half and half. We could choose that path, but this budget does not. Instead of more revenue, we choose less revenue, and then we pat ourselves on the back for running more like a business, as if a business doesn't understand you both have to control costs and make money. That's common sense. And the problem is made worse because instead of relying on the growth and revenue assumptions from the CBO and nonpartisan groups, we're choosing to pretend. Our mothers taught us to pray for the best and plan for the worst, and we are choosing to ignore that prudent advice. What this means is that we will not just cut the fat, but the bone. When the Republicans say mandatory savings, for instance, they mean destroying programs like Medicaid, which supports critical health care for children, Americans with disabilities, and working people who are already struggling to keep up in this economy. Right now, hospitals across my district in San Diego are fighting a flu epidemic. In the last 9 weeks, patient visits for RSV, flu A, and flu B have quadrupled. Reductions in Medicaid funding, let alone draconian cuts that the Republican budget will require, they say it won't, they say it's not necessary, but that's where we're headed, will have a ripple effect on our health system's ability to respond during surges of seasonal illnesses. With more than 24 million cases and already 13,000 deaths from flu this year, according to CDC, the last thing we need is to slash funding for hospitals and clinics that are saving lives all across the country. But maybe you still think that slashing Medicaid is great policy. And even if you think these cuts are awesome, the math problem with this Republican budget is this: $4.8 trillion in new borrowing minus $1.5 trillion in spending cuts still equals $3.3 trillion in new government debt and deficit. And if our fantasy growth dreams don't come true, the math problem will be worse. The House Republicans want their president's tax cuts so bad they're willing to strip our health system for parts, but you can't make the math work. So we're not decreasing the deficit, we're choosing to explode it. According to an analysis conducted by the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, passing this budget would increase the debt to nearly 126% of the size of our economy. That would be the largest our national debt has ever been relative to the size of the economy overall. The actual impact of this budget is more likely to be a recession, with millions of Americans losing their health care, sky-high inflation, higher interest rates, and unemployment. And for all the righteous talk about low tax rates, our kids are going to pay the cost of this debt. We are choosing a darker, more tax-burdened future for our children. So let's not fool ourselves. Let's at least use reliable growth forecasts. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment. And yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there a member who would like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Klein is recognized for 7 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I thank the gentleman, my friend from California, for his comments. I'm not going to focus on his contention that somehow that we need to let the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act tax cuts, which actually spurred economic growth, to expire, or portions of it to expire, or which portions to expire. I'm not going to address the contention that the issue of deficits over the last several years, the cause of those deficits was largely due to Democrat-controlled House, Democrat-controlled Senate, and a Democrat White House. What I want to focus on is the gentleman's contention that we have faulty growth projections. In actuality, the faulty growth projections they lie with the CBO. The macroeconomic feedback effect in the budget is justified by the performance of the economy following the passage of the TCJA in 2017. Prior to the Act's passage, CBO projected growth of 2.2 and 1.7% in 2018 and 2019, respectively. After enactment of TCJA, actual growth in those years were 3.0 and 2.6%. CBO assumes that the TCJA tax cuts will expire in their projections. This pessimistic projection for the next 10 years reflects current law assumptions that this budget would provide the means to amend. And we are using real numbers. Since the end of World War II, economic growth has averaged 3.2%, and since 2010, economic growth has averaged 2.6%. That's the number that we put in this budget. There's no 3% growth projection in this budget, as the gentleman contends. Our budget's growth assumption is in line with the long-term and short-term historical record and defends itself by providing for pro-growth policies like tax cuts for all Americans and a reduction of regulations to strengthen American businesses. In President Trump's first term, excluding the distorting effects of the COVID pandemic, economic growth averaged 2.7%. This fact was well understood by the American people when they elected President Trump a second time last November, and the period of growth may be attained again and sustained through the 10 years with the policies provided for in this budget. Removing the macroeconomic feedback in this budget, as this amendment proposes, would ignore our economy's historical record and the positive effects of the pro-growth policies contained within this budget. The assertion that this amendment purports that the economic policies of the budget would negatively affect American workers and the economy is ridiculous. It ignores the results of the previous pro-growth reforms in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. After enactment of the TCJA, more than 6 million people were lifted out of poverty. The poverty rate dropped to the lowest level in U.S. history. Income and wealth inequality fell after the TCJA's. Real wages for the bottom 10% grew nearly twice as fast as the top 10%, and real wealth of the bottom 50% of households rose 3 times faster than that of the top 1%. In 2018, the first year of the tax cuts being in effect, the bottom 50% of taxpayers saw their tax burden fall over 10%, 10.3%. The top 1%, who the other side is so concerned with, they saw their taxes fall only 0.04%. The economic assumptions in this budget are in line with our country's historical performance and strengthened by the policies that it provides, preventing a $4 trillion tax hike on the American people, unleashing American energy production, and reducing burdensome regulations will drive our economy to the assumptions in this budget. This amendment, unfortunately, ignores both the history and potential of our economy while relying on the faulty economic beliefs that sparked an inflationary crisis, strangled consumer finances, and exacerbated a housing shortage. So with that, I urge a no vote, and I yield back. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Peters, you have a 1-minute closing statement. Now,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You missed my mind-changing 7 minutes.
well, I just.
Thanks for the 1 minute.
I was enthralled with Mr. Klein's arguments.
Yeah.
Look, I just want to say, for the record, I do believe I'm not incorrect, that 3% is the basic growth assumption here. We just talked about that with the folks on the professional staff. So I think that is the assumption. It is the opinion of outside experts, the CBO, that is wildly optimistic, and we should just be prudent because we're making a big bet here. And again, I don't think we should talk about this reversing the TCJA as a binary thing, because you could preserve parts of it and you could change parts of it. And what I would change is, I would change the high marginal tax rate back to what it was, from 37 to 39. That's not going to ruin anybody's life. It's not going to affect our lifestyle. And the alternative is to ask, who's going to pay for it if you don't? And as we add up this deficit, we know it's our kids who are ultimately going to pay higher taxes in the form of inflation and a weaker country, if not directly in the form of higher taxes themselves. So I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Klein.
Consent request.
You bet.
To submit a congressional testimony from former Chairman Kevin Brady into the record, and to submit a Heritage Foundation analysis from Adam Michael into the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Questions now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Peters. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the roll call vote is requested, granted, but according to the consent agreement, we'll postpone all these votes until the end of the markup. Are there other members who have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I got an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Panetta, the clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute the copies of the amendment, and then Mr. Panetta will get 7 minutes for his opening comments. Clerk.
Amendment number 14, to adjust economic growth assumptions, offered by Mr. Panetta.
Yeah. Good. We're still passing out the, okay, we can go, he says. Mr. Panetta, 7 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. My amendment would strike the GDP projections in the chairman's mark and replace it with the CBO's January 2025 baseline GDP estimates. I'm offering this amendment because when putting together a budget resolution for over 10 years, you got to balance spending targets with growth estimates during that same time. And to do this, just like with any budgeting, the first thing you got to do is nail down as best as you can, based on all of the evidence that you have, the estimate of our GDP growth. Now, in your budget, Mr. Chairman, you have GDP estimates that project that the economy will grow at a rate of 2.6%. But the majority hasn't provided any evidence as to where you got that number. That's why I ask that you rely on the nonpartisan and independent CBO, which relies on the evidence. As you know well, the CBO is an extremely transparent and respected in its analysis and provides regular updates to any of their projections, as well as clearly lays out the economic assumptions underpinning their work. Moreover, when determining growth, the CBO also takes into account our record deficits as a share of the GDP. Based on that evidence, transparency, and analysis, the CBO estimated that for the next 10 years, our GDP growth will be 1.8%. Now, Mr. Chairman, I know that you are going to say, looking back at the GDP numbers in the fourth quarters of 2018 and 2019, during which we saw tax cuts give a sugar high to the growth cycle. But your budget resolution has a hole to fill of roughly $3 trillion, in that you got about $2 trillion in spending cuts and $4 trillion in tax breaks. The fact is that in order to get revenue that totals $2.5 trillion, that would require sustained real growth at around 3%. As I said in my opening statement, the difference between 1.8% and 3.2% is huge. Again, I want to quote conservative economist and former head of the CBO, Douglas Holtz-Eakin, who said that if you can move the U.S. economy by just 0.4% in 10 years, that's an enormous success. But to do that, you need reasonable regulation, you need good tax policy, including revenues, and you need deficit reduction. Just like your evidence for the GDP growth, you have none of that in your budget resolution. Moreover, in looking at the GDP growth estimation, you should take into account any negative effects from the tariff policies of this administration and the deportation policies of this administration, which will have a very real potential to raise prices, further inflation, and shrink the GDP. Additionally, there's the Peterson Foundation, which recently laid out in a recent article entitled Three Reasons Why Assuming Sustained 3% Growth is a Budget Gimmick. A sustained 3% growth, they said, far outpaces predictions from economists and would be unprecedented. In that same article, it also states that the real growth in a GDP of 3% would be significantly above other nonpartisan estimates, historically difficult to achieve, and have the effect of concealing $2 trillion or more in added deficits. The article goes on to give 3 reasons to support that argument. 1, sustained 3% growth is significantly above expectations of economists. 2, based on the history, sustained 3% growth for a decade would be unprecedented. And 3, an unlikely growth assumption produces an overly rosy revenue projection, artificially improving the outlook for the national debt. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article by the Peterson Foundation entitled 3 Reasons Why Assuming Sustained 3% Growth is a Budget Gimmick.
Without objection, so ordered.
So based on this budget resolution's, Mr. Chairman, lack of evidence for how we get to a 2.6% GDP growth, for the negative effects of our record debt and deficits, for the negative effects of this administration's immigration and terrorist policies, and for the difficulties of sustaining GDP growth to make up a close to $3 trillion hole, and based on the evidence relied upon the CBO for the analysis and projection in GDP growth, I offer my amendment that would replace the 2.6% growth prediction with a more realistic 1.8% average growth predicted by the CBO baseline. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and my friend from California for that thoughtful presentation, and I ask if there are any members who'd like to claim time in opposition. And you're going to have to beat me because I'd like to have some opposition time. Mr. Roy from Texas, you have 7 minutes, and then a 1-minute closing for Mr. Panetta.
Thank you.
Well, I'll certainly be happy to yield some time in a minute to the chairman should he wish to claim it. And I suspect we agree. I want to clarify for the record, as I did earlier, and when discussing with the staff who worked on this, in particular Mr. Watson, that 2.6% is in fact the growth rate we're talking about. That's the growth rate that is assumed. which was just acknowledged on the other side, and I get that. So 2.6 is what we're talking about. I don't know if people are rounding it to 3 to then say that we're assuming 3 or what, but 2.6% is the assumption. There are a lot of us on this side, both sides of the aisle, who want to figure out how to make our assumptions based on reality. And a lot of us have been pushing on that. There are people who want to say, well, we should just budget assuming 3 or 3.5 or some high growth rates. We have had that significant debate on this side of the aisle and then try to come down to a conclusion on what we think is a reasonable assumption. And if you look at historic rates, we all acknowledge the historic growth rates are at 3, 3.2 or whatever, depending on how far you go back. But over 70 years, 100 years, we're more at a 3% plus growth rate. We have had significant times in our history where we've been able to achieve those growth rates, even over extended periods of time, decades. The 80s, I'm a child of the 80s, 90s. And we've had significant moments in the last 2 decades where we've been able to get above those rates. Under both Democrat and Republican presidents, we've had that happen. We have had, obviously, several recessionary time periods. We had the 2009-10. We had, obviously, the COVID impact. And so the question here is, we look at all the numbers. Our view is when you take the totality of all of the circumstances to look at what we would do on growth, that we would achieve, we think, a modest assumption of 2.6% growth. And by the way, I think later when we have some other amendments that are put forward, there might even be, in order to achieve deficit neutrality, even potentially even lower on the 2.5 side, even 2.4 in terms of achieving deficit neutrality. My point is that we've got to be honest about what we're looking at historically and what we think we can achieve. We believe that putting tax cuts in place and having revenue in the pockets of the American people is both morally correct and creates economic growth. We believe that when we make regulatory environments such that it allows people to go forth and conquer, if we open up American energy and American oil and gas, which is one of our primary assets and competitive advantages, that will yield economic growth. I realize our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are committed to the constructs that were put forward in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which many of us just violently disagree with. We just disagree that that is good policy. And we think that if we can reverse that, we will get a significant amount of unconstrained growth. I say that obviously with some bias from Texas, that unleashing American gas was significant to the economic growth we were seeing before it was constrained. Obviously, you have to account for COVID when you look at the impacts of these things. And look, I'll be the first to sit here and acknowledge that we've got to be realistic about the numbers. Some of the organizations the gentleman cited, the Committee for Responsible Federal Government Budget, some of the other entities are people that I talk to regularly, trying to make those assumptions and going back and forth with the head of that entity even as we speak today, and trying to push forward and make sure we're all on the same page. We've got to have reasonable assumptions. I appreciate the chairman. We've had our own pushback within our own conference. People that have said, well, we should just assume 3% growth. We can achieve 3% growth. And the chairman has rightly pushed back and said, well, no, let's look at history and say, what can America achieve? But I do think we have to be mindful that the policies, when you take in totality, we believe that the spending restraint also creates growth. It creates growth by making sure that our bond markets are healthy, that capital formation can occur, that interest rates can go down, that our children and that our younger population can buy houses, that we can have the economy growing because we don't have inflation and unnecessarily constrictive interest rate environment. And I believe that we're headed into a dangerous category in that. So we want the spending restraint. We want tax cuts to give more money to the hands of the American people. And by the way, the tax policies that are being debated, at least looking at TICJA, and even, for example, no tax on tips, are heavily weighted, if you look at the total numbers, given that the corporate rates are permanent. Even if my colleagues disagree with that, the TICJA debate, which is what we're really debating, is heavily weighted to people that on the lower end of the tax spectrum, if you look at the number of people impacted. Whether you're talking about the standard deduction, that is hugely important for the average American. Even the mortgage interest deduction on the what you're looking at in terms of that impact. Whether you're looking at the child tax credit, whatever you think of that policy, I tend to think that that is one of the less revenue-producing policies, but it might be a policy that we all accept as being beneficial for family creation and for helping a working family, a family of four. Those are all policies that are very, in the low rates, by the way, the marginal rates for people making below, at the poverty level and so forth. A lot of those marginal rates, those are lower under this bill. Those things all add up for a package that does have a score by CBO of $4 trillion-ish. We looked at it and we said, look, there's the CBO score. Most of those tax policies affect the average American, 199 pass-throughs. And I get it. I heard somebody say, well, 37 versus 39.6. Okay, we can debate that. We just believe that that marginal benefit of having that much more money in the economy creates wealth and growth. Great. You can debate that. But let's not pretend that the tax package in TICJA is some overwhelmingly biased towards the wealthy. It's just not. And so add that to a 2.6% assumed growth. Again, by the end of the night, I think that's going to be more like 2.5% growth. And when you add that to the spending restraints that we believe are important, as combined with, by the way, we believe the reversal of some of the subsidies under the Inflation Reduction Act. Again, reasonable people can disagree, but there's money sitting there that we think is harmful to both economic growth and bad policy. I don't like solar panels on the mountain, in the hillside, on the side of Bandera, Texas. I think it's not efficient. I think oil and gas, I think gas-powered energy and nuclear is much more efficient. So we'll have all those debates in policy. This is a responsible budget. I think it's a responsible assumption on the growth rate. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for leaving me no time to make any comment about my good friend from California. It doesn't get much better than refuting, as a Texan, something somebody from California says, especially when he's a Democrat. No, I'm kidding. Jimmy, close us up. Very thoughtful conversation. Let me just tell you in all candor and transparency, this was an item that was debated vigorously, as Mr. Roy said, and it's fair. It's fair to question it and to contemplate the various inputs that would result in, and analyses that would result in that outcome. I think you're going to see people go well above it, and I think you'll have people that will go below it. I feel like we're in a good spot there, and I think I have confidence in that we get the pieces, the policy pieces in place, and CBO gives reducing spending twice the dynamic feedback. So taken together, I feel good about it, but I appreciate the comments. And I yield for your closing remarks.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chairman, and I appreciate the historical knowledge of Mr. Roy. I don't have that. I just know that I'm a former prosecutor before this life, and I like to rely on, when I make my arguments, I like the evidence to be there. And I feel that the CBO has provided that evidence throughout the times that we've been putting together these types of budgets. And so I would hope that when you rely on the evidence, you use estimates that the CBO has to offer. I think they've been accurate, they're nonpartisan, they're transparent, and they're pretty clear and concise and accurate when it comes to it. And so I would hope that basically you would use the 1.8% estimate that they provided based on the evidence that they have.
Will the gentleman yield?
Of course.
I'm not trying to take advantage of it.
Of course.
I agree with you. I think we should use the evidence. And here's the thing. The evidence is, and was at the time pre-TCJA, we had a 1.8 growth rate. It's ironic. We had a 1.8 growth rate then, and after TCJA, you're right, it went up. It came back down, but on average, it was 2.7. So historically, they were low. Historically, we were at 2.6. That's why we figured, if they were accurate, then I'd say, yeah. But anyway.
It's fair. If reclaiming my time briefly. Fair, understood. However, I think also we've asked for this information from the majority. We didn't get the information as to where that number came from. So that's also part of the reason why we think it should be 1.8. And I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and the question now is on agreeing to Mr. Panetta's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. roll call vote has been requested pursuant to bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call vote until later in the markup. Other amendments for consideration?
Mr. Chair, I wish to offer an amendment.
Ms. Chu has an amendment. The clerk will designate the amendment. Staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 15 to add a policy statement on Social Security offered by Ms. Chu.
Ms. Chu, you are now recognized for 7 minutes.
My amendment would underscore the critical importance of protecting and strengthening Social Security benefits, ensuring agency solvency by making the wealthiest pay their fair share. Mr. Chair, I understand that reconciliation bills are not supposed to make changes to Social Security. If that is the case, why not reaffirm it with this amendment and ensure that Social Security is safeguarded? Because the underlying bill, which I call the Republican ripoff bill, is paying for tax cuts for billionaires by drastically cutting such basic needs as Medicaid and student loans, the American people have reason to fear that their Social Security would be in danger too. This amendment would make it clear that it is not. 68 million people in America rely on Social Security. In my district alone, more than 105,000 individuals aged 65 and up are safeguarded from poverty via this life-saving program. That's more than a Rose Bowl football stadium full of people, just in my district, who rely on Social Security. Every year, I hear from constituents about how Social Security is their lifeline. Retired Americans who've worked their whole lives and paid into Social Security, but with rising costs can struggle to pay their monthly bills, afford their medication, or with rising grocery prices, even put food on the table. And still, sometimes it is not enough. These seniors are relying on organizations like San Gabriel Valley's Habitat for Humanity to help the rebuilding process. According to the San Gabriel Valley Habitat, 90% of their home repair clients are single women over 70 who are living on Social Security. Without Habitat, they'd have no choice but to live in unsafe and/or unsanitary conditions. These stories and similar ones across the nation make it clear we must do everything we can to fight for this program, which is essential to so many Americans. In fact, for the 68 million, Social Security benefits make up the majority of their income. Nearly 1/4 of these Americans rely on Social Security for at least 90% of their income. And in the past, Social Security benefits were part of a three-legged stool whose retirees relied on a combination of Social Security, a private pension, and personal savings to finance retirement. But now, Social Security is only growing in importance as traditional defined benefit retirement plans continue to be replaced with retirement savings plans with which many workers cannot afford to adequately fund their retirement. That's why Democrats have long worked to strengthen and expand Social Security benefits for all beneficiaries. That includes bolstering benefits for the over 5 million Social Security beneficiaries that live below the federal poverty line and ensuring the trust fund can adequately pay out benefits that Americans have earned and deserved. In fact, Democrats want to not just leave Social Security as it is, but strengthen and improve it for future generations. And one way we know that will strengthen the program is to ensure that 1% actually pay their fair share in taxes. That is the top 1%. Total billionaire wealth has surged by $3.8 trillion, or 131%, just since the enactment of the Trump GOP tax scam 7 years ago. But instead of focusing on solutions that will make these billionaires actually pay their fair share so that we can strengthen benefits and ensure the future of Social Security, Republicans have opted to sell out future generations who will rely on Social Security for the sake of putting even more money in billionaires' pockets. I therefore urge my colleagues to support my amendment that will make clear that despite this reconciliation bill decimating so many programs that many people rely on, Social Security will be protected, and that we support strengthening it by asking the wealthy to pay their fair share. Instead of a bill that entirely sells out the working class families for the sake of making billionaires into trillionaires, we would have one bright spot, a commitment to ensuring that the Social Security program is available for generations of Americans to come. I urge support for my amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentleladies. Is there a member who would like to claim time in opposition to the amendment?
Chairman, I speak time in opposition.
Mr. Blake Moore would like to claim time in opposition and is yielded 7 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Let me just make a few very simple statements about this amendment. One, we are not making changes to Social Security. And in fact, I appreciate the gentlewoman from California's admission that the reconciliation process, of which we are doing a budget resolution to advance the reconciliation process that requires the Byrd rule through the Senate parliamentarian, you cannot change anything related to Social Security. So let's just make that statement very clear. This bill, this work today, has absolutely nothing to do with Social Security. Now, I will give the benefit of the doubt that this is not just an amendment attempt to be able to take a vote that we're gonna take here. I actually think this amendment should be non-germane, but we're gonna take a vote on here, and my Democrat colleagues are then going to use this as a way to write ads to attack members in vulnerable districts within Republican. I hate to speak truth in Congress. I know it's not that common, but that's what's going on here, unfortunately. So with all that said, I want to take an opportunity to invite my Democrat colleagues to dig in on the concept of a fiscal commission. We did this last Congress, and the gentlewoman that offered this amendment may have said we need to strengthen Social Security several times. She said it 4 or 5 times in her statement. The only way that I have seen that this body, that Congress can actually accomplish that is using something like the Fiscal Commission Act to catalyze this place to go and strengthen Social Security. And when we proposed that, more than 115 members of the Democratic Party signed a letter saying they didn't want to do it. There were, however, several, even on this committee, that viewed it as a worthy fight, that was willing to take a tough stance. Sometimes when you vote in the minority of your party, you're taking a tough stance, but you're doing something that probably encouraged you to run for Congress. And that was to not come back here to make a point, but to make a difference. And so I encourage, there's several new members on both sides of the aisle on this committee, this Congress, that if we truly want to address the looming shortfall of Social Security, that in 2033, the trust fund that allows for the solvency of Social Security will be depleted. Because our retirement class has grown and our number of workers and our participation rate has shrunk. So we have fewer workers to beneficiary ratio. And as that continues to deplete, there will be a massive cut automatically to Social Security recipients. If we want to address that, we can then be serious about the only way to deal with Social Security, because you can't deal with it in reconciliation. You have to deal with it in a bipartisan way. We proposed a plan last Congress that was sincere, that could have gone. And guess what? We got scared too. Republicans got scared too. Not on this committee, but leadership. Whoever leadership is in the Republican conference. I'm a part of that. We got scared too. Because voices from outside, think tanks that exist that say, no, they operate in a perfect world. We operate in a world where we have to get 60 votes in the Senate. We have an opportunity to strengthen Social Security, and that's through the Fiscal Commission Act. So I would beg any Democrat that voted against that last Congress to dig deep. I'll meet with you whenever you want to talk about the merits of using that as a catalyst to actually get out ahead of this 2033 issue. And we have a 2033 issue. It won't be solved through this reconciliation bill. We're not going to touch Social Security. It has nothing to do with this bill. And I hope that we can be sincere and move forward with that. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and appreciate him mentioning the Fiscal Commission Act. I appreciate Mr. Panetta, Mr. Peters, and others for working across the aisle to sort of acknowledge what Mr. Moore said, that there are certain programs that are so important and in all candor, also so politically sensitive, that the reality is we're going to have to work together to get there. And I think we have the critical mass to do it, and I hope Ms. Chu will join us in that endeavor. So, because we're running out of time, and if we don't work together, there will be an automatic cut, and that's unacceptable. We ought to give our seniors peace of mind. With that, Ms. Chu, 1 minute for closing.
Well, of course, I understand the Byrd Rule and that reconciliation bills are not supposed to make changes to Social Security. But if that is the case, why not reaffirm it with this amendment and ensure that Social Security is indeed safeguarded? The American people have a reason to be fearful of what this bill would do, because Republicans have a long history of demanding Social Security cuts that would undermine the economic security of 68 million Americans. They would make it harder for working people to keep a foothold in the middle class and force them to work harder and longer before they can retire. Also, that this money can be given to Wall Street corporations and the wealthiest Americans, as they did with TCJA. Americans have worked their whole lives and deserve to receive the full benefits they've earned, and Social Security is at the heart of it.
I thank the gentlelady, and we'll now put this forward for a vote. The question's on agreeing to Ms. Chu's amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call vote.
Granted, and we'll have that at the end of the markup per our agreement. Any other amendments on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Pardon me, just 1 second. Mr. Amo, the clerk will designate the amendment and then just give it 20 seconds and we'll turn it over to you for your introductory remarks.
Amendment number 16 to add a policy statement on Medicare offered by Mr. Amo.
Okay, Mr. Amo, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wish to offer an amendment that reaffirms Congress's commitment to protecting Medicare benefits for seniors and people with disabilities. My amendment protects the 68 million seniors and people with disabilities who rely on Medicare to stay healthy and independent, including over 241,000 Rhode Islanders. I invite my Republican colleagues to join me in affirming our commitment to ensure that Medicaid stays solvent. How do we do this? By requiring the wealthy taxpayers to pay their fair share and contribute more into Medicare. The chairman's mark does nothing to strengthen Medicare or protect it from possible cuts. It does zilch to ensure it remains solvent for generations to come. In fact, Chairman Arrington's menu of options for reconciliation, this document here that we've seen and shared, calls for weakening Medicare as we know it. You heard that right. Republicans, once again, have said one thing and are doing another. They're telling the American people that they're fighting to bring down prices and lower costs. That's been a theme. But in reality, they've put weakening Medicare and raising costs for seniors on the chopping block. How, you ask? Republicans are considering cutting payments to providers for uncompensated care. Why are they doing this? Because they think the taxpayers' hard-earned dollar is better spent on tax breaks for billionaires than on health care for those most in need. Medicare is a commitment to honor the dignity and independence of senior citizens and people with disabilities. Let's remove any doubt for those Americans and, for me, Rhode Islanders who are worried. This shouldn't be partisan. Let's make sure the words that we have heard in this committee room and that we hear in the halls of Congress aren't empty by committing to protect and extend Medicare solvency for generations to come. Without new revenue, the Hospital Insurance Trust Fund is expected to become insolvent in 2036. We don't have time We've heard that already with some of the challenges ahead. We don't have time to play games. Time is running out, and we must act now. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any people who wish to speak in opposition to the amendment? Mr. Carey from Ohio, 7 minutes, recognized for 7 minutes in opposition.
Well, I first want to say I want to thank the staff that's here. They've been here all day, and I appreciate all of your work. And for those that are, and I know a lot of us have small kids, I do want to one day allow my son Conrad to understand why I'm here tonight instead of it as hockey, because this is very important. We agree with our Democratic colleagues, or Conrad. Prescott's 23 years old. He doesn't care whether I go to his hockey game. We agree with our Democratic colleagues that Medicare is a commitment made by our country to honor the dignity and the independence of seniors. Generations of Americans have paid into and come to rely on Medicare promise of health care, health security, making it critical that we protect and strengthen the program. You know, President Trump and Speaker Johnson, the chairman was there, have been clear that they intend to protect and strengthen Medicare. According to our budget, supports keeping our promise of health security for our seniors. If we want to talk about a policy that did not harm our seniors, we should look at the Partisan Inflation Reduction Act. My colleagues on the other side pushed through this reconciliation in 2022. This law created policies that ultimately raised inflation and increased the cost of living for millions of seniors who rely on Medicare. These policies also increased the already strained budgetary pressure on Medicare programs over the long term. This amendment, folks, this amendment is so unnecessary. Our budget resolution stands with President Trump and Speaker Johnson's pledge to protect and strengthen Medicare for our seniors, unlike the recent track record that we have seen for my dear friends on the other side. Listen, I urge a no vote, but I do want to say again, I do appreciate my dear friends on the other side and my friends that are here. We are all trying to find a way to to move things forward in this country. And I think that we together can work together to get something done. Vote no on this amendment, but understand we need to move something forward. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio, and I want to remind my Democrat colleagues that during the Inflation Reduction Act, there was some $300 billion taken out of Medicare to use as a subsidy for the green energy tax credits. So I think we want to be consistent. I think we all want to do things to shore up that program, that important program for our seniors. But I think we have to be honest with the American people where our priorities are. That's a fact. Look at the IRA. The seniors now are left with less money. The solvency has now been expedited because the priorities in the IRA were green energy subsidies. That was the trade. With that, I ask Mr. Amo, or I give Mr. Amo the last minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have my word that congressional Democrats will always fight for policies that protect Medicare benefits and extend its solvency. And I'm hopeful that the commitment from my colleagues on the other side is also steadfast. And there's nothing unnecessary about making that commitment time and time again, because our seniors deserve it. In the Inflation Reduction Act, we saw historic negotiations of prescription drug prices, lowering the cost for seniors of vital drugs, capping the cost of of out-of-pocket expenses a year. So millions of Americans have been working their whole lives paying into Medicare, and they want to know that it'll be there for them when they retire. And so I ask my Republican colleagues to prioritize the solvency of Medicare over tax breaks for billionaires in the chairman's mark, while common sense proposals like closing tax loopholes that allow wealthy business owners to avoid Medicare taxes are not there. I ask you to support my amendment and protect benefits for 68 million seniors and people with disabilities. I yield back.
I thank Mr. Amo, and now put the question forward to the members on agreeing to his amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
The roll call votes requested and of course agreed to, but we'll postpone the roll call votes until at the end of the markup. Are there any other amendments? Okay. So pursuant to the agreement laid out earlier today, apparently we're transitioning from Tier 1 to Tier 2 amendments. So to remind folks about the guidelines with respect to Tier 2 amendments, debate on any amendments offered in this section will last 12 minutes per amendment, with time equally divided. The proponent of the amendment will have 5 minutes to speak on their amendment. Then the member will have 6 minutes to speak in opposition to the amendment. Then the proponent will have 1 minute to close. Are there any amendments at the desk?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
Okay, Mr. Tonko's got an amendment at the desk. Mr. Clerk, will you designate the amendment?
Amendment number 18, being considered 17th, to add a policy statement on insulin offered by Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Tonko, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment supports expanding the life-saving $35 insulin cap for Medicare to the commercial sector so we make insulin affordable for all Americans with commercial health insurance. It supports offsetting the cost of this expansion by requiring the wealthy and corporations to pay their fair share, which may include raising the corporate tax rate or imposing the minimum tax on billionaires. While insulin prices are now more affordable than a decade ago, Americans pay more for insulin than any other nation. In 2022, the average price of all rapid-acting insulins was $240 in the U.S. per 10-milliliter vial, compared to $17 in Australia, where it costs $2 to $4 to produce it. Although prices for insulin have recently come down to their lowest levels in a decade following a rise in generic options, insulin makers with newer and more novel drugs often sell at much higher prices. For example, Alfresa, which is the only insulin drug available as an inhalable powder, can cost more than 20 times the other rapid-acting insulins. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, medical costs and lost work and wages for people with diagnosed diabetes totaled $413 billion in 2022. The American Diabetes Association indicates that diabetics account for 1 of every $4 spent on healthcare in the U.S. High out-of-pocket costs may deter adherence to insulin among individuals with diabetes, with potentially fatal effects. More than 1 in 4 insulin users in the individual and small group markets, and about 1 in 5 insulin users with large employer coverage, paid more than $35 per month out of pocket for insulin in 2018. For people with employer-sponsored insurance, the average monthly out-of-pocket spending on insulin was $82 in 2019. About 9% of individuals in the highest spending category had an average out-of-pocket cost of some $403 a month. While 25 states and the District of Columbia have capped insulin co-payments for state-regulated commercial health insurance plans, with caps ranging from $25 to $100 a month, more than 1/3 of these caps are over $35 per month. The other states do not provide any insulin caps for the commercial sector. Lowering out-of-pocket insulin costs for all Americans would reduce long-term health care costs, avoiding devastating complications from diabetes, and take pressure off the entire healthcare system. Furthermore, the cost to expand the $35 monthly insulin cap to the commercial sector should be offset by increasing revenues from requiring the wealthy and corporations to pay their fair share, such as raising the corporate tax rate or imposing the minimum tax on billionaires. I ask, therefore, Mr. Chair, that you support this amendment, this committee supports this amendment, on making insulin affordable for all Americans. Support the life-saving $35 insulin cap for all Americans who purchase their own health insurance or get coverage through an employer. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Is there any member who would wish to claim time in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Carter from Georgia, I yield 6 minutes for your comments in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the price of insulin and other prescription drugs are too high. No one at this Capitol knows that better than I do. I practiced pharmacy for over 40 years. Started when I was 10, so that explains that. But I practiced pharmacy for over 40 years, and I can tell you the price of prescription drugs, particularly of insulin, is too high. And Congress has a duty to take action to lower the costs for Americans who have suffered under the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration. Unfortunately, this amendment misses the mark, and the policies expressed in it would do nothing to actually lower the cost of prescription drugs such as insulin. Simply imposing price controls on prescription drugs is a misunderstood and very dangerous solution to the incredibly complex problem of out-of-control prescription drug prices. In order to actually lower the price of insulin and other prescription drugs, Congress must address the root causes of the high cost of drugs. Price controls do not address these underlying causes. Folks, simply minimizing the copay will not bring down the price of the drug. In fact, socialist-style price controls on insulin would lead to shortages of insulin for patients who depend on insulin to survive on a daily basis and threaten to drive up the cost for both patients and for taxpayers. Last Congress, House Republicans advanced critical legislation to address the underlying cause of high prescription drug prices and deliver needed relief to American patients. In fact, the House passed Lower Cost, More Transparency Act that, by the way, passed the Energy and Commerce Committee unanimously, bipartisan support, lowered the cost of drugs by making reforms to middlemen, known as pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs. That may have been the first time you've ever heard me mention them, PBMs, that inflate the cost of medicines, including insulin. The bill would have also reduced the cost of receiving infusion drugs in hospital outpatient departments. House Republicans are already hard at work building on the successes of the 118th Congress and are committed to advancing legislation that reduces the price of prescription drugs while avoiding the unintended consequences of the Democrats' misguided policies. During President Trump's first term, he took significant steps to lower the cost of prescription drugs while maintaining incentives for innovation, and he has committed to continue this important work during his second term. Folks, that's important. As I said, I practiced pharmacy for over 40 years. I witnessed nothing short of miracles as a result of research and development. We have to have innovation. The greatest scientists, the greatest researchers are right here in the United States of America, and we must continue to invest in research and development. House Republicans are ready to work with President Trump on this goal of lowering insulin and prescription drug prices for Americans. While I appreciate your commitment to working on this issue, I hope you will join our collective efforts this Congress to lower costs for Americans. This amendment today is counterproductive to that work, and I urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. The question is on the amendment by Mr. Tonko. All those in favor say aye.
Wait,
Those no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tonko. Well, I just cut right to the note, didn't I?
Just
I want you to know I'm still got an open mind.
okay. I
So give me your
appreciate that.
best. Give me your best.
I appreciate that. I have newfound hope. Look, just a couple of observations that I think need to be reiterated. We're talking about insulin that costs $2 to $4 to produce. So we're not going to disturb the market here, and making certain that an insulin cap of $35 can help avoid devastating complications from diabetes. Many suggest that that has one of the greatest impacts on healthcare costs in our system today. So I think those factors should motivate us to address this one medication in a way that allows for the progress made in the recent past to be shared more broadly with the consuming public out there through their individual insurance coverages or self-payments. Thank you, and with that, I yield back and encourage the support for this amendment.
I thank the gentleman from New York, and now, when I ask the question on his amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It is the opinion of the chair that noes have it. Would the gentleman like a roll call vote? We'll do that at the, you bet, you bet. We'll postpone the vote until after the markup per our agreement. Are there other amendments at the desk? Mr. Bobby Scott, do you have an amendment? I'm told you do. Is it a surprise to you? Okay. Mr. Scott, you, let's let the clerk designate the amendment. Number 17, that's correct. Clerk, would you read that out?
Amendment number 17, being considered 18th, to add a child care reserve fund, offered by Mr. Scott.
Okay. Mr. Scott, we yield 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the goal of this amendment is to protect programs that are vital to working families struggling to afford child care, rather than cutting the limited programs that we have that have actually helped families, like the Credit for Child and Dependent Care or the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF. We should be investing more into child care, and we should be investing even more in programs that would ensure all Americans had access to affordable health care. Now, since 1976, families have relied on non-refundable credit to help them afford child care where they work or look for work. And instead of cutting TANF and take away child care when it's most needed, we need to make sure that we're investing in child care. Now, the TANF has a contingency fund in addition to it, and that's a target of these cuts, in addition to the 10% across the board for TANF generally. That is really the second largest public source of child care funding. For example, in 2021, TANF's total expenditures amounted to over $30 billion, but 4.9% of that, $4.9 billion of that went to child care, and 2.9 went to pre-K and Head Start early childhood programs. And so we should be doing more for child care, not less. Child Care Stabilization Grant Program proved as a good success of federal aid and shows how it works. In the American Rescue Plan, the Child Care Stabilization Grant Program showed that child care prices, which were rapidly increasing at the start of the pandemic, slowed after the distribution of funds, allowing prices to be 10% lower than it would have been, saving families an average of $12,500 per child. In 2022, the national average price of child care was more than $10,800 in 32 states. The annual cost for infant care exceeded that of in-state tuition at a four-year university. So median child care prices can range as high as 19% of a median family's income. So obviously that causes great strain, and we need to do something and shouldn't be cutting that funding. Child care keeps mothers in the workforce. With such a high cost of child care, many families end up reducing work hours, turning down promotions, or dropping out of the labor force entirely. As shown before the pandemic, the labor force drop resulted from childcare responsibilities disproportionately fell on women, undoing decades of progress of women joining the labor force. Now, childcare workers' wages have been historically close to the minimum wage, but the support for childcare in the American Rescue Plan Act proved that stabilization funds directly helped increase the wages of childcare workers as much as 10%. Not only do the higher wages make better conditions for workers, but they also increased employment in the sector by roughly 7%, which directly impacts the ability of childcare providers to provide for more children and help more families get to work and help business find the workers they need. Without further investments in childcare, low wages threaten to make it more difficult to find workers, potentially driving providers out of business or forcing them to increase their prices for families already struggling to afford childcare prices. Mr. Chairman, the last thing we need to do would be to cut the support for childcare. Families are having enough trouble, and I would hope that we would adopt the amendment to protect investments in childcare from the draconian cuts that otherwise would occur with this legislation. Reserve the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia and ask if there are any members who'd like to claim time.
Chairman, I seek opposition.
Mr. Blake Moore is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you first to the gentleman from the Commonwealth to propose this amendment. Second, to the staff for giving me an opportunity to address this. I'll be honest, when we get in these day-long amendment debates, we kind of know where we're going to be on things, but I thought, oh, childcare, maybe I should take a closer look at this one. I got 4 boys, 12 and under, all of which are, creating, that could cost a lot of money. Not only the Little League costs and everything associated with it and broken windows, but childcare is expensive. So I'm going to bookend my comments. I won't use all the time, but I'm going to bookend my comments with the fundamental reason why I'm opposed to this amendment. And it is simply the fact that this is a budget resolution. We're doing a budget resolution. I mentioned this several times today. We're talking about the numbers on the balance sheet. And that's our job here. The authorizing committees are the ones that create the policy and that formulate what the ultimate reconciliation bill looks like. This is not an appropriate place to tie the hands of those authorizing committees. So with that, I do want to just make a few comments. This is ironical. I think this amendment is emblematic of a much larger sort of chasm between how a conservative thinks and more of a progressive thinks. I'm not well steeped in these issues, right? I'm not I'm experiencing these different policy debates from my perspective. I'm on Ways and Means. I do a lot of defense and national security work, so it doesn't run the gambit. But for the most part, when we talk about healthcare, when we talk about childcare, I see a big difference. Like, Democrats oftentimes, and like this amendment is trying to do, it's well-intended. It is trying to say we need to put a reserve, we need to put money, we need to focus, we need to earmark it to this specific thing. Republicans take an approach of, I want that family to have more discretionary income so they can choose how they go about using their resources. I just proposed or submitted a bill maybe a month or so ago called the Family First Act. It directly deals with this. It actually is a significant increase in the amount that we put towards the child tax credit. Probably maybe some of my Republican colleagues would be like, oh, that's quite a bit. Actually, that's a little bit farther than I was willing to consider. But when you look at the details, we consolidate other tax areas that I think are antiquated and that have actually not served families properly. We consolidate that and we move it towards giving families flexibility, giving them more discretionary income to be able to make some of these decisions. And really, that's what's at play here. We either dedicate a bunch of money towards a specific thing, and we have not seen childcare costs go down when we just throw a bunch of money at it. When you throw a bunch of money at a certain area, maybe a certain specific item within the industry, I don't think you see that cost or service, or that good or service actually go down. When we add more monetary supply for education, like tuition doesn't go down. We're not forcing it. Like an EV tax credit. I don't think it's lowered the price of a vehicle. And so that fundamental difference is something that we need to be able to come together and find some common ground on. Do we just put a bunch of money and earmark it and create a reserve fund for childcare, or do we give that family the flexibility to make the decisions on their own, and they can go and create a competitive market, allowing for more options to come into place and therefore driving the costs down? And it can be applied, again, like I said, to so many different industries. So well-intended, childcare costs a lot. I can attest to that. I just think that if we were to take an approach that gives flexibility and gives more discretionary income without raising inflation, we do better on this front. And I have full confidence in our colleagues on certain authorizing committees to pursue policies that will give Americans more and less expensive options within this child care debate. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Scott, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, and I thank the gentleman for his comments, but he obviously knows the problem of childcare and how expensive it is and how vital it is, and we shouldn't be cutting the vital support for those in need in order to provide tax cuts for the top 1% in corporations. Actually, the experience of the American Rescue Plan Act did show that with proper investments, costs can go down and affordability can go up. If you want more workers to get discretionary income, they have to first get to work, and they can't go to work unless they have childcare. So if we're going to support workers, this amendment would go a long way in helping workers get that discretionary income we all want them to have. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from the Commonwealth. And now the question's on agreeing to Mr. Scott's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. We'll do a roll call vote at the end of the markup per our agreement. And we have a commercial break here. We have food in the ante room. So if you need some grub to sustain you for the rest of the, is it 6 more hours, Gary? 10 hours, he says. Anyway, we got some food in there for you. And we appreciate everybody's patience and perseverance. So with that, any amendments at the desk?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, if this would be an appropriate moment, I wanted to enter into the record this report from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. I know you have a great deal of respect, as do I, for the work of this organization. In their report released just a couple weeks ago, they reported that the phantom savings that appear in this resolution are, quote, fantastical levels of sustained growth. This is, again, a report from February 7th, 2025. I may be quoting from other parts of it later, but I want to submit for the record, unanimous consent to submit for the record that it be entered.
Without objection, so ordered. Now, are there any other amendments at the desk? Ms. Chu, do you have a minute?
Mr. Chair, I wish to offer an amendment.
Okay, clerk, would you please designate the amendment? Staff will distribute the copies. And Ms. Chu, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and take off 5 minutes.
Amendment number 19 to adjust function 800, offered by Ms. Chu.
My amendment rejects Republican cuts to the IRS and general government agencies in the chairman's mark. It would ensure they need to deliver benefits to the right people at the right time for the right amount and combat improper payments. It ensures that wealthy tax cheats are held accountable and pay their fair share of taxes. For far too long, the IRS was underfunded and understaffed. Well, Democrats fixed that by allocating much-needed funding to the IRS through the Inflation Reduction Act. This funding went directly to vastly improving IRS service. Before this funding, my constituents were forced to wait 30 minutes just to speak to someone about their tax questions. Thanks to this funding, the wait time was reduced to just 3 minutes. Before this funding, my constituents who had questions and concerns about their tax returns could not even speak to a live person. Today, they can speak to a live person extremely quickly to get the answers they need. Before this funding, my constituents waited an inordinate amount of time on hold and then would be furious when they were hung up on. Today, constituents can request a call back directly to their phone, saving their place in line and saving all of our taxpayers 1.4 million hours or 58,000 days of hold time. But if Republicans get their way and cut this funding, our constituents will see those wait times skyrocket back up again. That's a betrayal. These proposed cuts will decimate the IRS's ability to serve taxpayers beyond just wait times. Customer service will plummet, including guidance on how to correctly file taxes, tools for claiming eligible tax benefits and credits, and using direct file to finally bypass the hassle of expensive tax filing software. One of the most significant positive changes with the Inflation Reduction funding to the IRS is that the richest tax dodgers were finally made to pay their fair share. Prior to this funding, high-income and corporate tax dodgers got away with billions of dollars per year in unpaid taxes, a cost shouldered by honest families and businesses. It was a result of years in which the funding for the IRS had been decimated. As a result, the audit rates of millionaires and the largest corporations plummeted by more than 60% and nearly 50% respectively from 2010 through 2008, when Republicans last had the House majority, while decreasing much less for other taxpayers. Now, let me say, I know most Americans play by the rules. They work hard, pay their taxes, but we know that the wealthiest amongst us skirt these rules using high-paid attorneys to hide their income and avoid paying their fair share. And when sophisticated high-income and corporate taxpayers are able to evade or aggressively dodge taxes, it undermines the fairness and integrity of the tax system. It also worsens inequality along class and racial lines and drains enormous amounts of revenue from the Treasury. It deprives us of funds we could invest in roads, bridges, classrooms, community health centers, and more. The investments we made in the Inflation Reduction Act finally gave the IRS the tools it needed to go after the richest tax dodgers. As a result, it has been confirmed by both the Treasury Department and the Congressional Budget Office that each dollar of this IRS funding returns between 5 to 9 times that in revenue because of the Inflation Reduction Act. We cannot return to a time when everyday taxpayers had infuriating and frustrating waits on the phone just to get a tax question answered. We cannot return to a time when the wealthy got away with not paying their taxes and did it with abandon. The Republican ripoff bill gives massive tax cuts to the rich while also cutting essential services to the rest of America. Cutting IRS funding will line the pockets of the rich even more as they evade the most basic of American responsibilities of paying their taxes. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and protect funding for the IRS to ensure that it can do its job and serve American taxpayers.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any members who'd like to claim time in opposition to her amendment? Mr. Clyde from Georgia, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to Amendment Number 19, which would increase budget authority for the Internal Revenue Service by $20 billion during the budget window for the purpose of rehiring President Biden's massive army of 87,000 IRS agents to audit, fine, and target middle-class Americans who are just trying to make ends meet. As we all know, when Democrats passed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, they supercharged the IRS with $80 billion of taxpayer funding, equal to almost 7 times the IRS's normal budget. Democrats have said that they want to increase audits on Americans back to historic levels to close the tax gap. However, doing so would mean more than 600,000 families making less than $200,000 would be hit with an IRS audit. Democrats will also claim that by increasing spending by $20 billion to the IRS, the deficit will actually decrease. However, in practice, according to the Economic Policy Innovation Center, so far, every $1 of new revenue from IRS enforcement has cost taxpayers $1.04, so it's a loss. And the IRS has collected just 18% of the revenues projected by CBO, so there's not as many tax cheats as they thought. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from the Wall Street Journal, "The Middle Class Won't Escape the New IRS Audit Wave," and that's from August of 2020.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Now I want to share a personal story. I'm a survivor of IRS abuse. As a small business owner, I had $940,000 seized from my business by the IRS. They audited me both personal and business for 4 years. When they finished that audit, they found out that the money was legally earned and properly reported, and they still wouldn't give it back. They said I had to go to trial. So I sued them. It cost me $150,000, but I got my money back. And when I told my story to Congress, I was asked to testify before the Oversight Subcommittee of House Ways and Means. And if you've been here 10 years, you know about this. 2 days ago, February the 11th, 2025, is the 10-year anniversary of that testimony before Chairman Peter Roskam. I will tell you that the IRS abuse was so egregious that Chairman Roskam forced IRS Commissioner, who was in that subcommittee hearing, to apologize to me in front of Congress. Apologize to every solitary witness. There were 3 of us. The result of that hearing was a piece of legislation called the RESPECT Act, Restraining Excessive Seizure of Property Through the Exploitation of Civil Asset Forfeiture Tools Act. They use civil asset forfeiture to do it. And you know what? They called that piece of legislation after the 3 of us. It's called the Clyde Hirsch Sowers Respect Act. So there's a federal law that takes away some authority from the IRS with my name on it. Now, do I want to see the IRS get $20 billion more? No, absolutely not. And as a member of the House Appropriations Committee, I'm proud to say that House Republicans successfully rescinded $20 billion of IRS funding during the fiscal year 2024 appropriations process. Studies from the Joint Committee on Tax have consistently shown that this army of IRS agents would disproportionately affect middle-class Americans, specifically those who make under $200,000 annually. In addition, a few weeks ago, President Trump issued an executive order halting the hiring of, among others, the tens of thousands of new IRS agents called for by Democrats in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Hardworking families and small businesses across the country are already reeling from higher prices caused by the Biden-Harris policies over the last 4 years. Since Biden took office, total energy costs have surged 36%. Gasoline is up 41%. Home energy costs risen 30%. Electricity bills are 29% higher. Natural gas bills have increased by 34%. Sadly, this Democrat amendment wants to target these hurting American families by increased auditing of those that make less than $200,000 annually. On the contrary, President Trump and House Republicans want to cut taxes for those families making less than $200,000. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, signed into law by President Trump in 2017, fueled historic economic growth, raised wages, boosted real median household income, and surpassed GDP expectations. However, many of its pro-growth policies will expire in 2025, risking a significant tax increase for hardworking American families and small businesses across the country. Thankfully, the budget resolution we are considering today would provide for reconciliation instructions to the Ways and Means Committee to extend the TCJA tax cuts for American families. By cutting taxes for hardworking families, reducing federal spending, finally securing our border, and investing in our national defense, the U.S. can launch an era of unparalleled strength and prosperity, the Golden Age. Republicans believe the right way to ensure tax compliance is to simplify the tax code, not supercharge the IRS bureaucracy. I want to make this clear. A vote in favor of this amendment is a vote to increase burdensome IRS tax enforcement on those families making less than $200,000. I urge all of my colleagues to vote against this disastrous amendment, and I yield back.
With the remaining time, I believe the CBO projected that the IRS expansion, $80 billion, some tens of thousands of IRS employees, agents, that they would recover in this tax gap about $3 billion. They're at about, I think, 150 million or something. So it's not working out yet, but maybe it will. I yield now the 1 minute for the closing remarks to Mrs. Chu from California.
Well, there's so much misinformation. It has been confirmed by both the Treasury Department and the Congressional Budget Office that each dollar of this IRS funding returns between 5 to 9 times that in revenue because of the success of the Inflation Reduction Act. And in fact, Republican cuts to the IRS will add billions to the deficit. The Congressional Budget Office also released a report highlighting how rescinding $35 billion from the IRS will reduce revenues by $89 billion and increase the deficit by $24 billion over the next decade. This is about fairness. Regular Americans pay their taxes, and the wealthy should too. Every American who collects a paycheck knows that taxes are taken out automatically with no way to hide or delay them. But the wealthiest use loopholes, and the wealthiest are the targets for the audits, not the average American. The wealthiest use loopholes, accounting tricks, and they should not have to be able to get away with it.
I thank the gentlelady and would like to submit for the record an article entitled IRS Enforcement Spending Has Not Reduced the Deficit. It is from the Economic Policy Innovation Center. And let me just correct the record on the numbers because those were the numbers from several months ago. CBO has updated their numbers. They projected $7.1 billion in revenue, and actually the revenue raise was only $1.3 billion. But with that, let's take this amendment for consideration to the members. The questions on agreeing to Mrs. Chu's amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of, I think we've got a no. The chair says the noes have it. With that kind of enthusiasm, I think the noes are going to win over the yeses today.
I asked for a recorded vote.
You've got it. Other amendments at the desk?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will you be as enthusiastic as Mr. Clyde? I want to see if Ms. Omar can match that enthusiasm. I bet she could, actually.
I'll give it a shot.
I bet you. I don't want to challenge you. Okay, will the clerk read it out?
Amendment number 20 to increase revenues offered by Ms. Omar.
Okay, Ms. Omar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would raise revenues through a corporate tax rate increase and ensure that tax benefits do not flow to foreign investors and foreign multinational corporations. From 2018 to 2020, foreign investments received $134 billion in tax cuts. This is more than what 95 million American households received combined. It's about that. Think about that for a minute. Foreign shareholders and CEOs got more tax relief than the bottom 60% of American taxpayers. And now Republicans want to double down. Their tax plan would, once again, shower benefits on rich people and corporations while cutting food assistance and healthcare coverage for poor American families. This would cost $4.6 trillion. That is $4.6 trillion of your money going to the pockets of foreigners. This isn't just bad economics, it's a moral failure. We should not allow failed trickle-down policies to continue to bankrupt our working class people and our country. And asking working families to sacrifice even more to fund tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy and foreign investors is utterly shameful. This is why my amendment just does 2 simple things. First, it raises the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%. which would generate $1.3 trillion in revenue over the next decade. Second, it explicitly blocks new corporate tax benefits from going to foreign-owned corporations. Returning to the rate of 28% would not only bring us in line with other developed countries, but it would also bring corporate tax revenue as a share of the US economy back to historic pre-2017 levels. This is common sense. If my Republican colleagues are still desperately looking for tax money to extend expiring provisions in the TCJA, well, here it is. If my Republican colleagues are actually worried about our nation's fiscal situation, then this amendment would help. If my Republican colleagues who love to talk about America first want to seriously put our constituents, the American people first, well, this is your chance to show it with your vote by voting for my amendment. Instead of gutting important programs and eroding institutions that serve the American people, congressional Republicans should take this opportunity to finally have corporations pay their fair share. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which would put the American families ahead of corporate profits and foreign investors. I yield the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any members who'd like to claim opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McDowell from the Tar Heel State, you have 6 minutes.
Thanks, sir. What my colleagues on the other side of the aisle fail to understand is that we have already seen the success of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that President Trump signed during his first term. We know that it worked. By lowering the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, we gave businesses the ability to reinvest in their communities and create jobs for the American people. If this amendment passes, the money that's been flowing into our country because of President Trump's tax cuts will be stopped at the border. Businesses will again hold their dollars offshore. This helps absolutely no one in my district. And where woke ideology collapses under its own weight, thinking that we can tax our way to economic salvation. The amendment would prevent the Ways and Means Committee from continuing to deliver the economic wins from the historic Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by jacking up the corporate tax rate. Anyone who has taken Econ 101 knows this just means less jobs and higher costs for consumers. If America wants to be an economic powerhouse, our tax structure needs to reflect that. But this amendment, it's two-faced. Let's not pretend like Democrats are suddenly concerned about foreign investment. Last Congress, most of my Democrat colleagues voted against the End Chinese Dominance of Electric Vehicles in America Act, including the sponsor of this amendment. That bill would have closed loopholes that benefit Chinese billionaires with ties to the CCP. If those loopholes had been closed, it would have encouraged more American jobs instead of rewarding our adversaries. I am disappointed so many of my Democrat colleagues opposed this important bill. As a country, America cannot keep robbing Peter to pay Paul and allowing our adversaries to take advantage of us. If the last 4 years have shown us anything, it is that Bidenomics is a failure. The American people sent a message in November. They want change. They want to reignite the economy, secure our country, and go back to common sense. Right now, the Department of Government Efficiency is cutting waste in the executive branch, eliminating inefficiencies, and working to restore fiscal responsibility, something this amendment fails to do. It started by cleaning house at USAID, an agency that is riddled with woke waste, all at the taxpayer's expense. Just to name a couple of these programs, USAID spent $1.5 million to a Serbian LGBT group. They spent $70,000 for production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, and $2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala. Mr. Chairman, I could go on all night, But in the interest of time, I urge a no vote and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and yield the remaining 1 minute for closing remarks to Ms. Omar.
Well, I thank the gentleman. It is actually interesting in fighting for your constituents. The 2017 tax law gave a bigger tax cut to foreign investors than to the entire middle and working class in the states Trump carried in 2016, including the great state of North Carolina that you represent. And I would also remind the American people that while the top 0.1% get a tax cut of $314,000, CEOs and big corporations will get another $2 trillion. And what this will do is add nearly $4 trillion to the national debt. I urge my colleagues to be for the American people, stand by their America First stance, and support this amendment.
I thank the gentlelady. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Omar. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote, and I forgot to submit this for the record, Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you.
And we will do a roll call vote at the end of the markup. Are there other amendments at the desk? Mr. Amo.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment and staff distribute copies.
Amendment number 21 to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committees on Education and Workforce and Agriculture, offered by Mr. Amo.
Mr. Amo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish to offer an amendment that will strike reconciliation instructions to the Education and Labor Committee and the Agriculture Committee, poised to carry out extreme cuts to vital programs that keep children fed. My amendment rejects the Republicans' betrayal of the middle class, especially children who need government assistance to pay for food so that they can have a bright, healthy, and successful future. Simply put, it's about feeding hungry children. That should not be an issue. That should not be a question. Something that I'm very hopeful that everybody in this room would care about. It rejects Republicans' extreme cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, the Community Eligibility Provision, the CEP, and the School Breakfast Program, SBP, and the National School Lunch Program that could take place if the blueprint is followed through. What does this mean? It means protecting more than 40 million Americans, including 1 in 5 children, who rely on SNAP to put food on the table. This includes more than 34,000 people in Rhode Island's 1st Congressional District. Chair Arrington, this includes more than 36,000 of your constituents as well. It means continuing to feed over 14 million students who relied on the school breakfast program and more than 28 million who relied on the National School Lunch Program in the 2022 to 2023 school year. It means keeping students' stomachs full so they can pay attention to their teachers without the distraction of stomach pains. I cannot fathom why anyone, including my colleagues on the other side, would want to make it even a little bit harder for students to qualify for this assistance. Why would you make it harder for a child to eat when they're hungry? And it means defending a program that helps students at our nation's highest poverty schools receive free and reduced price lunch. It means making it easier to feed hungry people, especially hungry kids. These are my constituents, but importantly, these are everybody's constituents. I could go on and on and on about how better nutrition helps students learn, improves health outcomes, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to do that. Because at the end of the day, none of that matters. What matters is feeding hungry people. That's a value. That's something I think we should agree on. I would say I don't understand why this is controversial, but I know that if we take our colleagues at face value. The priority is on a tax giveaway to the wealthiest and the need to pay for it by a betrayal to the middle class, to these hungry kids who depend on us. And I would hope that this amendment not be one where we're divided, where we can agree on feeding hungry kids. And I'm hopeful that I get support.
I thank the gentleman from Rhode Island and ask if there are any members who would like to voice opposition.
Mr. Chairman.
General Bergman, I recognize you for 6 minutes in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you very much. And, I couldn't agree more with my colleague from Rhode Island with regard to that. It is absolutely right that the National School Lunch Program is critical to ensuring student success, because let's face it, if kids are hungry, they can't learn. And I could quote you chapter and verse of my now retired elementary school daughter who taught in Chicago and Cincinnati, and the fact that when kids come to school hungry, they can't learn. And sadly, that when kids go home on Friday, schools have to pack lunches, or groups do it to ensure that they have food to eat on the weekend. So there's no doubt that we need to make sure that those who don't have enough food, whether it be at home or at school, are fed so they can learn. However, this amendment restricts the Education and Workforce Committee's ability to adapt, identify problems within a program, and implement necessary reforms. In fact, the nonpartisan GAO has consistently reported high rates of estimated payment errors in the school lunch program. And when you think about it, any money that's wasted or is subject to fraud or is abused is gone, and we can't use the money to provide the food and the lunches for the kids. But it's, when you open yourself up to the potential for fraud, that vacuum will be filled by fraudsters, if you will. And we as the responsibility of the federal government to ensure that fraud and the waste and abuse is, if not eliminated, minimized to the point where it doesn't take the money necessary away from the program. The committee must have the flexibility to root out the waste, the fraud, and the abuse, not only within the free lunch program, but across the department as a whole, allowing these funds to be redirected to initiatives that genuinely benefit students and improve educational outcomes. In the same vein, this amendment removes the Agricultural Committee's ability to improve the way its nutrition assistance programs operate. In fact, the Agricultural Committee uses data provided by the Education Committee to actually administer its programs, strengthening fraud detection, cutting unnecessary spending, and improving eligibility verification for those critical programs could save the Department of Agriculture billions of dollars, ensuring that assistance remains available for and reaches those who truly need it. We need it. We know that. While my colleague from Rhode Island and I may agree on protecting and preserving the programs that keep millions of Americans fed, I just must disagree with this amendment and how we're going to try to do that. It would hinder our authorizing committee's ability to make reforms necessary to ensure their continued success. And because of that, I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Thank you, General Bergman. With 1 minute remaining for your closing, Mr. Amo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I agree on the need to address waste, fraud, and abuse. I agree with the challenges that we face in administering programs. But at the end of the day, the core value remains. And at a time where we're talking about a budget, a statement of values, I think this is an appropriate time to very clearly state that we don't want kids to be hungry. That's a statement that I think should be uncontroversial. Moreover, as we look at what's happening in contrast, which is a tax giveaway to billionaires. I just want folks to know that we have to go back to our districts and communicate this. Mr. Bergman, 43,000 people who rely on SNAP in your district rely on those benefits and are at risk of losing them. And I think that this is something we should be able to speak in one voice on. So I ask that we support this amendment and protect children from going hungry. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Amo. The questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Amo from Rhode Island. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. And would you like a roll call vote?
Yes, I
request We'll put it all up in one at the end of the markup. Thank you. And we'll open it back up for any amendments.
Mr. Chair, and I never know the, after a couple of years, I don't think either of us know ever exactly the right time to do these. But before the conversation, before it got too far along from the conversation that was happening earlier about the tax gap, and you had submitted something for the
Yes.
record, and something was stated about collections only in the millions, I think it's important that this statement be, or this announcement be entered into the record. It is from the Department of Treasury and the IRS from July 11th, 2024, announcing $1 billion in past due taxes collected from millionaires. I'll quote from it very briefly. The Department of Treasury and IRS announced that the new initiative to collect past due tax debt from high-income, high-wealth individuals reached a major milestone with more than $1 billion recovered. This was made possible by resources from the Inflation Reduction Act. And I ask unanimous consent it be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Are there any amendments at Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters has an amendment. Clerk, will you designate that and staff distribute copies, please?
Number 25.
Amendment number 25 to adjust function 550 offered by Mr. Peters.
Oh, you do it. Mr. Peters is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cutting billions of dollars in funding for research from the National Institutes of Health would have dire consequences for scientific progress in America and for the economy in districts like mine. In 2023, San Diego drew in about $2.2 billion in funding from the NIH and the National Science Foundation. Our regional economy, which sustains an amazing public-private life sciences ecosystem, turns that $2.2 billion into about $56.6 billion in total economic output. That is far more, itself is, that $56 billion is far more itself than the NIH's entire budget during the last fiscal year. And NIH funding doesn't just boost economies in places like San Diego, Boston, and San Francisco. It supports patients, scientists, families, and small businesses in every state in the country. That includes red states like North Carolina, Florida, Alabama, and others. This investment also keeps the United States of America the worldwide leader in biomedical research, even as China copies our national playbook, massively increases its investment, and is catching up. On February 7th, the Trump administration announced it would just on its own slash grants to university research programs, even though, as I recall, as I mentioned before, the power of the purse is that of Congress. And whether you agree with this or disagree with this, I urge all of us to stand up for the power of Congress. That is our constitutional duty. But unelected bureaucrats at the Department of Government Efficiency claim that capping NIH's funding for administrative support at 15% of direct funding would save $4 billion a year, but it would cause irreparable damage to our national economy. In response to these efforts to cut life-saving research, I sent a letter to NIH with over 39 other California Democrats urging the agency to immediately halt this effort. And a few days after the Trump administration's announcement, a federal judge blocked the NIH funding cut from going into effect in response to a coalition of 22 states which filed a lawsuit. The lawsuit is based on an existing law which prevents the federal government from unilaterally changing its active contracts with research institutions. They also argued that the cuts would eviscerate research into treatments for cancer, Alzheimer's, heart disease, and a host of other serious conditions. While Mr. Musk's DOGE complains that it's just cutting overhead costs, those expenses also include the upkeep of sophisticated equipment that's too expensive for any single laboratory to buy or own on its own, or to afford that rent. is much more important. It's especially important in areas like San Diego, where many brilliant scientists are doing their best to resolve hard science problems with already limited resources. For instance, the La Jolla Institute of Immunology is an independent research institution in my district that would be subject to these cuts. If those cuts were allowed to take effect, the institute couldn't pay its rent, which is already below market value. Even President Trump's former FDA Commissioner, Scott Gottlieb, has said that we should want to do research in places where there is already great talent and human capital. The evidence shows that's right now, and that's exactly what we're doing. So I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and ask if there are any members who wish to voice opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Mr. Obernolte, you have 6 minutes to voice
Thank
your
you.
opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually share my colleague from California's concern about NIH funding. I've been a member of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee now for over 4 years and was recently appointed the chairman of the Research and Technology Subcommittee on SST, which has direct oversight over NIH healthcare research. So I've been fighting now for over 4 years to make sure that we fund the meaningful work that the NIH is doing, and I'm going to continue fighting for that. However, speaking to the gentleman from California's amendment, nowhere in this bill do we talk about cutting for funding for the NIH. It just is not there. All we're talking about is top-line funding for various agencies. And once these reconciliation instructions are issued and pass the House and the Senate, then we'll get down to the hard work of looking for improper payments, fraud, waste, abuse, and things that we really need to do to cut the debt that we've been talking about here on the committee. The gentleman's amendment also mentions the work being done by DOGE, and I assume Elon Musk, because his amendment says, the National Institutes of Health funds vital research. It should be protected from overreach by unelected billionaires and their harmful, misguided funding cuts. So, I mean, just talking about, and this is someone who is deeply appreciative of what NIH does. I am also deeply appreciative of the work that DOGE has been doing and going through NIH funding, looking for mistaken fundings and for waste and for abuse. And I am horrified at some of the things that they have found. I mean, horrified. It boggles the mind, some of the things we have been spending taxpayer money on. I've got a little list here. These are all NIH studies or programs. $2.3 million of taxpayer money spent on a program for injecting beagles with cocaine. $611,000 in a study entitled Evaluating Microaggressions Among Latinx Individuals with Obesity. $87,000 to study the role of the estrus cycle on oxycodone cravings in female rats. $19 million to study why lesbian women of color prefer menthol cigarettes. Here's my personal favorite. $710,000 to study the correlation between binge drinking on Super Bowl Sunday and the birth of babies 9 months later. And I could probably shed some light on that, and it wouldn't cost $710,000. So the point here is, no one can claim that there isn't waste to be rooted out. And I remind you, I mean, any of these might be an appropriate topic for someone's PhD thesis, but this is taxpayer money that's being spent on these. And so I am deeply grateful that someone on the outside is going through these programs looking for this kind of wasteful spending, because it's going to free up dollars to be spent on the things that everyone here on this dais cares about. And, you know, just to talk about some of the disparaging comments that have been made about Mr. Musk here in the hearing, just to remind everyone, the richest man in the world the last couple of weeks has been spending his time doing this. He's not been on an island somewhere enjoying the benefits of his wealth. He has been sleeping on the floor of a Treasury Department building for free, going through these programs, because he is an immigrant who recognizes that the United States is the greatest country of the world, and he values that, loves our country, and wants it to be better. And he shares all of our concerns about the depth of our deficit and the growing effects of our national debt. So I am very thankful, unorthodox as that process might be, I'm very thankful that there is someone looking at that. So that is why I urge opposition to this amendment. Nothing in the bill is talking about cutting funding to the NIH, and certainly, if we're going to reduce spending, there's spending to be reduced. So I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California and yield a minute for closing statements to Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm certainly very encouraged to hear the gentleman's support for NIH. That'll make everyone feel better. I wasn't defending any one of those particular grants, some of which are very amusing, and in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, I acknowledge. A couple points, though. The point I was making was about Mr. Musk's 15% proposed cut. That is a legislative matter. And if we want to talk about that, we should do that in this building, not on X. This is our job, and we should have this discussion in a bipartisan way. I do want to also say that I would love to have this discussion in a bipartisan way, and we're being frozen out. I think it'd be hard to justify and defend a lot of the things you said. I think it would send a better message if we did it together. I think that's how the place is supposed to work, and I lament that not only is it not bipartisan, but it's not happening in this building. Finally, I just, as for Mr. Musk, I would just point out he is the richest man in the world. Part of the thing that bothers folks over here is that some of that's from contracts he's got with the government. And he's got a huge conflict of interest, potentially, being the person looking out in what his competitors' contracts are, so forth. So we've got no window into that at all. And I think it's an entirely legitimate question to raise, is whether this is the appropriate method and the appropriate person with such conflicts of interest. You and I fill out enormous paperwork to show we don't have conflicts of interest, and we got nothing on this guy, and I think it's not right. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now offer for question on the agreement to his amendment, rather, by Mr. Scott Peters. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Scott, Mr. Peters, would you like a roll call vote? We'll roll that up at the end. And opening it back up for any amendments.
At the desk.
Mr. Doggett has an amendment. Clerk, would you please read designate the amendment, rather?
Amendment number 22, being considered 23rd to adjust function 500, offered by Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Doggett is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Donald Trump made his case to the American people last year, so much of it centered on bringing down prices, particularly food prices. He told us in August, starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again, to bring down the prices of all goods. A few weeks later, he said, starting the day I take the oath, I will rapidly drive prices down and we will make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again. And then in January this year, shortly before he was inaugurated, we're going to have prices down. I think you're going to see some pretty drastic price reductions. I think all of us are waiting to see the first of those price reductions as we saw the new inflation data that prices were going up. And just as Donald Trump has broken his promises to do something about grocery prices, he certainly won't be reducing the cost of higher education. An education that Americans work hard to earn and then work hard to pay off the debt that they must incur while earning a degree. Eliminating some student loan assistance doesn't mean people will work harder. It just means that it'll be harder for them to afford the groceries on whose prices President Trump will be doing nothing. I believe it is a betrayal of the middle class. And while this bill offers cuts, it's to just about everything but prices. Tax breaks for multinational corporations, which because of the loopholes and credits and special advantages in our tax code are already paying an effective tax rate that is a fraction of what a teacher or most American families are paying as their tax rate. In an illegal power grab, Trump couldn't wait for the bill to come along to starve the schools. He moved forward. For years, he's been calling for the elimination of the Department of Education and federal aid to education. He has declared, quote, the Department of Education's a big con job. Well, I have to concede that we've got a president who knows a lot about cons. But the real con, I believe, that is at stake today is the claim that we've heard repeatedly, with a few thousand here and a few thousand there, that they're going to eliminate, through waste, fraud, and abuse elimination, that they're going to pay for everything, including more tax breaks for billionaires like Elon Musk. Musk and his musketeers have taken a sledgehammer already to the Department of Education. They've told 55 employees to stop doing their work. They blocked $881 million in educational research funds appropriated by Congress, jeopardizing our international competitiveness. Their real goal, like all the voucher peddlers here and around the country, is to starve our public schools of their resources. Resources that are supporting 7.4 million children with disabilities from the Department of Education, 26 million economically disadvantaged students, 1.1 million students that are experiencing homelessness, and federal aid upon which millions of students depend to attend college and grow our economy. Throwing their hard hats on, House Republicans are using this reconciliation bill to wreck opportunities and leave hardworking Americans stranded in the rubble. Proposing to eliminate higher educational opportunities that protect Americans from the second largest form of consumer debt, student loans. 87 million students and parents receive federal student aid to help pay for college, including Pell Grants. For too many, this bill today would destroy their American dream. In an America Last agenda, Trump continues to deny funds to today's researchers, while this committee proposes to deprive opportunities for the next generation of scientists. Who will discover the miracle drug to prevent Alzheimer's? Who will be in the surgery room or in the cyber infrastructure from protecting us from foreign threats? Or lately from a billionaire who has improperly accessed the most sensitive data, the tax data and Social Security and health records of every single American. An investment in students is an investment in America's future, and that future can't be great again if they demolish education. Ensuring that the Department of Education and the over 100,000 schools that rely on it, that they remain open. My amendment seeks to protect students from becoming part of the wreckage of this week of GOP reconciliation, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Texas. Are there any members who'd like to claim time in opposition to the amendment? Mr. Grothman from Wisconsin, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm still trying to figure out what this bizarre hatred towards Elon Musk is. I think I figured it out. Donald Trump has done something that the public has been waiting for a long time, and that is he's done what he can to create a bipartisan administration, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard, whether it's Bobby Kennedy, whether it's Donald Trump himself. The Democrat Party just will not stand for someone being bipartisan. And of course, Elon Musk is a prime example. That Donald Trump himself is a prime example of this. I think we should all praise Donald Trump for in this important position, deciding to give it to somebody who spent so much of his life as a Democrat. So I'm just wondering if that's the reason why we have this bizarre dislike. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the Department of Education. We didn't even have a Department of Education in this country until Jimmy Carter came along. And I believe the second largest teachers union at the time was opposed to it for the right reason. They realized that a federal Department of Education, even though it's only paying for about 1/6 of the K-12 education costs in this country, would impose mandates and try to take over the private schools. And we saw it in full flower this time around, where the wonderful Department of Education was going to pull dollars from local school districts unless you let boys in the girls' locker room. I mean, I can't believe it. You can't make it up. If in 1979 or whenever they passed this stuff, if somebody said the day was going to come when the Department of Education was going to bring the hammer down on the local schools unless they let boys in the girls' locker room, you never would believe it. But that's what it is. So I'm glad that Donald Trump and Elon Musk have the guts to come out and say we made a mistake in the 1917, era, and it's time to go back. I should also point out we're all familiar with American test scores. Okay, what's happened in American test scores between the Jimmy Carter administration now. They're an embarrassment. You know, having a Department of Education contributing 1/6, 1/7 of the funds, and then mucking around and causing all sorts of paperwork for the poor local schools was not the way to go. So, bad amendment. I agree with Mr. Musk. I think it's something we ought to take a look at this. It doesn't mean all functions of the Department of Education are going to disappear, but certainly we want some of those functions to disappear. And who could ever claim that our college system doesn't need some reforming? I mean, I think anybody would agree that we probably have too many people attending college today, as we look at so many people going back, going to tech school, going to trade school, when they realize they made a mistake. Because so frequently, kids who go to a university, they get the big student loan debt, and they can't find a job. So I don't think more federal mucking around there has helped either. Do I have any time left?
You've got over 2.5 minutes.
Oh my goodness, and I was on a roll here.
You wanna-
But I promised my good buddy from Kansas, where is he? There he is. I promised him a couple minutes too, because,
Okay.
and I want everybody to pay attention, because he's gonna be really good.
Well, thank you for yielding. You know, one of the things that we're all concerned, and we've seen it through the election, but we've also seen it over the last 4 years, and for education, seen it for multiple years in terms of just the cost and the impact, and making sure that we have the right direction that's being given to the Department of Education in terms of what they do. You know, and we're reminded of that just this morning with the CBI reports, the Consumer Price Index reports that came out for the month of January, which coincidentally was the last month that President Biden was in office. The CBI reports were gathered throughout the month of January and pulled together a week after President Biden was out of office. And so we've showing now as we have to move forward that we want to make sure that inflation, which is a scourge for middle class and lower income folks, that we keep that down for helping them as not just individuals, but also as they take care of their children and their children's education as well. So with that, I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas and recognize my friend from Texas for 1 minute for closing remarks.
I would say to my colleague from Wisconsin, I think even Donald Trump would laugh at the notion that he has anything that is bipartisan about his administration. He's filled his cabinet with supplicant billionaires, setting a record on the billionaire class in his cabinet. As for Mr. Musk, when I heard that he was going to be appointed, I thought it might be an opportunity to pursue a genuine investigation of waste, fraud, and abuse, like the 2 bills that I filed last year on Medicare fraud that the Republicans won't hear, like the defense fraud bill that I filed that got knocked out in conference committee, like the wasteful expenditures for Medicare Advantage. But no, Mr. Musk, like Mr. Trump, are more interested in overriding the law and the Constitution than they are in cooperating with anyone else. What this amendment is education, protecting public education, and no justification has been provided for eliminating the Department of Education and the many services it provides to offer more education to an opportunity for young people across our country. I yield back and move its adoption.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. I will roll call the vote later in the markup, and appreciate the gentleman. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I got an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Panetta, the clerk will designate the amendment, and staff distribute copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 23, being considered 24th, to adjust function 150, offered by Mr. Panetta.
Mr. Panetta, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment increases this resolution's budget authority to ensure the continuation of the in-kind assistance at USAID. I offer this amendment because in this administration's attempt to shut down USAID, it froze a very important program that many of our farmers rely on, the Food for Peace program. A move that turned out to be disastrous, not just abroad, but here at home. The freeze caused a wide-ranging damage, not just on the needy, but also on American producers. When I say this, I mean, as we speak, $489 million worth of food assistance is currently sitting at the ports, in transit, and in warehouses. That's food that could feed 36 million people around the world. Instead, it's just sitting and it's rotting. Moreover, we also harmed ourselves with this move. In its relief efforts, USAID spends $2 billion annually buying American-grown food. That's a market that producers rely on. In my home state of California, 37 large-scale operations fulfill direct orders for humanitarian food assistance. Yet farmers across the country are now debating whether or not to buy seed for the next growing season. Because of the chaos wrought by this decision to gut USAID, many of our farmers have no idea if the Food for Peace program will continue to exist. So they don't know whether to find other markets for their soy or their rice or their wheat, their sorghum, or their other commodities. Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio provided an exemption for emergency assistance, which has allowed organizations to get waivers for resuming the delivery of aid, but those waivers are not enough by themselves to resume aid deliveries because of the other bureaucratic and payment problems created by this administration. Those of us, and I think there's many here on the Budget Committee, that have agriculture in our districts understand and appreciate all of the challenges that face our farmers. Their attitude, I believe, is the American attitude. It's all about getting over hurdles that are constantly placed in front of us and not slowing down. But you got an administration right now that is unnecessarily putting up more hurdles and adding to our farmers' uncertainty, be it from tariffs to immigration to freezing the Food for Peace program. Protecting the Food for Peace program is one step we can take, though, to provide certainty to our farmers and to protect American agriculture. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and pose the question for voicing opposition. Any members voicing a Mr. Brecheen from Oklahoma? The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting to see so many amendments that, by the way the Budget Control Act parameters for reconciliation were set up, allows these ideas not to even be addressed because they're fully discretionary, not relative to mandatory programs. And that, yet again, is the case on this amendment. I really like my friend from the other side of the aisle. Let's make sure we're clear. USAID is under Foreign Affairs Committee jurisdiction, has nothing to do with mandatory, it has everything to do with the discretionary, and yet there's already, regardless of what you're hearing in the media, Secretary Rubio exempted from the 90-day pause on foreign aid, emergency food assistance, life-saving medicine, medical services, food, shelter assistance, as well as supplies and other costs necessary. And so this is really a moot point. It's brought up because of the desire to try to exploit something that there's nothing to exploit because Secretary Rubio has already addressed this. But let's now shift to what we're really talking about regarding USAID, and it cannot be said enough why this is being tackled by this administration. $15.5 million for organizations like the International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans, Intersex Association, and they're promoting this in Zimbabwe, El Salvador, and Lebanon at taxpayer expense under USAID. What else is USAID? $15 million for condoms to the Taliban, $11.5 for gender programming, $3.3 million for LGBT in the Caribbean through USAID, $500,000 on spreading atheism in Nepal, $425,000 to help an Indonesian coffee company, multiple companies become more climate and gender friendly. Again, all through USAID. $300 million for environmental resilience in Guatemala, $270 million to organizations affiliated with George Soros, hundreds of millions that end up funding gain-of-function research in the Wuhan lab, opium production in Afghanistan, political revolution in Ukraine, $20 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. And so, look, if you talk to the average person, American taxpayer, they know this is nonsense. They already have an issue, many, with what we're spending overseas, and yet when you break what USAID is doing down even further, and the political bias that's involved in it. The people are, they're throwing their hands up, hollering calf rope. And if you don't know what that is, go watch the NFR. They're saying enough, it's over. And President Trump is implementing that. And let me just say this. This isn't only under Republican ideology. Did you know in 1999, Joe Biden, as Senator ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, advocated for a merger of USAID and the State Department? Quite interesting. Did you know that Madeleine Albright advocated for the merger of USAID and the State Department during her tenure as Secretary of State under the Clinton administration? And there's something called the Bipartisan Hart-Rudman Commission recommending that USAID be fully implemented unto the State Department, and noted that development aid is not an end to itself, nor can it be successful if pursued independently of other U.S. programs and diplomatic activities. Again, this is only being brought up because they're trying to make hayday with something that, by the instructions of the way reconciliation was set up, cannot address this issue, yet it's before us, so let's make sure we get the facts straight. With that, Mr. Chairman, given my little bit of time left, Representative Stutzman has asked that I yield some time to him, if that would be allowed.
Mr. Stutzman from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the gentleman from Oklahoma, and I appreciate him pointing out the list. You know, one of the things that we're hearing a lot about today is this complaining about Mr. Musk and the work that he's doing down at the Treasury and within government spending. But, you know, John Kerry was never confirmed by the Senate. John Kerry was appointed climate czar for President Biden, and he had a huge budget. In fact, I was trying to find how much money John Kerry was making as a climate czar. He was taking a salary. He was not disclosing his staff down at his office that was getting paid for out of the federal treasury. Elon Musk is doing a service to our country. And so, you know, I think there's also a difference, too, between waste, fraud, and abuse. I think we see some of these lists that we're listing off today, that is waste. And if the Democrats feel like it's not, you should be proud of it and tell the American people, hey, we're spending money outside of this country on these programs, and let the American people know about it, and then they can decide. So thank you to the gentleman from Oklahoma for yielding, and I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Oklahoma, and now yield back to Mr. Panetta for closing.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I definitely didn't mention many of the things that my colleagues from Indiana and Oklahoma talked about. I was talking about food, talking about farmers, talking about the future of our agriculture. And I think by agreeing to this amendment, I think that's what you would be doing as well. Obviously, I understand what the Secretary of State did, understandably, in regards to the exemption. However, I think if you hear from these, from our farmers, they're still going through challenges with this program, unfortunately, because of the decisions that were made previously. And so I look at this more as a way to ensure that the American tradition of agriculture, something that we rely on for food, something that the world relies on for food, continues, especially during these very, very tough times. I'm not just talking about with this administration, I'm talking about what we're hearing in our districts. And so I would hope that those of you who don't just have agriculture in your district, but who get food on your table, continue to support the American farmer. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and the question now is on agreeing to Mr. Panetta's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And Mr. Panetta, if it's all right with you, we'll just roll that up at the end for vote. No, you're good. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. McGarvey from Kentucky. Clerk will designate the amendment, and staff will distribute copies. Mr. McGarvey, go ahead. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would protect the social services block grant from devastating Republican cuts. The Republicans want to give the top 0.1% a tax cut, and they want to do it by throwing the poorest and most vulnerable seniors and children under the bus, all for corporate CEOs to rake in money hand over fist. This amendment would stop them. A budget isn't just a policy document. It's a moral document. And the Social Services Block Grant, or SSBG, isn't just a line item in the budget. It's a lifeline. It provides funding for states to support programs like adult protective services, case management, shelter services, and protective services for foster care for children. SSBG funds organizations like Meals on Wheels, which provides meals for seniors in need. For many local Meals on Wheels providers, the SSBG is their primary source of funding. In 2023 alone, Meals on Wheels served over 1 million vulnerable seniors, seniors who are homebound, disabled, or have no one to care for them. In Kentucky, they deliver over 2 million meals every single year. And yet, even this lifeline is struggling to meet the demand. As President Trump does everything he can to blow up inflation and raise food prices, and potentially freezing funding that protects our seniors, we're asking House Republicans to join us to stop this. Listen to what's happening in Kentucky. I quote, "In Kentucky, local store owners are already hearing about their suppliers' prices going up. One estimate suggests that the president's tariffs could cost the average Kentuckian up to $1,200 per year. And it's not just about rising prices here at home. During the last Trump administration, retaliatory tariffs from trade partners set off a broader trade war that hit wide swaths of American industry, from agriculture to manufacturing to aerospace and motor vehicles to distilled spirits." And before you go accuse me of reading from some liberal publication, that is from Senator Mitch McConnell's op-ed to our local paper this week. So prices are going up for our seniors because of the Trump administration's policies. And here we are stripping them of a valid lifeline to help them out. But hungry seniors aren't the only ones in the crosshairs. Republicans also want to make sure that children, millions of kids in foster care and protective services and in desperate need of adoption, lose the support they rely on. This cut could leave them with nothing. 3 million children left without help. For what? Another handout to the rich? This fails on policy and on moral grounds. Congressional Republicans have repeatedly proposed replacing existing programs like Medicaid with block grants, arguing it will make programs more flexible. But now, Republicans want to eliminate funding for the Social Services Block Grant as part of their tax scam. I ask my colleagues to support my amendment and protect the most vulnerable among us from these extreme cuts. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky and ask if there are any members who'd like to voice opposition. Mr. Estes from Kansas is recognized for 6 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by addressing what this budget does before I talk about the gentleman's amendment. The budget we're marking up today provides more than $6 trillion to income security programs over the next decade, in line with the CBO's current projections. Let me say that again, $6 trillion for income security programs. And the budget makes absolutely no change at all to the CBO's baseline projections for this spending. I'm a strong believer in Meals on Wheels. In fact, I've volunteered to actually deliver those meals, and I've seen the positive impact that a program like that has on people's lives. My colleagues on the left would try and have you believe that slashing safety net programs and kicking people off Medicare and Social Security is what the goal is, but that's simply not true. Instead, we've created a budget that has a massive commitment to support retirement, welfare, foster care, unemployment compensation, military retirement, SNAP food stamps, and more. These programs are important safety nets for Americans, so we want to make sure that they're not only funded, but they're also sustainable. We want Americans to have access to programs when they need them and then move to a better, more prosperous life. Reforms to these programs can encourage work over welfare and fix incentives that currently pressure states to prioritize bigger caseloads over helping people become independent. The American dream isn't about dependency on the federal government, but to be independent and have freedom and opportunities for upward mobility. Republicans are committed to the policies to help our fellow citizens when they're down and encourage them to return to work and increasing their economic mobility. We know that the best way to lift people up is through a good and stable job. Trapping people on welfare is not compassionate, and it's simply un-American. We don't want to keep people down. We want to provide a pathway for Americans to lift themselves out of poverty and not just survive, but to thrive, so that they can care for themselves and their families. That's why we support the CBO's baseline projections for spending on these programs. However, the congressional Democrats are set on expanding entitlement programs rather than lifting people out of poverty. In fact, this amendment proposes more than $6 billion in additional entitlement spending, promoting dependency on government rather than empowering people through opportunity. Ultimately, these policy decisions will be made in their committees of jurisdiction. This budget gives instructions to House committees to find savings in their budget to root out waste, fraud, and improper payments, and we have full confidence in our colleagues on the authorizing committees to pursue policies that protect crucial programs and restore fiscal responsibility. If any members on this committee are concerned about specific policies that an authorizing committee may pursue, then I would recommend they discuss those concerns with the authorizers. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas and ask Mr. McGarvey to close with 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments of my colleague from Kansas. I appreciate your service. I appreciate you working with Meals on Wheels. It's a program that is dear to my heart as well. And I'm happy to work with you at any time to make sure that programs like this that are so vital to our seniors actually have all the resources that they need to protect the people in our communities. But the reality of this budget is simple. We can disagree over priorities. Let's not disagree over math. There's $1 trillion in spending cuts. There's $4.5 trillion in tax giveaways, 83% of which go to the top 0.1%. So not only are we cutting the programs that benefit the middle class, the working poor, our seniors, our most vulnerable, we are giving it away to the wealthiest and driving up our debt at the same time. That is something we cannot do in this budget. It's a betrayal of the middle class. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky, and the question's now on agreeing to his amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. We'll
Chairman, we
roll it up.
request a recorded vote.
We will have a roll call vote after the markup.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll take this opportunity since we have a lengthy list here. Ask unanimous consent to submit to the record letters to the both of us from the Mental Health Liaison Group, the First Focus Campaign for Children, Feeding America, and the Federal Postal Coalition.
Without objection, so ordered. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the
Ms.
desk.
Escobar from the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's let the clerk read it out. I did this to you last time, I'm sorry. Read it out, circulate the draft, and then just go ahead and get started after they pass it out.
Amendment number 26 to adjust function 750, offered by Ms. Escobar.
Ms. Escobar has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would readjust the judgment fund to account for the amount of money that will be needed to pay all of the claims that will result from lawsuits to illegally fired federal employees. And I'd like unanimous consent to admit into the record breaking news, Washington Post, the Trump administration directs agency heads to fire most probationary staff.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for everyone's information, probationary staff in the federal government, that is about 200,000 federal employees. So I'm sure there will be some carve-outs, I'm sure there will be some exceptions, but we can anticipate the unemployment rate in our country to be impacted by these massive layoffs by Elon Musk and by President Trump. And we know that Elon Musk has already targeted the federal workforce Many employees received the email that was sent out called the Fork in the Road, the buyout effort, which, by the way, could fall through at any time. And I want to speak in defense of our federal workforce. We have a lot of great public servants sitting in this room who help us prepare for these hearings, prepare for these markups. There are public servants across the nation who go to work every single day to fulfill their duties and their obligations to the American people, and all of them are at risk. I mentioned in my introduction that I had a teletown hall meeting earlier this week. It was a teletown hall meeting that I think we had close to 8,000 people on the call, if not more. And we heard story after story after story of constituents of mine who are deeply concerned and afraid of what all of this means to them. In fact, one constituent, my heart went out to her. My heart went out to all of them, but she's a federal employee who got the Fork in the Road memo. Her family depends on her income. At the same time, she has a child who has special needs, who gets those special needs met through the public school that her child attends in El Paso. And so she's facing a double whammy, the threat of the elimination of the Department of Education, but also the threat of losing her job. You can only imagine the kind of stress this mom, this federal public servant, is facing with all of these cuts being announced, with all of these decisions being made by an unelected billionaire. And all of these decisions are being made, and all of this pain is being felt and will be felt in districts across the country. Why? Not because we've decided that we've got to rewrite the tax code in order to make the wealthiest pay their fair share. No, quite the opposite. It's so that the wealthiest can get even more money from massive tax breaks. That's why they're living through this. And we believe, many of us believe, and by the way, I have 20,000 federal employees in my district, all of whom are pretty afraid. TSA agents, VA nurses, folks across the federal workforce. And I know for a fact that there are conversations about lawsuits being launched because of all these firings and because of the nature of what's going on. So I think we need to be prepared to deal with those lawsuits and at least make sure that this budget includes the money needed to help pay for the wins that these public servants are likely to achieve in their lawsuits. So I'm hoping to get the support of my colleagues across the aisle to deal with the consequences of what's happening to our federal workforce.
The gentlewoman yields since she has 21
Yes, I
seconds
yield.
left. So you and I had exactly the same experience this week. I held an emergency town hall, one that wasn't regularly scheduled, because we were getting so many calls from our district. I've been here, this is my 11th year. I have never had more people on a town hall than this past week. That is the depth of concern from El Paso, Texas, to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, throughout the country. People are paying attention to what's going on and deeply scared.
Thank the gentlelady and the gentleman, and Mr. Brecheen, I believe, has wants to voice his opposition, and I yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think there's a choice before us as a nation. Either we and our citizenry deserve an efficient government or a government that creates jobs for the sake of creating jobs. And so, what does an efficient government produce? Well, it doesn't produce a $36 trillion and counting gross national debt. And Republicans have been given a mandate to aggressively streamline and modernize this government and to make necessary cuts when they're reasonable and necessary. The American people need this efficient government restored. The purpose of the Judgment Fund is to provide for payments when the federal government is held liable by courts or when a compromise settlement is made outside the courtroom. Now, just for a moment, pause and think about expenditures. And this level I'm about to cite to you. In 2020, the Judgment Fund dispersed around $14.2 billion of taxpayer funds in 1 year. $14.2 billion. Many of these payouts are going to federal employees who've launched or threatened to take action against the Trump administration. This is the real reason, partisanly, Democrats want to fund this account. They want to protect those that are friends, those that are planted inside administration. A Republican budget does not want to protect leftist bureaucrats like at the FBA who tipped off illegal aliens in Chicago about an impending ICE raid. And nor do we want to protect leftist bureaucrats who post on social media that they've been dedicated themselves to, quote, holding the line by ignoring and rejecting the markedly illegal and harassing emails from the Trump administration, end of quote, what they were referencing. And it's not going to protect, if Republicans have their way, leftist bureaucrats who call the president, quote, a fascist and tell their fellow bureaucrats that they're, quote, at war with this administration. Further, we're not going to continue to do this. We're going to shrink the government and ask the question, do we really need more money because of the work at DOGE? And this fund then will not need the extra dollars that those on the other side are seeking. And just this morning, Reuters reported, quote, about 75,000 U.S. federal workers had accepted the Trump administration buyout program, end of quote. And the bureaucrats, the leftist bureaucrats in Washington they're heading for the doors. And some are leaving just because it's for the timeliness element. And this stands in stark contrast, an efficient government, to the Biden administration, where in 2023 alone, the federal bureaucracy increased by 7%, the largest annual increase we've had in decades. Excess federal employment and liberal ideology go hand in hand. We, again, need an efficient government, not a government creating jobs for the sake of creating government jobs. 75,000 people that have decided to make this transition. It's a good start voluntarily, but more are probably going to accept this decision. And savings will be had for the taxpayer, including within the Judgment Fund. And this colleague, the Democrat amendment, is not fit for a government where we're changing the ideology. Republicans are deciding that inefficiencies created by too many people and too much red tape is stifling efficiency, and it's drowning out the free enterprise, and it's cheapening hard work for those who are not employed by the government. And I urge a no vote. With that, I yield.
I thank the gentleman and yield to Ms. Escobar 1 minute for closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak directly to the gentleman from Oklahoma's constituents, the gentleman from Oklahoma's 2nd District. He just called federal employees leftist bureaucrats. There are 16,964 of you in Oklahoma's 2nd District. Almost 17,000 people in that district employed by the federal government who are just being called leftist bureaucrats, who are apparently expendable. In addition to that, the idea that these cuts are reasonable for the Oklahoma 2nd District, 64,000 people who receive coverage under the ACA will see their premiums go up by $650 per year. Is that reasonable? 180,000 people on Medicaid are at risk of losing their coverage. This includes 99,000 children and 13,000 seniors. Is that reasonable? And 59,000 people who rely on SNAP will go hungry. I don't call that reasonable. I yield back.
I think the gentlelady, since she referenced her colleague from Oklahoma and his comments, would you like to say something? I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That being implied, that was not the correct understanding. There are some, for timeliness, and I said that, are leaving the position. Are there some that are leftists? Of course. And the point that I was making is there's an ideology when there's excess that this administration is changing, that we need an efficient government, not a government that creates jobs and maintains jobs for the purpose of job creation because they think the federal government is where the economy is empowered. We actually believe in the free market, and that the free market is the best allocation of scarce resources. And you have to have a government, but you have to have a government that is meeting the needs of the constituents and not just operating for the sake of
I
operation.
thank the gentleman from Oklahoma and I thank the gentlelady from Texas. And the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Escobar. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And
Chairman,
I'll roll it all up. How about I just make a commitment to you right now that we're going to roll every amendment up and we're going to take a roll call at the end of the markup.
I appreciate that.
Can I do that?
I believe I have to. I think it has to be.
Okay.
So
Of
that
course
we're
it
minding
does.
our P's and Q's, I think technically, while I trust you to do that procedurally, I think in order to be.
Can we all agree that this is just one more example of the inefficiency in the federal government? Because I think we're all
It can
kind
also
of.
be Dovi, no profi, trust but verify.
If that's true. Okay, well, let's open it back up for any amendments. I think we're at 27. Is Ms. Kaptur prepared to introduce her amendment?
I am prepared to introduce the amendment, Mr. Chairman, and you've had a really good demeanor today.
Well,
We
thank you.
appreciate it.
Well, the Eagles won, so, what the heck? Let's get Mr. Bailey to go ahead and give us a readout, circulate the draft, and then whenever you're ready, Ms. Kaptur, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This amendment is a taxpayer rights bill and will prevent unlawful access to federal taxpayer databases or financial systems of record. My amendment rejects any overreach and access of non-authorized personnel to U.S. government fiscal databases housing private taxpayer information for any reason outside of those already codified in the Privacy Act of 1974. Furthermore, this amendment rejects any access to personally identifiable information, PII, of American taxpayers to include banking information, Social Security payments, or veterans' benefits by anyone that does not have the proper clearance, handling expertise, and need to know. Frankly, any person holding 3 citizenships and a Starlink capability surveying over Russia and Ukraine should be suspect. One must question, is what DOJ is doing a theft? Under what authority is DOJ taking private information of the American people? Exactly who are the DOJ staff? We don't know. Not a single person on this committee knows. Is DOJ activity a violation of Americans' privacy? Is what DOJ is doing a theft of insider information by collecting data on a business or a strategic competitor? We don't know. Currently, DOJ has accessed confidential personal information of the American people, including birth dates, Social Security and medical records, veterans data, medical information, and financial information of Americans through Treasury's fiscal databases. There is no clear indication of what is being done with the information. Billionaires and their private corporations should not have access to sensitive information on Americans. One must ask, is the data being collected likely to be used to outbid a business competitor? We don't know. This amendment would ensure taxpayer rights and those private citizens with money and political power should not be weaponized to disrupt our nation's critical workforce or damage its system for upholding privacy and our congressional power of the purse to appropriate funds. I ask my colleagues to vote yes, protect your rights, because you don't know, there isn't a single person in this room, and I doubt anybody in the Congress of the United States, that knows what they're doing with your records. I'd be very careful I'd consider what I'm saying. This is a good amendment. We can meet in the middle and we can vote for it. I'd ask for your support. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady and ask if there are any members who'd like to claim time in opposition to her amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is.
Mr. Gill from Texas is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, thank you for all of your hard work over the past months on this, getting this reconciliation bill. It's been incredible, and we do sincerely appreciate it. I'm thrilled about this piece of legislation as it's getting started. This reconciliation bill, I believe, will balance. It will extend the Trump tax cuts for the working class so that they don't experience the biggest tax increase in American history, and it'll grow the economy. But of course, it will also help us to implement the Trump agenda, which is to clean up the chaos and destruction that Joe Biden unleashed on our country over the past 4 years. It will help us fund the mass deportation of illegal aliens who have been murdering and raping and pillaging American citizens. It will help us unleash our fossil fuel energy sector, and it will allow us to rebuild our military. And of course, it will help us implement DOGE, which this amendment targets, among other things. As DOGE has been rolled out, I think it's been a bit curious because I found that so many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have not been upset about the waste, fraud, and abuse that this process has uncovered. Rather, they've been angry that the fraud has been exposed at all. We found that for decades, the administrative state has been weaponized against the American people. We can give example after example of flagrant abuses of American taxpayer dollars. We've heard of some of them earlier, but I'll name a few more. $1 million spent to boost French-speaking LGBTQ groups in West and Central Africa through the State Department. Almost $50,000 on a transgender opera in Colombia, also through the State Department. Over $7,000 for a BIPOC speaker series in Canada through the State Department. I think it's worth noting that normal, sane Americans don't know what BIPOC means, and neither do I. $80,000 for an LGBTQ community center in Slovakia, and over $16,000 for a united and equal queer feminist discourse in Albanian society, whatever that is. And of course, we also know that our taxpayer dollars have been going to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars every year to fund left-wing media outlets like NPR and PBS, paying for welfare for illegal aliens, and paying for giving out payments to international organizations that are censoring and pushing for the censorship of American citizens. Our own federal government is using taxpayer dollars to promote ideologies that tens of millions of Americans find utterly repulsive. I think if the other side of the aisle has such a deep ideological opposition to this DOGE process, I challenge them to be straightforward with the American people and explain why taxpayer dollars should be funding queer feminist discourse in Albanian society or drag shows in Ecuador. I don't think that they will, but I would love to see it if they did. For the past several weeks, we've heard so many attacks on Elon Musk, and I think that this amendment in particular is meant to attack Elon Musk. One of the things we hear often is that he's an unelected bureaucrat. Of course, also Mayorkas, Gary Gensler, Anthony Fauci, so many other bureaucrats from the past administration were also unelected, but I find it particularly interesting whenever they claim that nobody voted for Elon Musk because, of course, in a way, Americans did vote for Elon Musk and they did vote for DOGE. Elon Musk has been campaigning with President Trump for months. He's been showing the American people on his Twitter platform, over 200 million followers, that he was going to be a part of this administration. I have been talking to my constituents for months about Elon Musk joining President Trump. Elon Musk acting as an employee and an agent of the president, I think has certainly more democratic legitimacy than Anthony Fauci did, and he certainly has more democratic legitimacy than the nameless, faceless bureaucrats who have been running our lives for several years, the waste of which he is rooting out currently. President Trump here with Doge is doing exactly what he was elected to do. Doge is a part of the Trump mandate. It's extremely popular. In fact, Elon Musk and the Doge movement right now are polling at a higher approval rating than Joe Biden had on his way out of the White House. President Trump, of course, is polling at record numbers. This amendment is designed to thwart the democratically expressed will of the American people, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. And I'd also like to, Mr. Chairman, ask for unanimous consent to submit to the House the House Foreign Affairs Committee's list of wasteful USAID and State Department funded initiatives.
Without objection, so ordered. Thank the gentleman from Texas. The questions on agreeing to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Oh, I apologize. Ms. Kaptur, you have 1 minute for closing remarks.
I think the gentleman is confused as to which amendment this is. I'm talking about the taxpayers of the United States and who's invading their records, and I'm sure the people of Texas would be interested in that. The purpose of the amendment is to protect the United States citizens, our taxpayers, from inappropriate and unlawful access and use of their financial information and the systems in which those records reside. Also, artificial intelligence is still new and is an emerging capability with little codified governance. Introducing that capability into federal financial systems, especially by anyone with private business interests in its adoption, would bring unprecedented risks to the integrity and safety of our fiscal systems and the people, the American people they serve. I ask the members to support my amendment to provide greater protection to sensitive taxpayer data, including yours, and uphold Article 1 congressional authority to ensure critical partnerships are not damaged and that reckless billionaires don't take advantage of the American people, because this particular person and what he is doing could buy my entire congressional district and yours, and he'd still have a lot left over. In sum, we must protect the American people from any abuse of their information and make sure that billionaires don't take over the financial systems that have taken over 2.5 centuries to create and be used as weapons turned against the American people themselves.
I think the
ask for
gentlelady.
support of the amendment.
I think the gentlelady, the questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Kaptur. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. We'll have a roll call vote. We'll have a roll call vote at the end of the markup. Are there any other amendments at the desk?
Yes, sir, I have one.
Ms. Watson Coleman, clerk, if you could read it out, circulate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, to strike reconciliation instructions to the Committees on Financial Services and Ways and Means, offered by Ms. Watson Coleman.
Ms. Watson Coleman, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. This is as important to me as the one I did on Medicaid. But before I start, let me say that there's a little that I've agreed to hearing from the other side, but the one thing that I do agree to is that this country did not elect Elon Musk. This country did elect a felony and a known liar who is responsible for Elon Musk being where he is. And the unhealthy love that has been demonstrated by some of my colleagues on the Republican side and the president befuddles me. It is absolutely ludicrous. But my amendment, Mr. Chairman, is that I would like to strike the reconciliation instruction to the Financial Services Committee with the jurisdiction to slash the Consumer Federal Protection Bureau, as well as the Ways and Means Committee instruction, which would reduce the mortgage interest deduction. My amendment would protect the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau from being dismantled so it can continue advocating on behalf of consumers across the country. With a budget of just $825 million, the CFPB has brought back over $21 billion to consumers who have been victims of fraud and abuse at the hands of big banks and other large corporations. I'll say that again. That's $825 million to bring back $21 billion. That's a pretty good return on investment for the American people. Additionally, it gives working families a fighting chance when big banks violate the law. It supervises banks, lenders, credit card reporting agencies, and debt collection companies. It also cracks down on junk fees and unfair overdraft fees. The CFPB is responsible for making institutions like the Navy Credit Federal Union, Regions Bank, and Atlantic Union refund millions to customers who had been hit by illegal surprise overdraft fees. It just recently finalized a rule to limit overdraft fees to only $5. It protects students from predatory loan programs and scams and prevents discrimination in housing and the U.S. economy. It administers and enforces the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, which protects individuals against discrimination in accessing and using credit. It helps consumers fight back against discriminatory practices from mortgage companies that can prevent them from owning a house and building their own wealth. And furthermore, the mortgage interest deduction helps working families and middle-class families become homeowners at a time when buying a house is almost unobtainable. The mortgage interest deduction makes housing more affordable for families by offsetting the cost of mortgages. This is especially necessary for families in high-cost areas, which is more important than ever with the mortgage rates at current levels. Few federal initiatives have directly benefited American families and protected them from abuse and fraud as effectively as the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has. And unfortunately, it is no surprise to me that my Republican colleagues want to do away with this vital government agency and let fraudsters, scammers, and snake oil salesmen run wild. This is exactly the kind of deregulation and lack of accountability that Elon Musk wants and works to get so that he can line his pockets with more money as if his greed isn't obvious enough. So if you think it should be easier for people to get scammed and for the scammers to get away with it, fine. That's your opinion. But I don't think that's right, and I don't think the American people think that that sounds right. So I therefore ask my colleagues to support this amendment and protect hardworking Americans from being stripped of both protection and opportunities for housing. With that, I solicit your support, and I yield a minute to the ranking member.
Thank you. I appreciate that, my friend and almost neighbor, about a half hour up Route 1. I'm just curious because a number of amendments on our side of the aisle have been filed, including yours, and members on the other side keep fighting the war on woke. In fact, I wish I had $1 for every time one of them has mentioned the word woke here today over the last 12 hours. Is there anything at all in your amendment that has anything to do with some of the things that we've been hearing this afternoon?
Only if you consider protecting those most vulnerable to the large banks and other lending institutions and the folks that are scammed every day by credit card companies. Only if you consider them false and untrue. I know them to be real. I have some of them in my family. This is about protecting those who need our protection and nothing more, including the Republicans and the independents and anything else that's here.
Thank you. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and gentlelady and ask if there are any members who wish to oppose.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Stutzman from Indiana, you have 6 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, and frankly, I just am disappointed that it's even introduced to begin with, because this amendment would eliminate the instructions for Ways and Means Committee along with the instructions for the Financial Services Committee on which I serve. By removing the instructions, this amendment would raise taxes on the millions of Americans who've seen their taxes reduced by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This is backwards from where we need to go. For the past 4 years, the American people's pocketbook has taken a massive hit due to Bidenomics and inflation and bad governing by Washington, D.C. Mr. Chairman, the carnage has to stop, and the American people cannot continue to pay for failed Democrat policies. The TCJA provided much-needed reform to a tax code that hadn't been revised in almost 40 years. Despite the baseless claims from the other side of the aisle, the TCGA was immensely successful and outperformed several expectations. After it passed, real median household income rose by $5,000, a bigger increase in just 2 years than in the prior 8 years combined. Additionally, wages increased 4.9%, the fastest 2-year growth in real wages in 20 years. The poverty rate and unemployment rate reached at their lowest levels in 50 years, with all-time lows in unemployment among African American and Hispanic workers and those without a high school degree. Despite this progress, we are talking today about an amendment that would prohibit the TCGA from being extended. This is out of line and not what the American people have sent us here to do at all. If this amendment is successful and the TCGA is not extended across the nation, the average taxpayer would see a 22% tax hike if the Trump tax cuts expire. Beyond that, here's a couple of examples. A family of 4 making the median income in the United States would see a tax increase of almost $1,700 if the Trump tax cuts expire. 40 million Americans would see their household's child tax credit cut in half. This doesn't sound like the 1% or the billionaires we've been hearing about all day. 91% of all taxpayers would see their guaranteed standard deduction slashed in half. 26 million small businesses would be hit with a 43.4% top tax rate if the Section 199A small business deduction expires. 7 million taxpayers would be impacted by the return of the alternative minimum tax. The death tax exemption on 2 million family-owned farms would be slashed in half next year. Mr. Chairman, it is beyond the pale that an amendment with such a harmful impact can be considered in this committee. But this amendment also has a second part. The amendment would also strike the $1 billion reconciliation instructions for the Financial Services Committee, which would provide the committee with the necessary flexibility to craft policies within their jurisdiction that would embolden the American economy and truly allow us to enter a golden era. Mr. Chairman, I can tell you as a business owner, I have seen that Washington, the CFPB, and these agencies have thrown nothing but a wet blanket over this economy. The discretion that the Financial Services Committee has to rein in wasteful spending while crafting a framework that would truly allow the American banking industry to be unleashed. I have seen it personally and experienced it personally that the American banking system is not working for everyday Americans across our country, and especially in rural areas, where the rural communities are struggling to make ends meet after inflation has driven up the cost for families across our country. We stand at a critical juncture for our country, and the situation is very clear. We can follow the failed policies of old that have brought us to this point with more government. We have more engagement with, from Washington, D.C. in our everyday lives, now more than ever. Or we can look forward and follow a path that President Trump has laid out with less government, efficient government, a government that's going to work for the people and not work for themselves. This budget does chart a new path forward whereby free enterprise can flourish, which has made America the greatest nation on earth. There's more wealth in this country because Americans have the opportunity to build, create, and innovate for themselves, but also what that does is it creates jobs for families that help them accomplish their dreams, and they can do big things for themselves and for their futures. This budget also allows for energy production to be unleashed, and Americans can reap the rewards of that work. Mr. Chairman, providing relief to working-class families while also ridding the nation of wasteful spending and being better stewards of taxpayer dollars is imperative to leave a stronger fiscal situation for generations to come. This budget resolution and corresponding instructions are the first steps to do that, and I look forward to supporting this resolution that's in front of us and appreciate the hard work, Mr. Chairman, that you've done and this committee has done, and know that with the partnership with the White House that is revealing so much wasteful spending, that this will make our country, put our country back on a strong fiscal track. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Indiana, And now recognize once again Ms. Watson Coleman for closing remarks for 1 minute.
I can only say that this is a very important protection for everyday working families and poor families, that this protection that is extended through these particular programs has nothing to do with your rich people getting richer. And the absurdity to think that your people getting richer in some way enriches the people at the lower end of the economic spectrum is as ludicrous as you're supporting this whole resolution. So let me just explain to you what happens in your district with this resolution as it relates to Medicare and Medicaid. 31,000 people who receive coverage under the ACA will see their premium go up $750 per year. 125,000 people on Medicaid are at risk of losing their coverage, which includes 61,000 children and 7,000 seniors. And 24,000 people who rely on SNAP are at risk of losing those benefits. Also that the 1% can get the majority of the wealth in this country. It is absurd. And I ask for a roll call vote, and I yield back.
We will do the roll call vote as agreed to at the end of the hearing. And the questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Watson Coleman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And we will again roll it up there at the end for a final vote.
And Mr. Chairman, at this moment, I have two letters I want to submit, seek unanimous consent to seek into the record. One is a letter just released by the AFL-CIO addressed to the both of us, as well as all of the members of the House Budget Committee, writing to express their strong opposition to the FY 2025 budget resolution.
I thank the gentleman, and I have no objection, so ordered.
And then the second,
They just keep coming.
it's a lot. There is a lot of
an
interest
honor.
in your document,
It's an honor.
Mr. Chairman. The second letter is from the nonpartisan Peter G. Peterson Foundation, an organization you know, which is very concerned about the size of our deficits and the size of our debt. It is a piece that is entitled 3 Reasons Why Assuming Sustained 3% Growth is a Budget Gimmick. And so I seek unanimous consent to enter this into the record.
I have tremendous respect, by the way, that, no objection, so ordered, with Michael Peterson, the Peterson Foundation. Just to be clear, the comment was on 3%, the assumption of growth, given the policies taken together, is 2.6 in our resolution. So ordered. Okay, any other amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Balint, clerk will designate the amendment. Staff will distribute the copies. And go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 29 to add a point of order regarding Social Security, offered by Ms. Balint.
Ms. Balint is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is simple. It simply asks, can we all agree to take cuts to Social Security completely off the table? President Trump promised Americans while he was campaigning that he would not touch Social Security. And I'm asking today, will Republicans keep the promise that Trump made to Americans and not touch Social Security? Will Republicans assure the 68 million Americans who get Social Security checks that they will not touch those checks in order to give tax breaks to billionaires like Elon Musk? Will Republicans promise right here, right now, not to privatize Social Security? My amendment would prevent the House from considering legislation that would cut your Social Security benefits, increase your retirement age, or privatize Social Security. Now, I'm sure many of us in this room have parents and loved ones who are surviving because of Social Security. I know it's an important part of my parents' monthly budget. And it's absolutely essential for Vermonters. It's literally a lifeline for so many of my constituents. And my office hears all the time about Vermonters who are in dire situations because of issues with getting their Social Security benefits. Some of these folks without Social Security would not have any money coming in. And obviously, any cuts to Social Security would impact their ability to pay their bills, stay in their homes, and afford food. And one of the things that we often don't talk about when it comes to Social Security is that the people most supported and impacted by Social Security are women, are the women of this country. Older women are more likely to live in poverty than older men. Women in general are more likely to live in poverty. Women are more likely to live in persistent poverty than men. And 55% of adult Social Security beneficiaries are women. So what is the Republican vision, as it's been talked about for years in this building? It's a troubling one. It's forcing people to work overtime and retire later. So working longer, retiring later, slashing benefits by over $700 billion, less money going into the fund that pays out your Social Security, threatening its financial health and security. And I bet you every Republican on this committee, every single one here, has heard from constituents to your home offices who are desperate to hang on to their Social Security checks. And I'm asking you, do not vote against those people. You can reassure them right now by supporting my amendment. Voting for this amendment means that you understand the importance of this issue for seniors, and specifically for the older women in your districts who are much more likely to live in poverty. I urge my Republican colleagues to join me in protecting Social Security, and at this time, I will yield the balance of my time to the gentleman, Mr. Doggett from Texas.
Well, thank you very much. Your amendment is so clear-cut and singly focused that I would think there would be no opposition to it, and so I don't need to talk very long about it, but I had an experience last week that really justifies your amendment. I had a friend, a senior, who is fortunate to own her home, and she called to say, I'm really concerned I'm going to lose my house because I can't pay the monthly payment if I lose my Social Security. And she believed that Donald Trump would stay as true to his Social Security promise as he has to his promise to lower grocery prices. The concern that I have is not just the fact that Donald Trump says one thing and does the opposite the next day, but the report that the ranking member just introduced from the Peter G. Peterson Foundation and the report I referred to earlier from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. The budget hawks, the debt hawks that are out there, they're noting what a sham this budget is and how if you drive up the national debt after they preached against it at every budget meeting we've ever had, you drive it up by $5.5 to $6 trillion above where it is today, the next thing you're going to know is that Social Security check arrives and it has insufficient funds stamped right on it. And I appreciate your bringing this up, and this will be a test to see whether our Republican colleagues believe in Trump and his promise and are willing to stand by it.
The gentlelady's time has expired, and now we'll open it up for any members who wish to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Estes, Chairman of the Social Security Subcommittee and the Committee on Ways and Means, I yield 6 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleague from Vermont for her amendment. You know, I'm pleased to say while the amendment's unnecessary, we at least agree on the substance since this budget does not make a single change to Social Security. As the chairman noted, I am the chair of the Social Security Subcommittee. So that's a new role I took on this session. And obviously, we have a lot of work to do in Social Security. We all know it. Republicans and Democrats know it. We need to make sure that we focus on how do we protect and strengthen Social Security for current and future retirees and their beneficiaries and their families. You know, if you look at where we are right now, current and future generations of Americans are facing a catastrophic care crisis in less than a decade based on the looming insolvency of the Social Security program. It's the largest program in the federal budget. It's the largest line item on what's being spent every year. The trend of insolvency is driven by the projected increase in life expectancy, by a declining ratio of workers to beneficiaries, a decreased total fertility rate, and inflationary pressures. Time is running out to save this bedrock of support for American seniors, and the cost of inaction is unaffordable and unfathomable. Social Security spending continues to grow unsustainably as a percentage of the nation's economic output, and the longer we wait, the harder it will be to solve the program's finances. The burden of Social Security declining finances continues to fall on hardworking, tax-paying Americans. Over the next 75 years, the Social Security trustees project that $22.6 trillion in old age survivor and disability unfunded liabilities, resulting in unfunded promised benefits. Projections are right now that retirees that are obtaining the old age benefits will have a 21% cut in their benefits. That's one of the reasons why I'm so positive in terms of the comments that we're seeing out of the Department of Government Efficiency, in terms of looking at fraud and improper payments that may be made out of Social Security Trust Fund, whether they're payments going to somebody that's purportedly 150 years old, whether they're payments going to individuals that don't have Social Security numbers, whether they're payments going to multiple individuals with the same Social Security number somehow entered into the system. There are bipartisan, meaningful reforms that work towards improving program equity, protecting the long-term solvency, and ensuring economic prosperity. Republicans are committed to working in a bipartisan manner to protect this crucial safety net program and ensure a sustainable path forward. There's nothing in this budget that alters the Social Security benefits, no matter how much some of my colleagues maybe wish to fearmonger and to bend reality to fit that. This committee is in agreement that with the President Trump when he says that Social Security will not be touched, it will only be strengthened. Even if we wanted to make Social Security, it wouldn't be possible to do so here, since Social Security cannot be amended through the reconciliation process, further rendering this amendment unnecessary. The Byrd Rule prevents the consideration of any reconciliation measure in the Senate that changes the Social Security program, and I reiterate that this budget makes no changes to Social Security benefits or revenues. As our budget resolution makes no changes to Social Security, this amendment is unnecessary, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman and yield back to Ms. Balint for her closing comments for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the remarks of Representative Estes. I know that you are working hard on that subcommittee, and I just think this is a perfect opportunity to just put it to bed right now. Why not just say that you're going to hold true to the promise that then candidate Trump and now President Trump made to the American people, that Social Security will not be touched? Why not just right now have an up or down vote on it? We can take it off the table, pretty straightforward. I think it would help a lot of seniors across this country to know that they can have that safety and security in their future. So I urge my colleagues to protect Social Security for their residents, for their own elderly parents, for all Americans, and I urge you to support my amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and questions on agreeing to her amendment. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, seek a recorded vote.
We will postpone the roll call vote, but we will consider that as we roll it up in the hearing.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, since I have a litany of them here, let me knock out several letters, and we appreciate, I know, all of the organizations that reach out to us to express their point of view. So I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record letters to House and Senate leadership from the Catholic Health Association of the United States and the Jesuit Conference of Canada and the United States. A second letter, which is a letter to members of the House Energy and Commerce Committee from 107 national organizations supporting the task force of the Consortium for Constituents with Disabilities. And finally, a letter to members of the Senate Finance and House Ways and Means Committee from 133 local leaders expressing their strongly held view on this budget resolution.
Without objection, so ordered. Any other amendments? Ms. Plaskett?
Yes. Amendment at the desk.
Okay, Ms. Plaskett has amendment number 30, I believe. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read that out, we'll circulate it.
Amendment number 30, to add a point of order regarding Medicare, offered by Ms. Plaskett.
Ms. Plaskett, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. I want to offer an amendment which creates a new point of order for the House of Representatives against legislation that cut guaranteed Medicare benefits. As we know, President Donald Trump has promised on the campaign trail that he would not cut Medicare, and so we should help him keep his promise and do our best to prevent him and others from potentially betraying seniors and persons with disabilities. With that, we understand that the bedrock importance of Medicare, we must commit to protecting the program. Medicare is a commitment that is made to honor the dignity and independence of our senior citizens and persons with disabilities. Despite the importance of this program in guaranteeing health security for seniors and persons with disabilities, without new revenue, the Hospital Insurance Trust Fund is expected to become insolvent in 2036. The Medicare trustees project that Medicare expenditures will increase in future years at a faster pace than either aggregate workers' earnings or the economy overall. As a percentage of GDP, spending will increase from 3.8% in 2023 to 6.2% by 2098. We must protect Medicare and commit to extending the solvency of the Hospital Insurance Trust Fund. For example, by requiring wealthy taxpayers to contribute more to Medicare and closing tax loopholes for the wealthy. We must reject legislation that may cut guaranteed Medicare benefits and ensure that earned benefits continues to be available for future generations. Now, I have heard that there will not be cuts to Social Security, that is not allowed in reconciliation. There's discussion that we will not be cutting Medicare, and I'm grateful for that. But I think that what would be best to allow the public and to have the instruction to the relevant authorities within those committees is for us to create a point of order which says, in fact, that we will not touch Medicare. I have seen circulated throughout discussions about eliminating Medicare coverage of bad debt, limiting federal health care programs' eligibility based on citizenship status, Medicare site neutrality, discussions of repealing DACA Obamacare subsidies in a final rule, geographic integrity of Medicare wage index, improving seniors' access to innovation and telehealth by removing money from the normal pot of Medicare to creating additional funnel channels in which that money would be spent. I think the best way to ensure that both Energy and Commerce as well as Ways and Means are ensuring that Medicare will be kept intact as it is, and that we in fact look to ways to grow the Medicare and keep it from the insolvency is this point of order. And so I would ask adoption of this point of order and would ask my colleagues to say yay to this amendment. And at this time, I reserve my time.
Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Yes, of course, to the ranking member who is feeling himself now that the Philadelphia Eagles have won a second Super Bowl in a minute.
I would point out for the record, I've been rather restrained in pointing that out, as exuberant as I am, so I appreciate it.
False modesty on your part, I'm sure.
Ms. Plaskett, if one is absolutely opposed and has no intention to cutting Medicare whatsoever, is there any reason why you would oppose your amendment?
I can't see the reason why. I think it's just a way for us in budget. It would be an appropriate option for us to be able to give instructions to those committees under which are going to be considering how to make the cuts as well as how to make the increases that we are marking for them, to give them the instruction as a point of order that Medicare is something that we believe should not be touched.
In fact, those who are genuine and sincere in stating that they will not cut Medicare Actually, their argument would be strengthened if your point of order was part of this
I think it's
package.
something that each one of us could point to our constituents and to the public that we support Medicare. I have heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that this is an area which they do not believe in touching, along with Social Security. So this is a means for them to lodge that support and make it known to not just the public, but as well to their colleagues in the committees of jurisdiction that are going to be working on this.
Well, thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired now, and I will open it up to any member who wants to claim time in opposition to the amendment. Mr. Carey from Ohio.
Well, first off, I just want to say for when my children are Googling in a few years, Miles and Conrad, I'm sorry I'm not at hockey tonight. You know, I listen to both sides of the aisle. Those of you who know me from Ways and Means, you know, I can agree with a lot of people, but I'm really tired of members shouting at the rain all day. And I just want to point out the facts and what they are. Bottom line is generations of Americans have paid into and come to rely on Medicare, promise of health care security, making it critical that we protect and we strengthen the program. President Trump, make note, he has been very clear. Medicare benefits will not be cut, period. Medicare benefits will not be cut. Our budget does not include a single cut, not one single cut to Medicare benefits for seniors. I don't need to belabor the point because we all want to get home. We all do, believe me. But the last time my dear friends on the other side were in the majority, they pushed a partisan policies that ultimately raised inflation and increased the cost of living for millions of seniors that rely on Medicare. Additionally, they chose to raid the Medicare program for more than over $300 billion to pay for the green policies in the Inflation Reduction Act. Instead, they could have reinvested those cutbacks into Medicare to improve the solvency of the program, to ensure that Medicare program, which we now have, is around for future generations. All these actions only increase the already strained bureaucracy pressures to the Medicare program over the long term. This amendment, and my dear friend, I appreciate what you're saying, and I do appreciate your passion, but this amendment is just truly unnecessary. Our budget resolution stands with President Trump, does not cut Medicare benefits. Unlike the recent track record we have seen from some of my friends on the other side, I urge a no vote. And what I want people to know when they're back home, because they see this, and maybe some of them are watching on C-SPAN, maybe some of them more than my mother, because she's probably the only one up watching it right now. What's going to happen, we're going to have a lot of amendments that are going to come from the other sides, and we'll ultimately vote them down. The thing is, we have to realize as a country that we need to work together. We've got major problems with this country. And I believe, and I do believe, that my friends on the other side can work with our side to make sure that we move this country forward. I'm committed to working with the other side, and I'm committed to making sure that we get things done. But listen, folks, we don't need this amendment. The President has been very clear. The Speaker has been very clear. So with that, I'd like to yield, I guess, 2 minutes and 32 seconds to the chairman of our committee.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I wish my Democrat colleagues would have taken Ms. Plaskett's advice when they marked up the Inflation Reduction Act. Had my Democrat colleagues done that, they wouldn't have cut $308 billion from Medicare to pay for the green energy tax subsidies that my colleague has mentioned several times in terms of loopholes and special interest tax giveaways. You talk about a special interest tax giveaway, people making $150,000 who get a subsidy for electric vehicle, And there, unfortunately, is no way to carve out through an amendment the 20% inflation tax that was levied on everybody, but it was regressive and hurt working families and seniors who were on a fixed income more than anyone else. And also, under the Biden administration, there were cuts to Medicare Advantage. This isn't scare tactic stuff. This is what happened. It's a decision, but it seems inconsistent with the position that my Democrat colleagues are taking. And that decision to cut Medicare Advantage increased premiums, just like when my Democrat colleagues passed in the IRA this restructured benefits in Part D. There were really price controls, and premiums skyrocketed as a result. And right before the election, the administration had to put together a premium stabilization fund just to keep the premiums down. But that was the outcome of government intervention, and we all knew it. And so I think just for the sake of intellectual honesty here, there were cuts to Medicare by President Biden and my colleagues, and they were done so to provide offsets for the green energy tax subsidies. By the way, those were scored at $250 billion, and today that's been revised upwards of $700 billion. So when we're talking about fiscal responsibility and commitments to seniors, let's be honest with each other.
And Mr. Chairman, we've got 4 seconds to go, so I'm going to reclaim my time, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. And Ms. Plaskett, you have the last word, 1 minute for closing.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. First, when we are talking about facts, just give the whole facts. First, when we talked about inflation and the increase in inflation, we know that in 2022, inflation was at about an 8% rate. During that time, during President Biden's time, we have seen inflation steadily go down. Inflation went down in 2023 to 4.2%, and in 2024, it was at 2.9%. We are the only place in the world where inflation reduced. And according to President Trump, we're seeing that inflation is once again rising after his inauguration. So if we're going to talk about inflation, let's give the correct numbers. And as for the reduction in spending for Medicare during the Inflation Reduction Act, let's give the American people the whole truth. That Inflation Reduction Act was in fact expected to reduce the costs of Medicare prescription drug spending by the federal government by $237 billion over a decade. And that was to allow the Medicare companies to be able to negotiate drug pricing, which ultimately reduced the amount of spending for our seniors for Medicare. I think at the end, the American people and our elders were happy to have that. And I yield back and urge a yes vote on my amendment.
I thank the gentlelady, and the question is on agreeing to her amendment. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And we will roll that up at the end of the markup. Thank the gentlelady. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Jayapal has an amendment. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read it out, circulate it.
Amendment number 31, to add a point of order regarding Medicaid, offered by Ms. Jayapal.
Ms. Jayapal, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering this point of order amendment to block cuts to Medicaid on behalf of the 72 million Americans who rely on Medicaid to access health care. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump promised not to touch Medicaid, and he even recently stated that he would, quote, love and cherish the program. And yet, Republicans' proposed cuts would lead to slashing Medicaid funding by, at minimum, $880 billion, or up to $2.3 trillion over 10 years. Now, let's be clear about what's on the chopping block. Nearly 20% of Americans rely on Medicaid. While so many Americans cannot afford to purchase health insurance within a broken for-profit health system, Republicans have somehow made this their silver bullet to pay for their tax cuts to the wealthiest. And here's the thing, Some Republicans are actually really worried about this Republican proposal. You know why? Because the cuts that are being proposed would not hit all states equally. The pain will fall unevenly and disproportionately on states with older and lower income populations, underfunded programs, or already stretched budgets. And guess what? Many of those states are Republican states. High poverty states get more help. And so a Republican state like Alabama actually gets roughly a 70% federal match to its 30% state match. States with a rapidly aging population like Florida, Georgia, Alabama would also face higher costs because Medicaid pays for nursing home care. A state like Tennessee, where 18% of the state budget goes to cover Medicaid expenses for life-saving services for children and adults with intellectual disabilities, would be severely hurt. And in Ohio, the former director of Ohio's Medicaid program and a former Republican state representative has sounded the alarm about this Republican budget proposal, saying, "I don't see how a governor, regardless of red or blue state, can possibly sit on the sidelines of this conversation." We actually got a little taste of what happens when Medicaid funds get cut during the chaos of Donald Trump's domestic funding freeze. All of a sudden, Medicaid portals across the country went offline, and states couldn't actually access their Medicaid dollars. That provoked a bipartisan outcry. At least now, as this unconstitutional and illegal freeze gets worked out in the courts, there's a temporary stop to this madness. You see, Medicaid is actually really popular in Republican states like Utah, Idaho, South Dakota, Missouri, Oklahoma, Nebraska. These are all states that rejected Medicaid expansion, and then voters took it to the ballot and forced lawmakers to expand Medicaid. According to recent polling, 66% of Republicans think favorably of Medicaid. And across the country, Medicaid is the primary source of long-term care, including nursing home care. It is the single most important program helping children and working families, including pregnant women and children with disabilities. Medicaid and CHIP cover nearly 40% of all children and more than 40% of all births. Medicaid also provides 12 months of postpartum coverage in nearly every state with little to no out-of-pocket costs. Medicaid is also the single largest payer in the country for behavioral health services, helping people with mental health and substance use disorders. So this Republican betrayal of vulnerable seniors, kids, and families is just cruel. If this massive federal cut goes through, state policymakers will be forced to either scramble to fill the budget hole somehow or make cuts. This will result in fewer kids getting well-visit checkups or seeing their doctors when they're sick, fewer pregnant women getting access to prenatal services, and fewer seniors getting long-term care. Every $100 billion cut from Medicaid represents a cost of coverage for more than 3.7 million children, 540,000 low-income seniors, or 415,000 adults with disabilities. So you can calculate how catastrophic an $880 billion cut would be. If Republicans are serious about keeping Donald Trump's promise not to cut Medicaid, then the way forward is clear. Support this amendment, protect Medicaid, and stop the Republican betrayal of working and poor people across this country. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there members who'd like to claim time in opposition? Mr. Carter is recognized for 6 minutes in opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit this report from the Markup Center on how Obamacare's Medicaid expansion shifts resources away from low-income children into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Well, Mr. Chairman, finally, we agree with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and that is that Medicaid serves as a vital safety net for America's most vulnerable. That is what it is. It is a safety net program. It was designed for the aged, blind, disabled. Yes, we agree. President Trump has been clear. We will focus on reducing fraud, waste, and abuse that is rampant in the program, and it is rampant in the program. And that's what we're going to concentrate on. In fiscal year 2023, the Government Accountability Office found over $50 billion in improper payments in the Medicaid program. Over the last 10 years, this equates to over $500 billion of American tax dollars lost to fraud, waste, and abuse in the Medicaid program alone. As Medicaid spending continues to grow unsustainably for taxpayers, the program is unaffordable for states, and poor access to quality care leads to negative health outcomes for enrollees. After all, as I have said numerous times before, whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, whether you're independent, we all want the same thing when it comes to health care. We want accessible, affordable, quality health care. Here are some facts about Medicaid. The Medicaid program currently preferences able-bodied adults over the most vulnerable populations, such as pregnant women, the disabled, and children, by providing significantly higher federal reimbursements for able-bodied adults under the Obamacare Medicaid expansion. That is a fact. The Medicaid program currently does not require able-bodied adults to work, unlike other federal benefit programs such as SNAP. This traps beneficiaries in a cycle of government dependency. We should provide Americans a hand up, not a handout. Medicaid incentivizes states to shift costs to the federal government through loopholes that make it easy for states to increase their federal Medicaid matching rate, thus driving up costs for taxpayers. Medicaid's open-ended federal financing structure does not incentivize states to limit waste, fraud, or abuse. In 2023, improper payments in Medicaid totaled $50 billion, as I said before, diverting critical resources. Keep in mind now what it's doing. It's diverting critical resources from the most vulnerable populations who depend on the program. Unfortunately, the Medicaid program is not working for those who need it the most. Studies show that Medicaid enrollees have poor access to care and experience poor outcomes. Most concerning, evidence suggests that able-bodied adults on Medicaid, because of the Obamacare Medicaid expansion, are crowding out health care services for low-income children and other vulnerable populations. Let me say that again. Most concerning, evidence suggests that able-bodied adults on Medicaid, because of the Obamacare Medicaid expansion, are crowding out health care services for low-income children and other vulnerable populations. That's not what it was intended to do. Medicaid continues to grow at an unsustainable rate. Within the decade, the program stands to cost over $1 trillion per year between federal and state funding. This budget promotes reforms that will help Medicaid patients access the care they deserve and enhance the quality of care to improve outcomes. The budget refocuses limited resources on helping the most vulnerable. Again, a safety net program that was intended for the aged, the blind, the disabled, the vulnerable, the most vulnerable in our population. This amendment that's been offered is unnecessary. Our budget supports efforts to reduce fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicaid programs, to enhance care and improve outcomes for the most vulnerable Americans. I urge a no vote, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia and yield back 1 minute for closing remarks to Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stable Medicaid funding is essential for the health and well-being of 72 million Americans and the stability of local providers who care for them. The reality is the rate of improper payments that my friend across the aisle is citing is not the same as fraud, waste, or abuse. Most of those improper payments involve simple missing documentation, which can be fixed. The reality of cuts to Medicaid, on the other hand, is that millions of Americans would lose access to care, destabilize rural hospitals, and wreak havoc on state budgets. With seniors, veterans, and nearly half of our nation's children depending on Medicaid, this is a betrayal. And I would just say to my colleague across the aisle, in Mr. Carter's district, 81,000 people who receive coverage under the ACA would see their premium go up by $510 per year. 121,000 people on Medicaid are at risk of losing their coverage. That's 72,000 children and 11,000 seniors. 43,000 people who rely on SNAP are at risk of losing benefits. So this affects every single one of our districts, Republican and Democrat. And we have to be very clear that this amendment, my amendment, shows that Republicans will not cut Medicaid. And maybe you should listen to Donald Trump, who said it was a cherished and loved program. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
That was very sneaky, Mrs. Jayapal. I thank the gentlelady. We're going to put it up for consideration. Questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Jayapal. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
We request a recorded vote.
We will put it there at the end and vote all of the amendments together. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I have 3 more letters to submit for the record without objection. A letter from Americans for Tax Fairness, a statement, rather, from the American Lung Association, and a statement from Immigration Hub asked to be submitted to the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Any other amendments?
And I have an amendment.
The ranking member has an amendment. You think this is the last one in this section, so
That is correct.
better be good.
We'll see.
I yield, well, let's go ahead and read it out, circulate it.
Amendment number 32 to add a policy statement on Article 1, offered by Mr. Boyle.
Mr. Boyle is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, you know how proud I am to represent the city of Philadelphia. One of the reasons why I am so proud, besides being Super Bowl champions, is that it is the nation's birthplace. Independence Hall happens to be in my district. Growing up, studying American history, loving it, it's not a surprise that this was my favorite period of history to study. Every year, without fail, going downtown to Independence Hall, the Liberty Bell, pretty common school trips if you grow up in and around the Philadelphia area. Our founders were not perfect men, but they were truly brilliant. It is remarkable that what they created almost a quarter of a millennium ago still stands today. It was not by accident then that at the Constitutional Convention, a little more than a decade after our independence, they came together because they saw the Articles of Confederation was failing. They knew that we needed a stronger federal constitution. In that document, the same document that we revere, both Democrats and Republicans, and that is still operative today, a remarkable achievement in human history, they made Article 1 the elected representatives of the people, the Congress. They did not make the presidency Article 1. They made the Congress Article 1. In Article 1, Section 9, they purposely put the power of the purse with we, the elected representatives of the people, those of us who serve in the House of Representatives and the Senate. They, again, did that not by accident, because they understood that to give the unilateral power of the purse to the executive would essentially be enabling a future authoritarian. Having just escaped the rule of an insane king, the last thing they wanted to do was create another insane king. This became challenged about 50 years ago by President Nixon. He pursued something that was called impoundment, that threatened and indeed violated Congress's power of the purse. It was litigated through the courts. It was fought by Congress at that time, and ultimately, in 1974, a very important piece of legislation was passed, a piece of legislation that you and I have talked about quite often, the Budget and Impoundment Control Act. It is that act that gave birth to the House Budget Committee and the Senate Budget Committee. It is that act that gave birth to the Congressional Budget Office. The whole modern system of budgeting was created in that act. Included in that act was the Impoundment Control Act, signed by President Nixon to make clear that what he was doing to that point was illegal and against the Constitution. It makes clear that what President Trump, and I don't want to be disrespectful, let me say to co-President Musk as well, that what they are doing is patently unconstitutional and illegal. It violates the Constitution in Article 1. It violates the Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. And finally, the Supreme Court ultimately ruled on this in a unanimous decision. They upheld that the executive did not have the power to impound funds that were lawfully appropriated by Congress. So why is this amendment relevant today? Because right now, we have an extraordinary fight, unlike any moment in my lifetime, in which we have an executive and an unelected official, the most wealthy person in the history of the world, who is going by, almost on a whim, agency by agency. One moment, they're closing the USAID. The next moment, it's the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And who knows which agency it'll be tomorrow. Now, you may disagree with some of those agencies and what they do, but the reality is they were legally appropriated by Congress. In fact, often, Congresses that were under Republican control when there was a Republican in the White House, including Mr. Trump himself. So if folks on the other side of the aisle, or President Trump or Co-President Musk, want to stop what these agencies are doing, heck, pass a law. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Do what Democrats did 4 years ago when we had a trifecta, and we passed the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. You didn't see the president unilaterally making those decisions. It was by act of Congress. So, Mr. Chair, I feel very strongly about this amendment because I think it goes even beyond the circumstances of the present day. Because if we allow an executive to seize the power of Congress unilaterally, then we no longer have three co-equal branches of government. We will only have one all-powerful executive, essentially back to a king. With that, I yield back.
I think the ranking member, and I'm going to raise my opposition to the amendment. I hear the passion for preserving Article 1. I wonder, with no disrespect, if my colleague was equally passionate when President Biden decided not to build the border wall that we appropriated money for. I wonder if the same passion would be there and indignation for a president that seemed to be a law in and of himself when it came to enforcing immigration laws. I mean, the law says, and is clear in black letter, shall deport. So, I'm sure there's enough abuse to go around, A. B, I don't believe what the president and his colleagues are doing to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, which should be applauded, in my opinion, is infringing on the Constitution and statutory prohibitions. There are circumstances, including waste, where the president can push pause. Here's another irony here, and I want everybody to kind of lean in on this. We're talking about this Article 1 power sort of preservation with respect to a president who has come in here to drive the wasteful spending of the taxpayer, hard-earned tax dollars out of Washington, D.C., into the Treasury to bring down the deficit and back into the pockets of the American people. We didn't have this conversation with the previous president because the previous president spent $2 trillion unilaterally. We're talking about saving money. We can debate what's waste. I'm sure there's some subjectivity to that. What's unnecessary, definitely subjectivity. I probably have a far narrower view even than some of my colleagues on the Republican side. But think about this. We're actually going to fly spec the law with respect to someone who is committed to stewarding tax dollars and making this government run more efficiently and effectively for the sake of the fiduciary role we have to taxpayers. But the previous president was called into question a number of times, and in fact, thumbed his nose at the Supreme Court when it came to the unconstitutional action to, with the stroke of a pen, move the student loan forgiveness of hundreds of billions of dollars from one side of the ledger to the next. The Supreme Court ruled against him, and he said, I'm not going to listen to him. Even though it caused greater inflation, even though hardworking people who couldn't afford to go to college didn't benefit but subsidized it, and then those who paid for their loans because that's what their parents and grandparents taught them to do, they didn't get the benefit of it. So, yeah, I think it's rich to be getting so indignant and even vitriolic towards, as was mentioned, a first-generation American who's had great success and wants to give back to a country he loves. You can disagree with his positions and his style, but I think he's doing the country a great service. Now, are there gray areas? Sure. Is there tension between the pauses and the impoundment that a president can do legally? And should we take care to guard Article I powers? Yes. Let's have that debate because I find it very interesting. And I think it's a serious one and a serious question. But let's do that in the context of the Impoundment Act or the Budget and Impoundment Act and this issue separate and apart from the resolution. The resolution has nothing to do with it. I think it's an important question and one we should do at this committee because of our jurisdiction. But we're talking about a resolution that's going to bend the curve on mandatory spending by at least $1.5 trillion, which is the most we've ever done as a nation. 75% of the budget is on auto spend. And 90% of the increase in spending over the next 10 years is mandatory spending. And you got $2.7 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse, and you got a whole lot more of that in just terrible, poor performing, and poorly managed programs that aren't serving anybody, including the taxpayers. So I find it not germane, I find it important, and I think we should debate it another time. And with that, unless somebody else has a comment, I will yield to Mr. Clyde. I yield to Mr. Clyde for the remainder of my time, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to let you know that earlier this week, I introduced an act to repeal, or a piece of legislation to repeal the 1974 Impoundment Control Act because, in truth, it is unconstitutional. Article 2 of the Constitution gives the president control over the executive and what he does in the executive. And 25 original co-sponsors joined me in the introduction of that piece of legislation. So with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia and give my colleague the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I dispute a number of the assertions you made and that you presented as facts, especially about the former president. But in as we only have a minute in rebuttal, let me use my time instead on this. If one were to accept everything you just said as fact, it seems to me you actually just strengthened the case for why this amendment is necessary. We further heard from the gentleman, my friend from Georgia, flat out saying that he and a number of his colleagues think the Impoundment Control Act is unconstitutional, even though a unanimous Supreme Court decision upheld its constitutionality. The fact that we now see that Article 1, Section 9, Congress's power of the purse, is under threat, that further strengthens the argument for why this is needed. I'll finally say this, and we're 12 hours into this debate. We have been here all day. I passionately believe in everything that I stand for, as I know you do as well, and members on both sides. Mr. Carey spoke quite eloquently about missing his kid's hockey game tonight. Indeed, I'm missing something with my daughter, a beautiful 11-year-old, that I could have been at, and I'm missing that. And you, Mr. Chair, have a number of kids at home that you should be home with right now, but instead we're here doing the people's work. And we're fortunate. We've made a lot of sacrifices to get here, but we're fortunate to be here to have this opportunity. So why in the world would we give away the power of our office, the power we've been entrusted with by our founding fathers, entirely over to the executive branch? That doesn't make any sense when you make sacrifice after sacrifice to get here. I represent 764,865 people in my congressional district. They voted for me to represent them, and each and every one of you were voted in the same way. We should stand up, as our founding fathers thought we would, regardless of party. We should stand up and protect the power of Congress, we the people, those that we the people elected to represent them. With that, I yield back.
I think my ranking member and friend and put his amendment forward for consideration. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
A recorded vote?
Roll call votes requested. We'll roll it up at the end. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading in the we're heading to the home stretch. We will now consider two amendments offered by our Republican colleagues. Debate on the First Amendment will last 10 minutes with time equally divided, and the proponent will have 1 minute reserved to close. Are there any amendments? Mr. Josh Brecheen from Oklahoma. The clerk will designate the amendment. Staff will circulate it.
Republican Amendment Number 1 to add a policy statement on government deregulation, offered by Mr. Brecheen.
Okay, Mr. Brecheen, my friend from Oklahoma, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of us have heard about the REINS Act, and this amendment before you is that. And I want to specifically thank our colleague, Congresswoman Kat Cammack. As many of us know, Congresswoman Cammack has been diligent in her work on this important piece of legislation over several Congresses. And I definitely want to commend her, honor her work, and of course her staff, her team work as well. This amendment recognizes the disastrous effect that overly zealous bureaucrats and their suffocating red tape have on the American economy. And it reasserts Congress's Article 1, Section 1 legislative powers by instructing committees to implement the REINS Act in reconciliation. And look, I just want to make sure we really think about Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers are to be vested in the Congress. And Congresswoman Cammack's legislation would end this tyrannical, unconstitutional rule of the Washington bureaucrat by requiring that all major rules published by executive agencies be approved by Congress. And the bill defines major rule as one element, an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more, a major increase in cost or prices for consumers, individual industries, federal, state, local government agencies, or significant adverse effects on competition, employment, investment, productivity, innovation, or the ability of American companies to compete with foreign companies. And this legislation is absolutely crucial to the success of the American enterprise and maintenance of the American dream. Since FDR and LBJ created the fourth branch of government, we've seen the strangling of the American entrepreneur and the rise of this oligarch among the bureaucracy. What do we mean? That burdensome regulation kills Main Street by closing up small business. In 1950, the Code of Federal Regulations contained just 10,000 pages. Today, it contains over 200,000 pages. And that's a 95% increase in just 75 years. There's a study from the Mercatus Center using a 2012 statistic that shows if we had kept the same number of federal regulations as we had in the books in 1980, the economy would be $4 trillion larger. We're about $29 trillion, be $4 trillion larger, which equates to the potential for $13,000 more to be in the pockets of every worker. And since then, 2012, we've had the excessive rulemaking of the Obama-Biden era, and would update that $4 trillion. That number today would easily show $5 trillion or more. And most of these rules were written by environmentalists and globalists and multinational corporations, and it's ultimately it is strangling small business. and ingenuity. And it all falls outside of Article 1, Section 8, congressional powers. There's no way moms and pop shops can pay the fees to retain a lawyer to help them navigate so much of a regulatory nightmare. And there are entire departments inside federal government agencies dedicated to suing out of existence small business. Decades, Congress has deferred its legislative powers to this bureaucracy. And these lobbyists are engaged, and they write new legislation, and the accountability is lacking. Who benefits? Ask people back home. They sure don't see that they do. So this impacts trucking and airplanes and banks and hospitals. According to healthaffairs.org, 15 to 30% of all healthcare spending in America today goes towards administrative costs from burdensome regulations. We can do better. REINS Act is our solution. It's about re-engaging and stopping this catalytic converter that is choking out economic growth for this nation. I urge your support. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman and ask if there are any members who would like to claim time in opposition.
Mr. Chair, I'll claim time in opposition.
Mr. Boyle is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I'm happy to start off, but if any colleagues on this side of the aisle want to be recognized, please just get my attention. I will say briefly this, that I certainly will not be one to defend excessive regulations. I don't think anyone wants to do that. And I know that beating up on regulations in the abstract has a certain popularity to it. But the reality is, some regulations are necessary. Regulations protect the most vulnerable among us: seniors, children, veterans, the disabled, and working families. The REINS Act would block rules that ensure the safety of our food, air, water, and workplaces. It would allow corporations to operate unchecked, rolling back decades of hard-fought consumer protections. The real goal of the REINS Act is to block critical regulations that safeguard the American public. And it sets up a system by which requiring explicit congressional approval for every major regulation, Republicans would be creating a system whereby inaction does the dirty work for them. We're here today after a month of Republican infighting on a budget. Do you think Congress, after what we've seen over the last month, would really spring into action every single time a regulation, no matter how minor, is necessary? I don't think so. You know, there are those who believe that dramatic deregulation will spur economic growth. And we've heard that time and time again. But how many times in the last 30 years have we seen the negative consequences of regulation or deregulation that was not well thought out? Need I remind everyone of the Great Recession? That was a result in part because of deregulation that occurred in our banking system and mortgage securities in the 1990s. So I am happy to yield to anyone else on our side who would want to speak in opposition. But seeing none, I'm happy to yield back and urge opposition to this amendment.
I thank the gentleman, and questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Brecheen. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request the recorded vote.
Roll call votes requested, and we'll postpone that until at the end of the markup. Okay, any member have an amendment they'd like to put forward? Where's this? Okay. The clerk will designate the amendment of Mr. Smucker. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment.
Republican amendment
This debate,
number
by the way, if I may, this debate on this amendment will last 16 minutes with time equally divided, and the proponent will have 1 minute reserved to close. Go ahead.
Republican amendment number 2 on an adjustment for spending cuts of at least $2 trillion, offered by Mr. Smucker.
Mr. Smucker is recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everybody should be receiving this amendment. I'll first explain what this amendment is. and then we'll explain the purpose. So this amendment codifies, makes enforceable a provision, a policy statement that is currently in the budget resolution that you all received over 24 hours ago. And in fact, it's on page 40, and I'll read that. It'll help explain the amendment. So on page 40, it's line 3, policy on mandatory spending reduction. It is the goal of this current resolution to reduce mandatory spending by $2 trillion over the budget window. If the combined deficit reduction provided by authorizing committees is below this target, it is the policy of the Committee on the Budget of the House that the instruction provided to the Committee on Ways and Means of the House should be reduced by a commensurate amount to offset the difference. What does that mean? What are we trying to accomplish? The goal of this resolution and the reconciliation which will be passed on the floor is to achieve $2 trillion in mandatory spending. The instructions, you add up all of the instructions to the various committees, total $1.5 trillion. Why? Why, when we want to achieve $2 trillion, do we do instructions of $1 trillion? It's due to the provisions within a Budget Reconciliation Act. Each committee is given a floor, and they cannot go below that floor in the spending that they achieve, but they can go above that. And there's been a lot of work done by each of these committees, but they do not know, the work hasn't specifically been done, so they don't know exactly what they will be able to achieve. They have ranges. So what we have in this resolution is a floor that each committee chair feels very comfortable being able to achieve. We've talked about the efficiencies they're looking at. We've talked about the improvements to programs, particularly on E&C. You've heard Mr. Carter, who is chair of the subcommittee that will be handling much of this. He talked about the changes that can be done in Medicaid or other healthcare costs that will improve the delivery of those services. But my point is that when we decided we believed we could achieve $2 trillion, we were not able to have the floor of each of the committees add up to that number. And so we set those at the $1.5 trillion, knowing that committees will exceed their floor. So in total, they will need to achieve $2 trillion to meet the goal of this resolution. If they don't, the Ways and Means instruction, which is currently set at $4.5 trillion, will be reduced up to $500 billion if they only achieve the floor. And if that's a little complicated, I'm sorry, but I'll be happy to answer questions on it. And so this amendment simply codifies what you are seeing as a policy, so that we're turning it from a goal to a shall. So if for instance, 1.9 trillion in savings are achieved, the Ways and Means instruction would drop to 4.5 trillion. So they go up and down together. Why did we want to achieve 2 in the first place? We've talked about the 2.6% allowance we are allowing for economic growth. We are very comfortable. We believe that we will see 2.6% economic growth and that this resolution will be paid for with mandatory spending cuts and with the economic growth. That economic growth will come from specific provisions in this tax bill. For instance, the 199A for small businesses encourages More job creation will create more economic growth. There are CBO scores to that effect. The research and development provision, the full expensing, there are many provisions in here that drive some economic growth, and actually individual rates to a much lesser degree, but having more money to spend in the economy drives some economic growth as well. We also believe we'll see additional economic growth through deregulation. To the ranking member's point, it does drive more economic growth, perhaps even more important than tax policy. We'll see economic growth through this reduction in spending. CBO has said that there is economic feedback from reducing spending. There'll be additional revenue because of additional economic growth, and we believe the work of DOGE will have significant impact on spending as well. All of those things together, we believe will achieve at least 2.6% economic growth. However, we would like to reduce the debt, not just use all of that 2.6% in reduction in taxes. This will mean that if we achieve economic percent, if we achieve 2.6%, we achieve that economic growth, there will be a reduction in the debt, and that it was the goal of using this $2 trillion figure. So again, I know it's a little complicated, but hope I explained that. Be happy to answer questions.
I thank the gentleman and the vice chairman of this committee and my dear friend for that and all his hard work. And now open it up for any member who wishes to oppose. Ranking member, Mr. Boyle is recognized for 8 minutes.
Claim time in opposition. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank my fellow Pennsylvanian. In short, this amendment would take a bad bill and make it far worse. We have talked on this side of the aisle, on this side of the dais, all day about the fact that what is in the Republican budget plan is $4.5 trillion worth of tax cuts, the overwhelming majority of which benefit the top 1% in Americans. And they are paid for in part by $1.5 trillion worth of cuts. Cuts to the tune of $880 billion to Medicaid, further cuts to the Affordable Care Act, combined impacting up to 92 million Americans, further cuts of a few $100 billion to nutrition programs affecting those children and seniors who rely on those programs, as well as many others who suddenly would come in for cuts to programs they need. Their bill would also further add trillions of dollars to the national debt. What this amendment does is it says, forget $1.5 trillion worth of cuts. We want to go to $2 trillion. So we based our figures and our arguments all day based on $1.5 trillion of cuts. So everything we were talking about, the harm that would come about as a result of their bill, it actually will be worse. It'll be worse for those who depend on Medicaid. It'll be worse for those who depend on the Affordable Care Act. It'll be worse for those who are on food stamps. It'll be worse for those who depend on ag programs, and so much more. And what would they do with those extra savings? They, in this amendment, would have the ability to do even more tax cuts. $4.5 trillion would be a floor, not a ceiling. The same way $1.5 trillion in cuts would go to $2 trillion in cuts, and that would be a floor and not a ceiling. So this amendment takes, again, a very bad bill, a betrayal of the American middle class and those who aspire to be in it. It takes this bad bill and it makes it significantly worse. But I will say, and there should be no doubt about this, and I give credit to them, this is a real political win for the Freedom Caucus of the Republican Conference. They are, by their own admission, the most extremely conservative members of the House of Representatives. If this amendment is adopted, it is quite clear who is driving the bus when it comes to this policy. This is far more conservative, far more extreme than what we saw in the TCJA some 8 years ago. In fact, this cuts more than double from the programs that we have been talking about. And now we'll be cutting even more than that. So I vigorously oppose this amendment. It takes everything we disagree with that's in this bill and only makes it significantly worse. You can see why we label this accurately the Republican betrayal of the middle class. And final point, what about our national debt? We have heard and heard that we have to do something about our national debt. I already submitted a number of findings, both from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget as well as the Peterson Foundation, saying there is simply no way their math adds up. There is no way that this doesn't increase our deficit and increase our national debt. We have, throughout many hearings over the last couple of years, acknowledged the reality that the debt projections for the next 5 to 10 years and beyond are something that we will have to grapple with on a bipartisan basis. Not only does this do nothing to address that issue, it actually compounds the problem. So I oppose a bad bill, and I oppose an even worse amendment that would make it an even worse bill. And unless, I believe, Ms. Plaskett, I yield to you.
Thank you to the ranking member. I just want to join you and appreciate the information that you're sharing with us. You know, we're all here for a job. I'm grateful that we're here till 9 p.m. I have 5 children, but the people of the Virgin Islands elected me to support them. That's what we all signed up for. That's what we're here for. And what is one day late to do the work of the American people? I think our families understand that sacrifice, that that's what we're here for. And if I had left early, I wouldn't have seen this amendment, which is astonishing to me that we are going to make even deeper cuts than was originally stated. I mean, I understand the efficacy and how it makes sense to have committees fight among themselves to see who's going to get to the 500 million mark, 500 billion in savings, an additional 500 billion in savings, so that our committee, Mr. Ranking Member, Ways and Means, can give even more tax cuts to individuals, to corporations, and to the wealthy. This is far beyond what we expected to have seen. And I think that this is going to do even more to give away more tax cuts to billionaires. Listen, many of you said you don't know billionaires, but it's obvious people are working for them here. That's what this committee seems to be about, to support them and to support this. We've seen that the debt rose exponentially in 2017, after 2017 when we did the tax cut. It was far beyond what individuals had originally thought it was going to be, the debt that has occurred. And we can be assured that while we are cutting programs, we are not cutting the debt. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, and I yield back.
Thank you, I yield back.
Time's expired. Questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Smucker. All those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And we'll roll all this up. We want a roll call vote, Mr. Vice Chair? Yes. Okay, roll call vote will be rolled up at the end of the markup. I now yield 5 minutes to my friend from Pennsylvania for a closing statement. I'll go first. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I thank you. And just echoing the comments of my colleague from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, and echoing something I'd said earlier, despite all the sacrifices really our families make, we are honored to be here. We are here at a moment and on a committee where it matters, where our votes matter and where our voices matter. And on this side of the dais, we wouldn't have fought so hard over the last 12 hours, offering more than 30 amendments to prevent this extreme Republican budget from wreaking havoc on working families. Each of our amendments was a direct effort to shield the American people from the reckless cuts embedded in this proposal. Cuts that will hurt the most vulnerable while giving trillions of dollars of handouts to the ultra-rich. We fought to protect Medicaid and Medicare. ensuring that seniors, low-income families, children, and people with disabilities don't see their health care stripped away. We fought to safeguard sensitive taxpayer data, an issue that has become even more urgent now that Elon Musk has been given access to IRS records, raising serious concerns about privacy and abuse of power. We worked to preserve the ACA tax credits, which allow millions of Americans to afford health coverage, and to defend Social Security, a bedrock promise that ensures retirees can live with dignity after a lifetime of work. Beyond health care and retirement security, we also sought to protect students, educators, workers, and veterans from these devastating cuts that are in this budget. We proposed amendments to maintain funding for public education, ensuring that schools remain adequately resourced and that teachers don't bear the burden of budget shortfalls. And we stood up for veterans who risked their lives for this country and deserve more than empty rhetoric. They deserve fully funded health care, food assistance, and the benefits they earned through their service. Yet despite the clear benefits of these proposals, Republicans oppose all of them. Instead of choosing to protect the American people, they chose to protect billionaires and corporations. As we close, my fellow Democrats, I am proud to stand with you, united in our commitment to fight for working families. Because let's be clear about what is at stake. House Republicans are once again betraying the middle class of this country and those who aspire to be in it. We need to resoundingly, overwhelmingly, and unitedly say no to this Republican betrayal. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania and yield 5 minutes to myself for closing statement.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
without objection, I would like to submit for the record letters of support for the FY 2025 budget resolution from various organizations. They include Americans for Prosperity, Americans for Tax Reform, Community Oncology Alliance, National Association of Wholesale Distributors, National Small Business Association, National Taxpayers Union, and Paragon Health Institute.
Without objection, so ordered. The American people had about as stark a contrast in worldview, in policy, in principles, in priorities, as they will ever have of the Democrat Party and the Republican Party. We had unilateral control for 4 years, or 2 of the 4 years, with a Republican president. And then right on the heels of that, Scott, the Democrat Party had unilateral control. And not only did the American people witness the policy priorities of each administration and each party, but they experienced the associated results and consequences. And this last election, the American people overwhelmingly supported President Trump and gave Republicans control of both chambers of Congress. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because they were sick and tired of watching their sovereign nation be invaded. They were sick and tired of watching what was $8 trillion in deficit spending by my colleagues on some of the things that were mentioned here today that are absolutely ludicrous. And all the while, they had inflation burning a hole in their pocketbooks, and they were having to rein in their spending, change their habits, make sacrifices. They saw our nation lose respect on the global stage. They saw that weakness in fact invites aggression. And they saw the instability and how dangerous it is to have feckless foreign policy and a commander-in-chief with a weak posture. We were being taken advantage of. They got a taste of what it was like to live in a country that did not have any respect for the rule of law, lawlessness, chaos, crime-ridden streets in once great cities. And I'm just so confident that the American people are for us. I make no excuses. I couldn't be more proud to be an American, to be a leader for this country, to be an elected official. I'm humbled by it. I'm honored to serve alongside some warriors who are willing to lean into this. They know this, that they will be mischaracterized, as will our policies. And they know there will be a political cost to some extent, because you just can't explain, you just don't have enough time to explain what you're trying to do to steward tax dollars and protect beneficiaries because of some of the money siphoned off from the intended benefit. But they're willing to do it. We've talked about our children being at home while we're here working and serving. Man, this is for our kids. This is for the next generation of Americans. The true voiceless people, the true voiceless folks who don't have a seat at the table while the debt continues to climb, $2 trillion in the gap this year, $4 trillion in 10. We're in a debt spiral, and I pray we can get out of it. But if we can, this is the last best shot to do it. And we know there's enormous waste and opportunity to right-size this bloated government of the American people. And so I just say in closing, thank you. I'm honored to work with all of you, but I'm especially proud today, recognizing that I'm not going to get any of your support, your vote on this. But remember this, we're doing a budget today. My Democrat colleagues never did a budget for 5 years. And when y'all did the IRA, Build Back Better, it didn't come through the Budget Committee. We've empowered this committee, and we respected the deliberative process. And I couldn't be more proud of you all. We've got it to a good place, and now we're going to put it in play and let the process continue, and let our colleagues engage, and our committee chairman and their colleagues engage in writing the policies that I believe will in fact save this country, and if not, at least buy us some time. And I think this will be an effort that you will be probably more proud of than any single thing that you will have ever worked on in public service. And it wouldn't happen if I didn't have you all next to me working shoulder to shoulder through this process. So let's go do this for our beloved country and for its future. Let's do it so that America can own the 21st century. Let's do it so that our children have a fighting chance at the American dream and the blessings of liberty and opportunity that we've enjoyed. How about that? Y'all ready to do this? Okay, let's do it. God be with us, Godspeed, and may He grant us success all the way until we punch this in to the end zone where it's real, and it'll make a real difference for our country's future. With that, can we just gavel out and go home?
Mr. Chair, I support your motion that we gavel out without a vote on this budget. I'm happy to support that on a bipartisan basis.
Read that and then go
Read
through
it.
each one of these.
He's always taking advantage of me. Okay, the committee will now vote on postponed recorded votes. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Boyle. That's the first amendment. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, offered by Mr. Boyle.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Mr. Norman, aye.
Oh, no.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar?
Aye.
Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint?
Aye.
Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur?
Aye.
Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
Nope.
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 16 aye and 21 no.
The committee will now vote on amendment number 2, offered by Mr. Doggett. Clerk will designate the amendment. Okay, I'm sorry, guys, it's too many pieces of paper up here. The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to. Now, the committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2 offered by Mr. Doggett.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Are there any members who wish to change their vote? If not, clerk should report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment number 4, offered by Mrs. Watson Coleman. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, offered by Ms. Watson Coleman.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett?
Yes.
Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Anybody want to change their vote? Clerk should report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. McGarvey. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, offered by Mr. McGarvey.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no.
That was not us.
Mr. Smucker?
It's cool. I think you just voted again on back.
Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no.
Come on.
Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Yes. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Scott. That's amendment number 8. The clerk will redesignate, nope. Yeah, the clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, offered by Mr. Scott.
The clerk will call the vote.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? No. Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? No. Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Yes. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Yes. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Aye. Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Aye. Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Omar. That's the amendment number 9. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, offered by Ms. Omar.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Yes. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Aye. Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Aye. Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, let's call the roll, or report.
On the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
Okay, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment. Number 11, offered by Mr. Tonko. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, offered by Mr. Tonko.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? No. Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? No. Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? No. Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett?
Yes.
Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Yes. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on number 12 amendment. That's Ms. Plaskett's amendment. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, offered by Ms. Plaskett.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on amendment number 13. That's Mr. Peters' amendment. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, offered by Mr. Peters.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Ms. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman?
No.
Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. McGill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. We'll now vote on number 14 amendment. Mr. Panetta, the clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, offered by Mr. Panetta.
Call the roll.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? No. Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on Amendment 15, offered by Ms. Chu, and the clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, offered by Ms. Chu.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? No. Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on amendment number 16, offered by Mr. Amo, and the clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, offered by Mr. Amo.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? No. Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett?
Yes.
Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on amendment number 26, Ms. Escobar's amendment. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, offered by Ms. Escobar.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? No. Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? No. Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Aye. Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Aye. Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Aye. Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Aye. Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now vote on amendment number 27, offered by Ms. Kaptur. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, offered by Ms. Kaptur.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman?
No.
Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? No. Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on Amendment number 29, offered by Ms. Balint. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, offered by Ms. Balint.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? No. Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore, North Carolina? Mr. Moore, North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes were 16 and the noes were 21.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on amendment number 30, offered by Ms. Plaskett. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, offered by Ms. Plaskett.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore, North Carolina? Mr. Moore, North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Now the committee will consider Amendment 31, Ms. Jayapal's amendment. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 31, offered by Ms. Jayapal.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore, North Carolina? Mr. Moore, North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Okay. Call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chair, on that vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it, the amendment's not agreed to. And we have one more on this tranche. The committee will now vote on the final amendment here, Amendment 32 from Mr. Boyle. Redesignate the amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 32, offered by Mr. Boyle.
Call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will call the report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, amendments 3, 5, 6, 10, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 28, which were all debated by the committee earlier, will have been considered en bloc. The committee will now proceed to en bloc votes on these amendments. The clerk will call the vote.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Are there any members who wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on that vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it, the amendments are not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Josh Brecheen of Oklahoma. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Republican Amendment Number 1, offered by Mr. Brecheen.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Bergman? Aye. Mr. Bergman, aye. Mr. Roy? Aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Mr. Stutzman? Aye. Mr. Stutzman, aye. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, aye. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, aye. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, aye. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, aye. Mr. Boyle?
No.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett?
No.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, no. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, no. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, no. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, no. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, no. Mr. Chairman?
No. Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
aye.
We got this far, we're so close. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote, there were 21 ayes and 16 noes.
How was I recorded again, clerk?
Mr. Chair, you are recorded as an aye.
Okay. Well, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The committee will now vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Lloyd Smucker. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Republican Amendment Number 2, offered by Mr. Smucker.
Call the roll.
Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, aye. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman, aye. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah, aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, aye. Mr. Brecheen? Mr. Brecheen, aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, aye. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, aye. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, aye. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, no. Ms. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar, no. Ms. Balint? Ms. Balint, no. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, no. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo, no. Mr. Chairman?